Possibilities, Essays on Hierarchy, Rebellion, and Desire. By David Graeber. Introduction. I decided to call this collection Possibilities because the word encompasses much of what originally inspired me to become an anthropologist. I was drawn to the discipline because it opens windows on other possible forms of human social existence, because it served as a constant reminder that most of what we assume to be immutable has been, in other times and places, arranged quite differently, and therefore, that human possibilities are in almost every way greater than we ordinarily imagine. Anthropology also affords us new possible perspectives on familiar problems, ways of thinking about the rise of capitalism from the perspective of West Africa, European manners from the perspective of Amazonia, or, for that matter, West African or Amazonian masquerades from the perspective of Chinese festivals or medieval European carnival. One common feature of the essays collected in this book is that they are meant to keep possibilities open. They are not, in any sense, an attempt to create a single grand theory of anything, let alone a single grand theory of everything. Think of them instead as an attempt to put some of the pluralism I espouse in the later essays into practice. I often make the argument that, at least as a theoretical problem, incommensurability is greatly overrated. Take any two people, even in the same family or community, and you are likely to find half a dozen incommensurable perspectives. None of us completely understand each other. In practice, the fact that we don't rarely gets in the way of our living together, working together, or loving one another, and it is often an actual advantage when people, say, come together to solve a common, practical problem. It's only when we start imagining that the world is somehow generated by the descriptions we make of it that incommensurability becomes a well-nigh existential dilemma. Of course, the world is not really generated by the descriptions we make of it, as most of us are, occasionally, forced to recognize when some aspect of the world we had not included in our descriptions suddenly contrives to hit us on the head, sometimes figuratively, sometimes not. This book, then, is meant to assemble a series of different and sometimes even incommensurable perspectives on a very real world. They are unified, above all, by a commitment to the idea that that world could possibly look very different than it does, but just as much, perhaps, by the belief that, ultimately, the very combination of anger and curiosity, of intellectual play and creative pleasure that goes into crafting any worthwhile piece of critical social theory also itself partakes of something of the powers that could transform that world into something better. What unites them, then, is a utopian ideal. The three-part organization of the volume is broadly autobiographical. Part I, entitled Some Thoughts on the Origins of Our Current Predicament, represents the kind of work I was doing in the 1980s in graduate school at the University of Chicago. Much of it emerges from research into the origins of capitalism. However, since, as my old mentor Marshall Solins has never ceased to point out, capitalism has by now played such a fundamental role in shaping our fundamental assumptions about the nature of human beings, human desires, and the very possibilities for human social relations, all of these essays are by necessity reflections on such larger questions at the same time. I first began trying to puzzle out some of these issues in my master's paper, submitted in 1987, a much shorter, and updated, version of which appears as Chapter 1. This essay, ostensibly about the history of manners, has a curious history in its own right. Shortly after I finished it, the French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu was visiting the University of Chicago Anthropology Department. Bourdieu was then at the height of his popularity, and everyone wanted to meet him, but he was much more interested in talking to students than with faculty since, as he later remarked to a group of us, with students, you can actually discuss ideas. Your colleagues, all they want to do is kill you. He announced office hours, and for several days beforehand there was a sign-up sheet on the door. I myself was far too timid to actually put my name on it. As it turned out, so was most everyone else. Late on the afternoon of Bourdieu's visit, my friend Becky came down to the student lounge after spending an hour talking to him and assured me that no, really Bourdieu was extremely friendly and easy to talk to and, Not only that, there was still an empty slot at the end of his schedule. I went up, wrote down my name, and ultimately ended up walking him to his hotel, talking about manners. He explained, quite fascinated by the subject. Bourdieu asked for a copy of my paper, and the next day called me back to announce that he found the argument extremely original and urged me to produce a shorter version for publication in France. The problem, it soon turned out, was that it proved very difficult to shorten. It was an intricate and tangled argument, and while we both agreed the best thing was for us to sit down together and go over it, I never managed to raise the money to get myself to Paris to do so. Actually, it was an excellent example of the sort of mechanisms of social class reproduction in academia that Bourdieu himself spent so much of his time exposing. It seemed no coincidence that I, one of the few students in the department from a working class background, always seemed to be the one who, despite endless formal honors, never seemed to be able to get my hands on any of the university or outside funding that magically seemed to appear for those whose parents were doctors, lawyers, or themselves academics. True, Bourdieu himself did once suggest he could find money for me once I got to Paris, but this turned out to be an example of another of his principles, that intellectual prestige by no means guarantees academic power. Insiders assured me that he was in no position to guarantee the money would actually appear. I eventually published a truncated version of the Manners essay in Comparative Studies in Society and History, more than a decade later. Few seem to have noticed it, largely, I think, since it fell between the cracks, being neither quite anthropology, nor history. I had by then fallen out of contact with Bourdieu. But then, 4 years later, in the heyday of the global justice movement, we suddenly came very close to establishing contact once again. Bourdieu had by this time become involved in a project called Raisons d'Agir, aimed at creating alliances between scholars, activists, and radical labor unions. Apparently, Bourdieu had been for some time trying to locate scholars in the US engaged in analogous projects, without much success, and had just got word about my work with the New York City Direct Action Network. I had received a message from an intermediary that I was to prepare for a phone call from Bourdieu on September 11th. Unfortunately, that was September 11th, 2001. I was living in Manhattan at the time, and, of course, owing to the destruction of the towers, phone lines were down. I was a little confused as to why Bourdieu never ended up calling later on, but eventually learned that he was already quite ill. He died of cancer not long thereafter. But here I jump ahead. I have always felt the Manners paper contained important arguments. It is not only a paper about manners and what Bourdieu would no doubt call the habitus of possessive individualism, those deeply internalized habits of thinking and feeling about the world that develop when people who become accustomed, even without realizing it, to viewing everything around them primarily as actual or potential commercial property. It is also a reflection on the very nature of hierarchy, its most elementary building blocks, and about how forms of resistance as subtle as foul language, merrymaking, and apparently dubious personal hygiene habits simultaneously challenge and reinforce it. While I did not write it with an explicitly political intention, it always seemed to me that the political implications were clear enough, though also complex and endlessly debatable, and I have tried to highlight them a bit more in the current version. The other 3 essays in part I were written later, but they pursue many of the same themes, with the political implications, usually, far more explicit. The essay on consumption is new, but it was conceived during the lonely days when I was writing my dissertation in the early 1990s. University of Chicago does not provide any support for those at the writing stage, so for several years I was spending much of my daylight hours working for interlibrary loan and at various odd jobs, trying to do my own work at night, and to ignore the fact that my teeth were falling out due to lack of dental care, as my faculty advisors, mostly, carefully avoided me. One of the great saving graces of my library job, aside from generally delightful co-workers, Gail and Willie I will always especially remember, was that my supervisor was in a different building, so I managed, periodically, to hide out in the Regenstein stacks and snatch a half hour here and there to absorb unusual books I might never have otherwise encountered. It was there I first discovered Colin Campbell's The Romantic Ethic and the Spirit of Modern Consumerism, certainly the most creative and interesting of the generally rather tiresome literature of former counterculture types turned prosperous middle-class professors trying to demonstrate why, despite their consumption-oriented existence, they had not, in fact, sold out. The book was brilliant, but somehow obviously wrong. This bothered me. I felt there was something important to be said about it, but didn't know what. It was around the same time, when returning from my library job to my office at the anthropology department in Haskell Hall, that I passed a collection of ambulances and police cars, to learn that Ioan Culianu, a Romanian historian of religions, had been assassinated on the third floor of Swift, the building next to ours. A man with a silenced pistol had shot him from the adjoining stall in the men's bathroom on the third floor. The next day at my job, I heard that the library, on hearing the news, had immediately leapt into action, sending someone to gather all the library books from his office before they were sequestered by the police as possible evidence. That was a bad couple years for Romanian-born historians of religion at the U of C. Mircea Iliad had died the year before, after which his library mysteriously caught on fire. At any rate, I decided, as a kind of tribute, to read Culianu's last book, Eros and Magic in the Renaissance, and quickly decided that, while shamelessly sensationalistic, it also was somehow important, and formed a complement to Campbell. Understanding the connection, I thought, would surely provide a key to understanding what I had always found so problematic about the cult of consumption so prevalent in cultural studies and related trendy theory of the time. Hence the genesis of the idea. It only really came together, however, some years later when I read Agamben's newly translated stanzas, and realized that Culianu must have pirated almost all his central ideas from a then obscure Italian philosopher who, however, he almost completely failed to cite, except in a couple rather snarky critical footnotes when he happened to disagree with him. I am not saying, however, that we should add Agamben to the list of suspects. It seems pretty well established that Culianu was murdered by the Romanian secret police. I ended up putting the pieces together for a panel called The New Keywords, Unmasking the Terms of an Emerging Orthodoxy, co-organized with Lauren Leave, at the American Anthropology Association meetings of 2003. The essays in Part I, then, had radically different incubation periods. The piece on capitalism and slavery, for example, was originally inspired by the close relation between slavery and wage labor I observed in Madagascar, and then noted again in documents about 19th-century Madagascar, while writing my dissertation. Over time, I began noticing Madagascar was by no means unique. Wage labor contracts appear to have developed from within the institution of slavery in many times and places, from ancient Greece to the Malay and Swahili mercantile city-states of the Indian Ocean. Historically, I think one can say wage labor, at least considered as a contractual arrangement, emerged from slavery, a point I intend to explore it in greater detail elsewhere. However, this particular argument only crystallized when I came to know Emanuel Wallerstein at Yale and began to grapple with the finer points of world systems analysis. The essay on fetishism, finally, was originally written to be part of the last chapter of my book Toward an Anthropological Theory of Value, but had to be cut for space. Again, it traces back to a grad school fascination, in this case with the work of William Peets, work that instantly struck me as important, even if it took me almost a decade to figure out why. This last essay also is the first to turn from the origins of capitalism in medieval and early modern Europe to begin to look at Africa, and the sum of the questions of authority that dominate Part 2. Part 2, Provisional Autonomous Zone, Dilemmas of Authority in Rural Madagascar, consists of essays written and rewritten over the decade or so after I conducted my research in the area surrounding the town of Ayavanimamo in the province of Antananarivo between 1989 and 1991. Most are ostensibly concerned with long-standing anthropological concerns like magic, witchcraft, kinship, and mortuary ritual. Still, I think the political implications are clear enough. What binds all of them together is that they are all ultimately reflections on the nature of authority. I should explain that I had long considered myself an anarchist. It follows quite naturally, I think, from the way I was brought up. This is not to say that my parents were anarchists themselves. Rather, I say this because it has always seemed to me that almost anyone who believes that anarchism is a viable political philosophy, that it would actually be possible to have a society without states or classes, based on principles of voluntary association, self-organization, and mutual aid, is likely to feel that wouldn't be a bad idea. If most people have a problem with anarchism, that is, those who actually have a clear idea what anarchism is, it's not because they don't think it is an appealing vision, but because they have been taught to assume that such a society would not be possible. I was never taught this. I grew up in a family of 1930s radicals. My father had fought in Spain, my mother had been the female lead in the famous labor musical Pins and Needles. Like so many Americans who became radicalized in the 1930s, they were first drawn to the Communist Party, then broke with it. Though we were in no way prosperous, my father worked as a plate stripper, doing photo offset lithography, an occupation never especially lucrative to begin with. Then he lost most of his pension when the industry fell apart around the time of his retirement. I grew up in a house full of books and ideas, and even more, in an environment full of the awareness of human possibilities. My father, for example, had been an ambulance driver for the international brigades in Spain during the war. He was based in Barcelona and had thus had the opportunity to live for some time in a place with no formal government under conditions of worker control. While of course the internationals were heavily propagandized against the anarchists, he himself was quite impressed with those he knew, including his sanitario, the medic assigned to his ambulance, with whom he became good friends, and became deeply indignant over the suppression of the revolution by the Republican government. In later life, he developed a fascination with the emergency paper money issued by local townships and collectives during the war, and even published a scholarly essay on anarchist paper money in Spain, perhaps the only one that exists. On the desk near me right now is an honorary mention plaque from some numismatical society for the essay, dated 1972. They spelled his name wrong. Anyway, I was never taught to see anarchism as a pipe dream. Among my parents and their friends, it was always seen as at least a viable political philosophy. As a result, I suppose, it was almost inevitable that I would eventually come to embrace it. Still, in the 1980s at least, my commitment remained largely one of principle. I had occasionally made minor efforts to get involved in anarchist politics, but almost invariably ended up disappointed, finding the scene to be dominated largely by squabbling egomaniacs, each of whom seemed to behave like a sectarian party of one, with almost no feeling of community. In this, I think I was just unlucky. Pockets of genuine community did actually exist at that time. I just never happened into one. It was something of an irony, then, that after casting about a while for a likely field site, I eventually wandered into a place where the state had, effectively, ceased to exist, and that, for a long time, I didn't even realize it. The first essay of the second section, Provisional Autonomous Zone, describes something of this situation. The other essays in part 2 are, as I say, about authority. While the people I knew in Madagascar were for the most part remarkably effective in their resistance to most forms of imposed authority, they had, in fact, so rebelled against those things they found most obnoxious in the former colonial regime that they had reorganized much of their own daily lives to avoid them. One could hardly describe the society I observed as egalitarian. There were ancient divisions of status. The population where I was living was divided between the descendants of Andriana or nobles, former free subjects of the Marina kingdom, and the descendants of their former slaves. There were rich and poor. The rich were not, perhaps, so very rich, especially in the countryside, and most people were about equally poor, but divisions were keenly felt. And, of course, there were even more elementary divisions within families or small communities, though these latter were often curiously entangled with what would otherwise seem like egalitarian principles. The old had authority over the young, but almost everyone would insist, because of all the people in a community, elders were the least inclined to act like what we would consider leaders. Men, in most contexts, had more authority than women, but largely because they were seen as less inclined to give other people orders. All of the essays in Part 2 are meant to explore these apparent paradoxes in one way or another, relying on the traditional anthropological assumption that, to truly understand something, in this case, the essential nature of authority, it is best to examine its least familiar manifestations. The set ends with a previously unpublished essay called Oppression, that takes the argument about the nature of authority even further, arguing that the traditional anthropological concept of cultural relativism, as normally applied, is really a matter of being relativistic about everything except structures of authority. In its place, I propose a somewhat clumsily labeled dialogic relativism, one that begins by observing that, even though what traditional authorities have to say about the nature of truth, beauty, or human nature might vary wildly from culture to culture, there is no place on earth where traditional authorities go completely unchallenged, and the ways people have of challenging them have a lot more in common than most of us would ever have expected. Part 3, Direct Action, Direct Democracy, and Social Theory, sets off from my involvement in the global justice movement, beginning in 2000. I was employed by Yale University at that time, and still, while an anarchist in theory, almost completely uninvolved in any sort of organizing. My major contribution to American political life at that point in my life was as occasional cultural commentator for the Chicago-based lefty journal In These Times, where, my primary accomplishment up to that time had been an essay on the subversive implications of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Actually, I'm still quite proud of that. That essay was, I believe it has been established, the very first essay ever written by an academic on the subject of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I invented Buffy studies. It did earn me a brief mention in Entertainment Weekly, but it could hardly count as a significant contribution to American political life. Then one day, in November 1999, after having just finished the last lecture for a class called Power, Violence, and Cosmology, I strolled out to pick up a newspaper and saw the headline that martial law had been declared in Seattle. I was as taken aback as anyone. The next day I received an email from Joe Knowles, my editor at ITT. "You're an anarchist," he wrote, or he might not have used exactly those words. "Do you think you could figure out who those kids with the black masks breaking all the windows were? What's the deal? Were they agents provocateurs? Or were they really anarchists?" Before long, I was assembling all the information I could get on contemporary anarchism, and discovering that, in those years when I was not paying attention, the movement I always wished existed had actually come into being. Not long after, I was showing up with my friend Stewart for the actions against the IMF in Washington in April 2000, and getting involved in the New York City branch of the Direct Action Network. Soon, I was a regular at DAN meetings, helping to organize actions, and attending endless trainings in the art of facilitation and consensus. For the first 2 years or so I was working with the Direct Action Network. I didn't really write anything about it unless you want to count press releases, calls to action, and reports for In These Times. When I first got involved, I never intended to make my involvement part of a research project. Nonetheless, the experience of working in consensus-based groups sparked a kind of intellectual crisis. I should explain here that the fashion at the time was to dismiss the movement, if not as a bunch of stupid kids who did not understand the complexities of modern economics, then as defenders of an incoherent welter of causes in desperate need of a unifying ideology. I quickly realized that such observers simply didn't know, or didn't care to know, what they were looking at. In fact, these groups were rooted, above all, in a commitment to reinventing forms of democratic process, that this was not an abstract ideology, but rooted primarily in developing new forms of practice, that insofar as Dan and other anarchist-inspired groups had an ideology, these new forms of democratic organization and democratic practice were its ideology. In this, they were based on a conscious rejection of the older model of Maoist or Leninist or Trotskyist sects that sought first to define the strategic moment, usually according to the teachings of some great intellectual leader, and then to quibble over finer points of doctrine, while leaving the actual fashioning of democratic practice to some hypothetical point far in the future. The intellectual shock was the result of two near simultaneous realizations. The first was that the consensus process I was learning in anarchist circles was really an extremely formal, self-conscious version of the very form of decision-making I had witnessed on a day-to-day basis in Madagascar. It had to be formal and self-conscious, of course, because everything was being reinvented, patched together from bits and pieces learned from Quakers and Native Americans, read about in books, or simply invented by trial and error from 30 years of activist experience of trying to organize networks and collectives on anti-authoritarian lines, a tradition that harkened back at least to the days of early feminism. None of it came at all naturally to us. None of us were very good at it, at least at first. But it was obvious that, if we were going to invent a decision-making process that would actually work for a community in which no one had the power to force anyone else to do anything, it was going to have to look like something like the techniques employed by communities that had been living that way for thousands of years. I was trying, then, to actually do what I had observed everyone do in rural Madagascar, and finding it extremely difficult. The second shock, though, was the realization that one reason I found it so difficult was that my intellectual training had inculcated in me habits of thought and argument far more similar to the idiotic sectarian squabbling of Marxist sects than to anything consistent with these new, for us, forms of democracy. The essays in Part 3, starting with The Twilight of Vanguardism, in which I first began to try to piece together the dimensions of the problem, all grow out of that rather disturbing realization. What would an intellectual practice look like, I began wondering, that would be consonant with genuine democracy? Was democracy even the right word to be using? If revolutionary intellectuals were not supposed to come up with the proper grand strategic analysis, the proper definition of reality, in order to lead the masses on the correct path, then what precisely was our role to be? Was it possible to move from the kind of strategic debates in which I actually did find myself embroiled while working with the global justice movement to theoretical reflections of general import? I've wrestled with questions like these at least to some degree in almost everything I've written since, from the diminutive fragments of an anarchist anthropology in 2003, to the gargantuan Direct Action, an ethnography, scheduled to appear next year, and even in my ostensibly more conventional work on value theory and theories of debt. I certainly don't claim to have come up with any definitive answers. The final 3 essays, none of which have previously appeared in English, all represent attempts to engage with one or another aspect of this dilemma, by examining, in turn, the history of social theory, the history of the notion of democracy, and the war of images between police and activists in the early days of the global justice movement. Each is a reflection and an experiment. But most of all, each is meant as a gift and an invitation, and attempt to spark the kind of dialogue between scholars, anyone involved in radical social movements, anyone passionately concerned about the human condition, that Pierre Bourdieu had wanted to discuss with me almost 6 years ago on September 11th. That particular conversation never happened. As is so often the case, realities unacknowledged in our description of the situation came and hit us on the head. Still, I like to think this book, written in such a way as to, I hope, be accessible to anyone who finds such questions interesting and important, published outside of the usual academic ghetto, is itself one small step to opening such a dialogue today. Manhattan, March, 2007. Part I, Some Thoughts on the Origins of Our Current Predicament. 1. Manners, Deference, and Private Property, or, Elements for a General Theory of Hierarchy. This is an essay about the nature of hierarchy. In it, I want to delve into hierarchy's most elementary forms, the way people avert their eyes or stand at attention, the sort of topics they avoid in formal conversation, what it means to treat another human being as somehow abstract, sacred, transcendent, set apart from the endless entanglements and sheer physical messiness of ordinary physical existence, and why something like that always seems to happen when some people claim to be inherently superior to others. It seems to me an investigation like this is important, since it is only by beginning to ask such questions that we can begin to think about which of the qualities we ordinarily lump together in a word like hierarchy are really inevitable features of human social life, and which might prove dispensable. This is also an essay about the origins of capitalism. In The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, 1930, Max Weber argues that one cannot understand the rise of a commercial economy in early modern Europe, let alone the emergence of the near-monastic work discipline and obsessive strategies of accumulation that opened the way to modern capitalism, without understanding the role of religion and, particularly, Puritanism. Weber's argument has been debated endlessly, and I have no real interest here in addressing any of his specific arguments about Calvinist doctrine. What really interests me, instead, is the confluence between the kind of Calvinism Weber describes and the spread of Puritanism in what might be called the popular sense of the term, particularly, squeamishness about sex and merrymaking. This was hardly limited to Protestantism. When English Calvinists talked of a reformation of manners, they were referring first and foremost to attempts to reform away what they considered the more scandalous aspects of popular culture. As Peter Burke, 1978:207, has noted, at the same time, Catholic authorities on the continent were doing almost exactly the same thing. Beginning in the 16th century, religious authorities began a series of concerted campaigns to eradicate what they considered to be immoral elements in public life and ritual. The result was a great deal of very fractious social conflict. In fact, many of the popular struggles between Puritan and Royalist factions in the years before the English Revolution turned precisely on struggles over attacks on the place of festivals in popular life. At the same time, though, even more profound changes seemed to be going on, much of it on a level that most people of the time did not seem to be fully aware of. Norbert Elias, 1978, 70-84, has pointed out that the 16th century also marked the beginning of profound changes in people's immediate physical sensibilities in Western Europe. Specifically, he speaks of a broad advance of thresholds of shame and embarrassment, an increasing tendency to repress open displays of anger or extreme emotions, but even more, displays of, or references to, bodily functions in everyday interactions. Basic standards of how one was expected to eat, drink, sleep, excrete, make love, shifted almost completely. The transition from the world of Rabelais to that of Queen Victoria was, in historical terms, so remarkably rapid a mere 3 centuries that historians have puzzled over the phenomenon ever since Elias first pointed it out. It seems obvious that all this must have been, in some sense, connected to the rise of Puritanism and the more formal reformation of manners it brought in its wake, but no one has offered any really plausible suggestion as to what that connection might be. In this essay, I am going to make a suggestion based on the tools of comparative ethnography. I will start by picking up 2 hoary ethnographic categories called joking relations and relations of avoidance. These are terms originally coined by European and American anthropologists in the late 19th and early 20th centuries to describe what they considered exotic and extreme forms of behavior prevalent in what they considered primitive societies. It strikes me that the logic of joking and avoidance actually provides a very useful means to begin to create both a rudimentary theory of manners and a rudimentary theory of hierarchy. Armed with this theory, I will return to early modern Europe, and demonstrate just how all 3 of the processes described above, Weber's Calvinism, Elias' standards of comportment, and Burke's reform of popular culture, really are part of the same broad historical process, one that also brought about ideologies of absolute private property and the increasing commercialization of everyday life. Now, I am quite aware that this approach might strike some as a bit idiosyncratic. Certainly, painting with such broad theoretical strokes has fallen out of fashion in recent years. Even anthropologists do not talk much anymore about joking and avoidance. Such terms evoke memories of large dusty tomes about New Guinea or Nepal, pictures of people who seem to have been intentionally photographed in such a way that you could never imagine having a conversation with them, arcane diagrams, and absurd generalizations, the Nayar say. Like most contemporary anthropologists, I approach most such tomes with a great deal of ambivalence, even find them, in some ways, rather creepy, if only because they are so obviously, and obliviously, products of imperialism. But I also think there are things in them that can be of enormous use to critical social theory. One reason is because the people who wrote them were often confronted with practices they considered so odd and exotic that they lacked any familiar rubric to fit them to. Living among a certain Melanesian group, say, a researcher discovers that a young man who happens onto one of his cross cousins on the road is expected to insult him, that, in fact, it might even be considered an affront if he does not. The researcher coins a term, joking relation. Another, somewhere in Amazonia, discovers that, there, cross cousins are expected to behave in what seems to be exactly the same way. Even the insults are similar. Something was clearly going on here. If nothing else, in using terms like joking relation, anthropologists were not simply inflicting Euro-American categories, raw, on the people that they studied. If you look at the early history of anthropology, it was full of such moments of recognition and confusion, and resultant desperate efforts to make sense of what seemed utterly alien ways of defining material and social reality. The theoretical vocabulary of the day was full of peculiar-sounding terms like joking partners or relations of avoidance, or outright borrowings from non-European languages, shamanism, mana, totem, and taboo. The next step was usually to discover that what seemed most alien was not actually all that alien after all, that something very much like joking and avoidance relations exist in middle-class households in Europe, that military units in the American Expeditionary Force in World War I ended up practicing forms of totemism around their regimental mascots and symbols, forms effectively indistinguishable from those practiced by Australian Aborigines, Linton 1924. Were it not for those Aboriginal practices, however, it is likely no one would have thought there was anything worth noticing in the odd practices surrounding the regimental insignia of army units. In a way, that first moment of estrangement, and second moment of back-translation, constitute, between them, the very essence of anthropology, a discipline that, after all, rests on the assumption that if it is possible to say anything true of human beings or human societies in general, then one has to start with the most apparently anomalous cases. It is a little disturbing, then, to observe that in recent years anthropology has largely stopped generating its own technical vocabulary, but has taken to importing buzzwords from continental theory, biopower, governmentality, the body, or some new technical term borrowed from Martin Heidegger or Gilles Deleuze. One wonders about the implications for the long-term viability of the discipline. In this essay, then, I wish to return to what I take to be the grand tradition. Most of all, I want to show that tradition has an almost infinite capacity to generate new political perspectives that are, at their best, radical in the sense of delving to the very roots of forms of power and domination. Hence the emphasis on hierarchy. I frame the issues in the way I do, not just because I think it will help solve a long-standing intellectual problem about the origins of capitalism, but because I also believe a theory of manners opens the possibility of understanding how forms of social domination come to be experienced in the most intimate possible ways in physical habits, instincts of desire or revulsion that often seem essential to our very sense of being in the world, so much so that even our instincts for rebellion often appear to reinforce them. I do not claim to have found a clear way out of this dilemma, but in order to do so, it is at least helpful to be able to state clearly what the dilemma is. Joking and avoidance, substance and property. Let me turn, then, to the ethnographic literature on joking and avoidance. The first thing to emphasize about joking relations is that the name is somewhat deceptive. They are not really about humor. Point 1. In the anthropological literature, the expression joking relation does not really refer to a relation of people who joke with one another so much as it refers more to a relationship marked by playful aggression. Joking partners are people who are expected to make fun of one another, tease, harass, even, often, make play of attacking each other. They are relations of extreme, even one might say, compulsory disrespect and informality. Relations of avoidance, on the other hand, are marked by such extreme respect and formality that one party is enjoined never to speak to or even gaze upon the other. Some ethnographers, example Egan 1937, use these terms more loosely, describing a kind of broad continuum of types of interaction ranging from obligatory joking to relations of indulgent familiarity, then proceeding through relations marked by greater and greater formality and deference to those of extreme or literal avoidance. Used this way, joking and avoidance represent two ideal poles, and almost any relationship between two people could conceivably be placed somewhere on the continuum between them. Whether or not they take this view, anthropologists have always seen joking and avoidance as clearly opposed modes of behavior. In fact, they seem in many ways to be logical inversions of each other. Where joking relations tend to be mutual, an equal exchange of abuse emphasizing an equality of status, avoidance is generally hierarchical, with one party clearly inferior and obliged to pay respect. One often hears the term joking partners in the literature, almost never partners in avoidance. In avoidance relations, contact of any sort between the two parties tends to be discouraged. Such relations are full of stipulations about how the inferior party must not speak first or speak much or speak above a whisper, must not look the other in the eye, must never touch the other first or touch them at all, and so forth. Almost always, the inferior party must steer clear of any sort of reference to or display of such bodily functions as eating, excretion, sex, or physical aggression. One often hears of injunctions against seeing the other eat, touching her bed, behaving violently in her presence, making reference to excretion in casual conversation, and so forth. Emphases vary, but the general direction of such prohibitions remain surprisingly uniform throughout the world. And just as regularly, joking relations play up all that avoidance plays down. One hears constantly of joking partners engaging in sham fights and sexual horseplay, of lewd accusations and scatological jokes. In some cases, the aggressive element can become very strong. One hears also of joking partners privileged to throw excrement at one another, or even wax-tipped spears. The two stand opposed in other ways as well. Almost any description of avoidance, for instance, will make some reference to shame. Often it is said the inferior party is expected to have a general sense of shame in the presence of the superior party. If not, they are certainly expected to be ashamed if they break any of the rules. Joking between joking partners is, as the name implies, generally expected to be accompanied by much hilarity on the part of all involved. But it is important to emphasize that what goes on between joking partners is not simply humor, it is humor of a very particular kind, one which might justifiably be called shameless, an intentional invocation of the very things that would be most likely to cause embarrassment in other circumstances. One can also contrast the two on a more abstract level, in terms of what Levi-Strauss calls universalization and particularization 1966, 161. In avoidance, or other relations of great formality, one generally does not use the proper name of a person to be shown respect, but substitutes a kin term or other title. In our own society we do something very similar with first and last names. In either case the subject is, as it were, taken up a rung of the taxonomic ladder, they are spoken of in a way that makes them more universal or abstract. Various bits of evidence confirm that this sort of abstraction is typical of avoidance, and probably of formal deference more generally. Conversely, joking, along with less dramatic forms of familiarity, tends to focus on the particular, references to idiosyncrasies, personal quirks real or imagined and so on. This is something that will become important later on, when I turn to the problem of hierarchy. Most of what I have said is pretty much taken for granted in the anthropological literature on joking and avoidance. Rarely, though, have anthropologists taken up the question of why all this should be. Why should it be so common, in so many parts of the world, to have to avert one's eyes when in the presence of a king, or of one's mother-in-law? Why is it that if one meets a person before whom one must avert one's eyes, it is almost always also inappropriate to discuss bowel movements or sexuality? One of the few anthropologists who has even tried to offer a solution to this problem is Edmund Leach, who suggests that it is necessary to hedge areas like sex and excretion with taboo because they tend to obscure the division between self and other, body and external world, 1964, 40. This is a promising direction, I think, but hardly a solution in itself. After all, why should it be so important to maintain a clear division between the self and the external world in the first place? Presumably, Leach does not mean to suggest this is some kind of universal psychological need, or anyway, if he does, he would certainly be mistaken, because it is precisely these ambiguities that are emphasized, even celebrated, in joking relations. The joking body, if I may use the term to describe the human person as conceived within joking relations, is imagined, primarily, as a body continuous with the world around it. In this, it is quite similar to what Mikhail Bakhtin has referred to as the grotesque image of the body. It is a body in the act of becoming. It is never finished, never completed, it is continually built, created, and builds and creates another body. Moreover, the body swallows the world and is itself swallowed by the world. This is why the essential role belongs to those parts of the grotesque body in which it outgrows itself, transgressing its own body, in which it conceives a new, second body, the bowels and the phallus. Next to the bowels and the genital organs is the mouth, through which it enters the world to be swallowed up. And next is the anus. All these convexities and orifices have a common characteristic: it is within them that the confines between bodies and between the body and the world are overcome, there is an interchange and an interorientation, 1984, 317. This is why joking relations can draw a parallel between contact between people, looking, touching, speaking, striking, sexual relations, and such phenomena as eating, excretion, running noses, decomposition, open sores. What these latter all have in common is that they refer to different sorts of stuffs and substances passing into, and out of, the physical person, that is, to contact between bodies and the world. Still, it is not enough to simply say that the joking body is continuous with the world. All of the forms of interaction most played up in joking, and by Bakhtin, eating, sex, excretion and aggression, imply a very specific kind of continuity. Joking partners tease or abuse one another, they toss insults, even missiles. At the same time, one hears again and again of joking partners privileged to make off with each other's possessions, and this sort of license is considered of a piece with all the others. There is a sort of symbolic equivalence at play, an equivalence, one might say, between the taking of goods, and the giving of bads. I would venture to say that this sort of idiom is a constant feature of joking relations, in their broadest sense, between bodies, and between the body and the world. Take, for example, the famous symbolic identification of sex and eating, familiar to any anthropologist. As Levi Strauss once pointed out, 1966, 100, 105-6, if one conflates sex with eating, it's hard to see sex as an especially reciprocal activity. Eating is an inherently one-sided relation. Of course, who is seen to be the eater, and who the eaten, can vary with context. Sometimes woman can be pictured as devourer, as, for example, in the case of vagina dentata motifs. Sometimes it's the man. In Yoruba, he notes, to eat and to marry are expressed by a single verb, the general sense of which is to win, to acquire, Ibid, 105. Still, if Yoruba treats sexual relations as analogous to consumption, or appropriation, other African languages frame it quite differently. In Kaguru, Thomas Beidelman points out, 1966, 366, the term used for sexual intercourse can also mean to insult, to abuse, to behave obscenely before others. It is also the word used to describe the behavior typical of joking partners. On the one hand, a taking of goods. On the other, a giving of bads. One could continue with this sort of comparison indefinitely. It certainly does seem to apply to all the principal ways in which the joking body interacts with the world. If eating is the taking of goods, excretion is the giving of bads, or between bodies, joking partners threatening cannibalism against one another, or tossing dung, are doing more or less the same thing. It follows that joking relations are only ultimately egalitarian. Any given instance, from any given point of view, is not egalitarian at all. It is an attack. But since license between joking partners is reciprocal, such attacks can always be expected to more or less balance out in the end. Here again, avoidance can be seen as an inversion of joking. On the level of avoidance, the body is closed, all orifices shut off and nullified, nothing flows either in or out. The body is constituted as a perfect, abstract, and self-sufficient thing unto itself, with no need for exchange either with other bodies, or the world. Now, this sort of separation itself can't imply a relation of hierarchy, simply because separating two things implies that there is no relation between them at all. But avoidance is ultimately hierarchical. There is, it is true, a certain mutuality in relations of avoidance. If I were standing before the Queen of England, I wouldn't pick my nose or crack a dirty joke, and I would expect the same from her. On the other hand, the burden of avoidance would definitely be on me, and it is appropriate that any sort of contact ought to be initiated by the person of superior rank, conversation, eye contact, and the like. And further, if I were to pick my nose at the Queen, or crack a dirty joke, I could fully expect to be excluded from polite society till the end of my days, while if the Queen did so in my presence I would probably take this as a gesture of indulgent familiarity and perhaps reciprocate, though never quite so freely as she. Norbert Elias provides a telling quote from a 16th century manual on manners. One should not sit with one's back or posterior turned towards another, nor raise the thigh so high that the members of the human body, which should properly be covered with clothing at all times, might be exposed to view. For this and similar things are not done, except among people before whom one is not ashamed. It is true that a great lord might do so before one of his servants or in the presence of a friend of lower rank, for in this he would not show him arrogance but rather a particular affection and friendship. 1978, 138. By the logic of my argument, picking my nose at the Queen would be much the same as thumbing my nose at the Queen. It would be a sort of joking attack. Point 3. It's my obligation then, to constitute her on the level of avoidance, as untouchable and self-enclosing. She, in her ability to initiate contact with me, is showing no such compunctions, and constituting me more on the level of joking. If this seems a tenuous interpretation, there are many other sorts of evidence to back it up. Let me turn to an entirely different cultural milieu. In most Polynesian languages, the term taboo or tapu is used to describe avoidance relations, whether with one's father-in-law or with a chief. The word also means set apart, not to be touched, and, of course, sacred. For however, it is the chief or the father-in-law who have taboo in relation to an inferior, that is to say, they are set apart, marked off, and separated from the world, a world which includes, as a residual category, everyone else, including their subjects, or affines as the case may be. The term has also had a curious history in modern social theory, because Émile Durkheim, in his work on religion, used the Polynesian concept of taboo to come up with a universal definition of the sacred as that which is set apart from the mundane world, not to be touched. Later, Irving Goffman, 1956, borrowed Durkheim's concept in his analysis of everyday interactions in the modern West, arguing that, in our own society, the human person is ordinarily considered something sacred, because it is hedged about by invisible barriers, that it is off limits to others, not to be touched. He had, apparently without realizing, come back to something very close to the original Polynesian idea. The body in the domain of joking, one might say, is constituted mainly of substances, stuff flowing in or flowing out. The same could hardly be true of the body in the domain of avoidance, which is set apart from the world. To a very large extent, the physical body itself is negated, the person translated into some higher or more abstract level. In fact, I would argue that while joking bodies are necessarily a piece with the world, one is almost tempted to say nature, and made up from the same sort of materials, the body in avoidance is constructed out of something completely different. It is constructed of property. Now, I realize that this is a somewhat daring assertion. Not least, because what is considered property in the first place can vary a great deal from culture to culture. But I think one can make out an elementary logic to the idea of property that can be said to be more or less constant. Interestingly enough, that logic is very similar to the logic of avoidance. Social scientists are usually content to follow the jurists and define property as a social relation, a bundle of rights and privileges with regard to some object, held by a person or group of persons to the exclusion of all others. It is important to stress that this is not, fundamentally, a relation between a person and a thing. It is a relation between people. Robinson Crusoe, bourgeois individualist though he might have been, would hardly need to worry himself over property rights on his island, since no one else was there. However, it is hard to find a long, detailed ethnography that does not contain the word owns in quotation marks somewhere between its covers, that is, whose authors are forced to place the word in quotes because a word which otherwise refers to ownership of property is also used in other ways that make no sense by this sort of definition. Let me produce one fairly random example. In an ethnographic account of the Lau Islands of Fiji, Laura Thompson, 1940, 109-111, 126, notes that every aristocratic clan of those islands is said to own one species of animal, one type of fish, and one variety of tree. These species, she says, are taboo for them. To harm any member of them would be considered tantamount to harming their own selves. Far from having a right to exclude others from their property, these people are themselves forbidden to touch the things they are said to own. In fact, this is a fairly clear case of identification. A number of authors have pointed out how many languages lack any verb for unilateral ownership. One cannot say I own that canoe, merely that the canoe and I have a special relation to each other. 5 Rather, as in English, one uses the same word to say that's my car or that's my boss. It's interesting to note that the English word property has two meanings. On the one hand, my property is something I own, that is, something that takes on its identity from me. On the other, one can also say it is a property of fire to be hot. Here, property is what makes something what it is, that gives it its identity. One might call the latter sense of property, it is the property of fire to be hot, property in its semiotic mode, insofar as it serves mainly to convey meaning. But what I want to emphasize is that even here, one finds the same logic of exclusion. To return to the Lau Islands, it was only aristocratic clans that owned species of animals or bird. Commoner clans did not, they were referred to collectively as owners of the land. L. Thompson, Op. Cit. And as Marshall Solins, 1981, has observed, there was a tendency to merge such Fijian owners of the land with nature and natural processes, to identify them with what Bakhtin calls the material bodily lower stratum, the latter simply being the grotesque image of the body in its social incarnation. In other words, the aristocratic groups are set apart, marked off against a residual category which is more or less merged with the world. This is precisely the logic of avoidance. Point 6. It can be much the same with individuals. The word taboo again provides a convenient illustration. Ethnographers of the Maori of New Zealand, Firth 1959, Johansson 1954, Schurz 1982, Smith 1984, often note that everyone was thought to have had a certain amount of tapu. 7 Actually, it was not quite everyone. Slaves had none, they were others' property, neither did most women, since most women could not own property. Otherwise, the extent of one's tapu varied with social position. The higher up the social scale, the more tapu one had. A chief's tapu, for instance, extended to all of his possessions. All of them were set apart, just as he was set apart, from the ordinary world, and it would be as dangerous for a commoner to touch the chief's things as to touch the chief himself. What's more, a great chief's tapu was so very powerful, his person was so sacred, we are told, that anything that did touch his person was as it were drawn into the charmed circle of his sanctity. The pigs that were called by Hongyi's name could never be eaten by other persons, such would be tantamount to eating him. Firth 1959, 345. His property was an extension of his person, and his person was set apart from all the world. If property is so closely related to avoidance, and if these two principles of identification and exclusion really are so consistently at play, and I think they are, then is it really so daring to suggest that the person, in the domain of avoidance, is constructed out of property? Or, at least, of properties? The etymology of the word person is itself suggestive. As Marcel Mauss pointed out long ago, 1938-1968, the Latin persona is derived from an Etruscan word meaning mask. Even when taken up in legal parlance as a term roughly similar to our word person, it still kept its implication of an abstract social being identified by physical objects, properties and insignia of various sorts. Slaves, and most women, had no personae for the same reasons that Maori slaves and women had no tapu. Two important observations follow from all this. The first concerns exchange. Mauss, 1925-1954, has also argued that in giving a gift, one is giving a part of oneself. If the person is indeed made up of a collection of properties, this would certainly be true. But it's important to bear in mind that the self in question is therefore a very particular kind of self, specifically, that sort which is constituted on the level of avoidance. Gift-giving of the Maussian variety is never, to my knowledge, accompanied by the sort of behavior typical of joking relations, but it often accompanies avoidance. Point 8. Second, in so far as it serves to construct a person in this way, a property need not have any practical use. Point 9. In ways, it is perhaps better that it does not. It simply needs to say something about its owner. This is a topic I have discussed at some length elsewhere, Graeber 1996, but here suffice it to say that the key thing is some larger code of meanings by which objects can do this, by which properties can be compared and contrasted. This need not be one of exchange value, but that it is a salient example, and I would argue that it is no coincidence that the generalization of exchange value as a medium for social relations has been accompanied, in Europe, by a generalization of avoidance. But I will have to return to this argument a little later on. Before moving on to hierarchy, I should probably throw in a point of clarification. In treating joking and avoidance relations as extreme poles of a continuum that includes everything from playful familiarity to behavior at formal dinners, I do not mean to imply that all behavior must necessarily partake of one or the other. I certainly do not mean to suggest that all relations of respect imply subordination, even less, that all relations of intimacy involve some element of competition or aggression. What I am describing, rather, is a logic that while it may come into play in some way or another in any social relation is at best only one aspect of it. There are always other logics. I have said nothing, for example, of what anthropologists call relations of common substance, where an entirely material idiom of bodily stuffs and substances can be seen as the basis for bonds of caring and mutual responsibility between human beings. Point 10. Sexual relations, after all, need not be represented as a matter of one partner consuming the other, they can also be imagined as two people sharing food. On hierarchy. The term good, in most Greek thought, connoted above all a certain definite, though still essentially negative, characteristic. This is manifest in nearly all the Greek schools of moral philosophy which descended from Socrates in the temper of the ideal cynic, Diogenes, who needed and wanted nothing any other man could give him, in the ataraxy of the Epicureans, in the apathy of the Stoics. The essence of good, even in ordinary human experience, lay in self-containment, freedom from all dependence upon that which is external to the individual. Lovejoy 1936, 42. T. Jayden hasn't finished yet. He thinks for a while and then asks, and would a king have to stand up stiff to an emperor? None of us are quite sure about it, but we don't suppose so. They are both so exalted that standing strictly to attention is probably not insisted on. What rot you hatch out, says Cat. The main point is that you have to stand stiff yourself. But T. Jayden is quite fascinated. His otherwise prosy fancy is blowing bubbles. But look, he announces, I simply can't believe that an emperor has to go to the latrine the same as I have. Remark, all quiet on the Western Front. Hierarchy has become a very popular term in contemporary social science, though it is often thrown about so casually that when an author uses it, it's very difficult to figure out precisely what they mean. To say that a set of items is organized into a hierarchy, after all, is merely to say that those items ranked in some way. But there are all sorts of ways to rank things. The notion the term most immediately brings to mind is what might be called a linear hierarchy, a way of ranking a collection of items, as along a ruler, so that in the case of any two items, one can immediately know which is higher and which is lower than the other. The classic example of such a linear hierarchy is probably the Great Chain of Being, made famous by Arthur Lovejoy, 1936. This was a system by which medieval and Renaissance scholars tried to rank all living creatures from moss to slugs to humans and seraphim, according to the degree to which they were believed to possess a rational soul. Lovejoy points out that it is critical to such a system that there can only be one criterion of ranking. As soon as others are introduced, the whole system will tend to dissolve into confusion. 1936, 56-7. When an anthropologist refers to a social hierarchy, however, she is likely to be working with a very different implicit model, one that less resembles the Great Chain of Being than the sort of taxonomic hierarchies employed by botanists or zoologists. These are sometimes referred to as hierarchies of inclusion, since each level encompasses those below. Lions are a kind of cat, cats are a kind of mammal, mammals are vertebrates, and so on. Levels are higher insofar as they are more encompassing and abstract, that is, insofar as they have a greater level of generality. A taxonomic hierarchy of this sort is obviously quite different than a simple linear hierarchy, but rarely do social scientists make a clear distinction between the two. Some, like the French anthropologist Louis Dumont, who is in fact the man most responsible for popularizing the use of the term hierarchy to begin with, quite consciously argue that no distinction should be made, that when social categories are ranked, it is always on the basis of greater generality and inclusiveness. Let me take up Dumont's arguments about the nature of hierarchy in a little more detail, since it seems to me that they are the source of a great deal of subsequent confusion. These arguments go back to Dumont's original structural analysis of the caste system in India, and particularly, of the fourfold division of the Varnas. It might be useful here to take a glance at his formal analysis of this system, Dumont 1970, 67, which is actually quite brief. He begins by describing a simple linear hierarchy. Everything is based on purity. Brahmans, priests, are considered purer than Kshatriyas, warriors. Kshatriyas are purer than Vaishyas, merchants, and Vaishyas are purer than Shudras, farmers. However, after saying this, he immediately proceeds to explain that this ranking is worked out through a series of successive dichotomies or inclusions, thus implying the existence of a taxonomic hierarchy instead. The set of the four Varnas divides into two. The last category, that of the Shudras, is opposed to the block of the first three, whose members are twice-born. These twice-born in turn divide into two. The Vaishyas are opposed to the block formed by the Kshatriyas and the Brahmans, which in turn divides into two, Ibid. This is a little confusing, but the basic idea is simple enough. At any point along the ladder, those on top could be seen as in some sense lumped together, insofar as they are all superior to those immediately below them. This is obviously true in a certain sense, particularly if one looks at things from the perspective of those towards the top of the ladder. Still, framing matters seems to be an intentional effort to sidestep what almost anyone else would think is the single most important feature of any caste system, that from the perspective of those on the bottom, we are dealing with a system not of inclusion, but of exclusion. Actually, not even just from the perspective of those on the bottom. Would it not make more sense to frame things this way? The Brahmans, the group at the top, see themselves as set off from all others as particularly pure and holy. From their perspective, everyone else can even be seen as a kind of undifferentiated mass, shading into each other and even into non-human creatures insofar as all lack the purity of Brahmans. However, from the point of view of the next highest group, the Kshatriyas, the more relevant opposition is that which sets both they and the Brahmans apart against another residual category, which is again relatively impure. Then comes the opposition between twice-born and others, which would include both Shudras and untouchables, who are so base they fall out of the fourfold scale entirely, and who Dumont therefore ignores entirely. And so on. Probably it would be best to describe all such linear hierarchies as exclusive rather than inclusive. The logic, it may be observed, would then be much the same as that of avoidance, since the higher group is set apart from a residual category composed of all the others. If so, however, it may be easier to understand how social scientists can get away with fudging the distinction between two different kinds of hierarchy, or even insisting they are really the same. It is because any actual social hierarchy will tend to combine elements of both. Always, there are higher and higher levels of inclusion, from household to lineage to clan to tribe, or from household to parish to borough to county, but also there is a series of ascending, increasingly exclusive groups, who gain their exclusive status by being able to make a claim to represent the whole at every level. 11 Linear and taxonomic hierarchies thus tend to be superimposed. Let me return once more to the traditional lineage system of the Maori. On the one hand, society was ideally organized according to what anthropologists would call a segmentary lineage system, a taxonomic classification of social groups. Every household belonged to a lineage, every lineage to a clan, every clan to a tribe. At each taxonomic level, each of these groups had its representative called headman or chief in the literature, and that headman or chief was also said to own everything that belonged to his lineage, or clan, or tribe. 12 Needless to say, the higher up in the taxonomic hierarchy the representative, the more tapu he was said to have. But it's here that things become interesting, because, as I have pointed out, it is precisely in the notion of tapu that the element of exclusion comes back in. What this means is that the greater the purview of any given representative, the more inclusive the group he was seen to represent, the more he himself was set apart from everyone else, including other members of his own clan or lineage. 13 As the head of clan, I stand for everyone else in the clan, especially in dealings with outsiders. They are thus in a sense included in my political persona. But this in turn makes me a higher, more exclusive sort of person, fit to interact on an equal footing with other clan chiefs like myself, perhaps, but not with those included in me. And of course the status of the head of a tribe is even more exclusive. A moment's reflection will make it clear that something along these lines happens almost everywhere society is organized into more and more inclusive groups. If those groups have representatives, barons, dukes and kings, mayors, governors and presidents, then those representatives will also be set off against those they represent as members of more and more exclusive categories of people. The higher the group they represent in the taxonomic hierarchy, the more abstract and universal they themselves are seen to be, hence, the more they are set off against the world including those they represent. It is easy to see how this logic could eventually lead to something like an ideology of social class. But it might also help explain some otherwise rather odd consistencies in the way people think about class. How often, for instance, does one hear the upper classes of some society or other described as more refined and elegant than those below them, finer in features, more tactful and disciplined in their emotions? Or hear that the lower orders are cruder, coarser in features as in manners, but at the same time more free with their feelings, more spontaneous. Most people seem to consider it a matter of course that upper and lower stratum of society should differ in this way. If they think about it at all, perhaps they write if off to conditions of health, work, and leisure, or at least, that they should be represented so. In fact, such stereotypes even recur in times and places, say, much of early medieval Europe, where the upper stratum could equally well be represented as a gang of heavily armed thugs extorting protection from a population of helpless farmers. It's here one has to move from the role played by joking and avoidance in the dynamics of personal relations, to the way a whole social class or stratum marks itself off from those it considers below it by the way its members conduct themselves towards one another. Norbert Elias, 1978, has written at some length about the courtesy manuals medieval lords and ladies used to set themselves off against their subjects. They are, he argues, primarily concerned with encouraging their readers to repress bodily functions, at least in the presence of their fellows, the control of both natural impulses and violent emotions, and, as I've mentioned, the maintenance of a certain threshold of embarrassment or shame. In other words, we are dealing with something along the lines of avoidance behavior, or anyway, behavior expected in situations of formal deference. The difference, of course, is that these standards were expected to be, at a certain level, mutual. In observing them, one was not setting the other person off against the world, a world which included one's own deferential self, so much as setting both off against those whose interactions were assumed to lack such refinement. And all this is quite explicit in the manuals, which constantly warned, one should not behave like a peasant or an animal. The tendency to see the common people as bestial was itself perfectly in keeping with the notion that standards of comportment were a way for the aristocracy to constitute themselves on a level of avoidance, over and against a residual category more or less merged with the world. The same attitude was to be seen in literary stereotypes of the peasant as barely human monster, L. E. Goff 1978, 93, and in medieval art, where man was frequently depicted as part of nature, images of animal men and plant men, trees with human heads, anthropomorphic mountains, beings with many hands and many legs, recur over and over all through antiquity and the Middle Ages, and find their most complete expression in the works of Brueghel and Bosch, Gurevich 1985, 53. The author doesn't note this, it hardly needs be said, but the man he is referring to is common man. Bishops and duchesses were not depicted as half-tree. 14. However, what's really interesting about these images of an undifferentiated material world of bodies and substances is that it did not simply represent the point of view of the aristocracy. Mikhail Bakhtin, 1984, for instance, in his famous study of Rabelais, has shown that there was a powerful strain in medieval and early modern popular culture and popular imagery which took all of the qualities typically invoked by the elite and their representatives to denounce the lower stratum of society: lust and drunkenness, bodily functions, the monstrous and grotesque, and affirmed and celebrated them instead. Since this tendency found its highest elaboration in festivals like Carnival, Bakhtin calls it the carnivalesque, but he also argues it pervaded popular culture, setting the tone for everything from chivalrous to folk tales, miracle plays, and the spiels of itinerant quacks and medicine peddlers, or the remarkably intricate idiom of obscenity and verbal abuse typical of the medieval marketplace. Bakhtin sees grotesque imagery of this sort as, often, posed in direct opposition to the stuffy, overbearing, and hierarchical official culture of the time, a form of resistance against the static, lifeless asceticism foisted on the masses by the church and civil authorities. Bakhtin was clearly onto something. But it seems to me that he drew the lines between what we now call high and low culture a bit too sharply. One of the virtues of the view of hierarchy I've been trying to develop is that no such sharp line need be drawn. Were the grotesque elements in the work of Bosch or Brueghel derived from popular culture, or from the elite's notions of what the common people were like? Is there any real need to ask? After all, it was not only peasants and journeymen, but merchants, monks, and barons who took part in Carnival. If the emphasis in Carnival was quite clearly on the joking body, on sex, gluttony, violence, and gay abuse, perhaps what we should really be asking is what all this meant to the different participants, and whether it was always the same thing. What evidence there is implies there was a fairly wide continuum between two extreme points of view. For the loftiest, Carnival was an indulgence for the masses, a chance for them to play the fool and give vent to their base and sinful natures. Some of the more reflective developed a kind of functionalist theory: let the commoners work off a bit of steam, even play at turning the world upside down for a day or two, and it will make it easier for them to endure their lot during the rest of the year. 15 Even a minor knight or master craftsman might often have taken part, half with a feeling for fun, and half with one of veiled contempt. To the lowliest, however, and even many of the not so very lowly, the joking element could seem genuinely subversive. And this is apparently true of the carnivalesque as a whole. Given the argument I've been developing, it is easy to see at least two different ways how this might be. The first is quite simple. Joking relations are played out in an idiom of attack, the taking of goods and giving of bads. In the popular culture of the time, this idiom was often used to implicitly political effects. A good example are the folk tales in which young peasant lads so often outwit their superiors, always, as Robert Darnton points out, 1984, 59, making a point of both getting whatever goods they are after and humiliating his adversary. The clever weakling makes a fool of the strong oppressor by raising a chorus of laughter at his expense, preferably by some bawdy stratagem. He forces the king to lose face by exposing his backside. So it was too with satiric chivalrous and other varieties of rough music. Bacton, 1984, 197, etc., sees the uncrowning and debasement of the carnival king as a more universal attack, one directed against the very principle of hierarchy itself. This last instance moves closer to the second subversive element in joking, which I think is also by far the more profound. In Carnival, not only was hierarchy temporarily suspended or reversed, but the whole world was reconstructed as a land of cockon, as the saying went, a domain in which there was nothing but bodies happily partaking of the world and of each other. Bacton implies that the grotesque, that joking and laughter, was a sort of universal solvent of hierarchy, that by representing a world of joking bodies and nothing more, the very fiber was stripped out of the structures of official culture, so that even its loftiest pinnacles inevitably came crashing to the earth. Given the categories I've been using in this paper, this makes perfect sense. If one rejects the principle of avoidance altogether, if nothing is set apart or sacred, hierarchy cannot exist. In a joking world, there are only bodies, and the only possible difference between them is that some are bigger and stronger than others, they can take more goods and give more bads. And the implications of that for a view of the contemporary social order, and particularly for the moral standing of the high and mighty of the world, need hardly be mentioned. As always, I must point out that I am aware that things are more complicated than this. I am dwelling on one particular aspect. For instance, there was an element in Carnival which stressed not joking struggle but an idyllic golden age. This was an important element in social criticism both among church thinkers and popular rebels, and harked back to classical themes, cf. Cohn 1970. Still, the analogy with joking relations is a useful analytic tool, if for no other reason than because it opens up all sorts of interesting possibilities. 16 This is especially true when one moves from public ritual to everyday practices. Bacton himself drew attention to the language of the marketplace, 1984, 145 to 195, and popular idioms of abuse and obscenity in medieval and early modern culture. Would it really be going too far to suggest that this involves something very similar to the reconstruction of the world on the bodily level that occurs in Carnival? If it does, this would be a perfect example of the practices of the lower strata apparently reinforcing the images and stereotypes entertained by the upper, though with diametrically opposed intent. And finally, this would not seem to be an isolated phenomena. There are societies aplenty in which the lower classes do seem to employ obscene language more freely, or at least more openly and consistently, than the more privileged ones. It is hard to escape the impression that this is, in effect, a kind of subversion, at least to the extent that it asserts an intrinsically subversive view of the conditions of human existence. The generalization of avoidance. So far, I have been describing two different ways of looking at the human person, either as a collection of bodily substances ultimately continuous with the world surrounding it, or as an abstract set of properties set apart from that world. 17 These are certainly not the only possible ways of conceiving the human person, but they can always, it seems, be expected to emerge in situations of hierarchy and formal deference. At this point, I can return to Norbert Elias' argument about the civilizing process in Europe, 1978-1939, and Peter Burke's notion of the reform of popular culture, 1978, 207-243. Elias' observations are mainly based on comparing primers used to instruct children in different periods of European history, beginning in the 12th century, and ending in the 18th and 19th. What he discovers is a continual advance in thresholds of embarrassment and shame over time, an increasing demand to suppress any public acknowledgement of bodily functions, excretion, aggressiveness, death, decay, in fact, any or all of those things which are typically thought to be embarrassing or shameful within relations of avoidance. The most interesting aspect of Elias' material, from my own perspective, is how behavior which medieval courtesy books represented as shameful only if done before superiors, say, blowing one's nose in the tablecloth, gradually came to be represented as embarrassing even if done before equals, then inferiors, and finally, as behavior to be avoided on principle, even if no one else is there. 18 In my terms, one might say that avoidance became generalized, in the sense that principles of behavior, which once applied mainly to relations of formal deference, gradually came to set the terms for all social relations, until they became so thoroughly internalized they ended up transforming people's most basic relations with the world around them. Now, Elias himself is mainly concerned with feudal courts and the courtly aristocracy. If there was any motor driving the change, he suggests, it was the state's increasing monopoly on the legitimate use of coercive force, which compelled courtiers to contain their aggressive impulses, and thus introduced a general principle of self-control. But he also suggests that it was, in fact, when these new ideals expanded outside the courts, to affect the nascent bourgeoisie, that they began to be fully internalized psychologically. This expansion was something that largely occurred in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, when one first finds middle-class reformers denouncing the polished artificiality of courtly manners, claiming they act mainly to make invidious distinctions and place some people above others, and holding up their own standards of comportment as more honest, moral, and spontaneous, and therefore, as fit to be adopted by society as a whole. Elias 1978, 42-50. 19. Burke's reform of popular culture was part of this same movement. Essentially it came down to the attempt, largely on the part of middle-class religious authorities, to improve the manners of those below, most of all, by eliminating all traces of the carnivalesque from popular life. Burke lists among their targets actors, ballads, bear-baiting, bullfights, cards, chapbooks, chivalries, charlatans, dancing, dicing, divining, fairs, folk tales, fortune-telling, magic, masks, minstrels, puppets, taverns and witchcraft. Burke 1978, 208, to name a few. In England, Puritans actually called their campaign a reformation of manners. In its name they went about shutting down alehouses, enforcing laws concerning sexual morality, and most of all, outlawing popular modes of entertainment like maypoles, Morris dancing, and Christmas revels. In Catholic Europe, counter-Reformation authorities were conducting analogous campaigns. Such campaigns almost always generated a great deal of opposition, but overall, they were remarkably successful. The role of the middle classes, I think, is crucial. Middle classes, in this period, essentially means those sections of the population most thoroughly caught up in the commercial life of the times, not only merchants and shopkeepers, but prosperous farmers and urban craftsmen. It is notorious, for instance, that this was the stratum most attracted to English Puritanism, Tawney 1937, 20, Hill 1964, Wrightson 1984. They were also the people whose lives were most dominated by relations of private property, which is also crucial, since according to the terms I have been developing here, a generalization of avoidance would be a process in which everyone in society came increasingly to be defined by the logic of abstract, exclusive properties. One might well imagine that, as social life among all classes of society came to be shaped, more and more, by the logic of the market, the manners once typical of the commercial classes would tend to be generally adopted too. The question, then, is, are there any ethnographic precedents for something like this happening? Have there been cases where spread of exchange relations led to different standards of daily comportment? Let me try to answer this briefly before returning to concepts of the person in early modern Europe. One thing the ethnographic evidence makes abundantly clear is that, when relationships between two people, or two groups, are defined primarily around exchange, and not, say, by idioms of common substance, they have a strong tendency to also be marked by rules of avoidance. The classic example is relations between affines, particularly when two families are locked in extended cycles of marriage payments. Where rules of avoidance do exist, and have been broken, very often some sort of formal exchange is required to set things straight. Sometimes these take the form of fines, but they do not need to. McAllister, 1937, 131, recalls the case of a Kiowa Apache man who accidentally bumped into his mother-in-law, a person he was forbidden ever to touch. To make up for it, it was arranged for the two of them to exchange horses. According to Roy Wagner, 1967, 176, something similar is common practice among the Darabi of New Guinea, where a man should never even cast eyes on his wife's mother. Should he happen to do so by accident, the two have to meet and exchange male and female goods of equal value before they can go back to their former situation. Clearly, in neither case are we talking about a punishment or compensation, both parties ended up with things of exactly the same value as they had before. Rather than being a matter of reparations, it appears to be a simple matter of repair. Two people have come into contact who should not have done so. The resulting rift in the shell of avoidance can only be patched up by means of an exchange, because the act of exchanging goods itself transposes relations from the level of bodies and substances and back to that of abstract properties again. Point 20. More often, if there's been a violation of the rules of avoidance, a minor fine is levied on the lower status party, the one on whom the burden of avoidance lies. But even here, the fines are more than simple recompense. The very act of giving them also acts to restore relations to their appropriate level of abstraction. And the same goes for fines levied for actual damage to the person or property of others, or for that matter, affinal payments in fact, for all those varied kinds of transaction which typically knit together to form what anthropologists refer to as a gift economy. Even more interesting for present purposes is what happens to a society when such networks of formal exchange become so important that they could be said to be the main institution setting the terms of social life. In such societies, everyday standards of interaction often begin to resemble what would in other societies be considered mild avoidance. I am not the first to make note of this phenomena, but earlier anthropologists seem to have lacked a language with which to describe it. Some appealed to Weber. Margaret Mead, for instance, saw the Manus of the Admiralty Islands of New Guinea as practicing a kind of capitalism, which, she said, was rooted in an ethos of asceticism and self-denial, 1930, 1934, 1937. Alfred Kroeber spoke of the entrepreneurial spirit of the Yurok Indians of California, which he said arose from something like a Puritan ethic, 1925, 1928. To the modern ear, such terms really don't seem appropriate. If New Guinea fishermen can be capitalists, the word capitalism loses most of its explanatory power, and one would have to come up with an entirely new term for the heads of joint stock corporations employing large numbers of clock-punching wage laborers. But I don't think it would be wise to dismiss such authors' insights out of hand. What the Manus and Yurok did share was something quite reminiscent of Euro-American ideas of private property, and shell money which functioned as a kind of currency. Property could be bought and sold according to an abstract medium of value. Both were also societies in which the exchange of property was one of the main ways in which relations between people worked themselves out, even, sometimes, relations between the closest kin. Much of the commonplace drama of daily life seems to have turned largely on who had been given what, who owed what, who accepted what from whom. And, significantly enough, it is within relations most mediated by exchange that asceticism was most in evidence. Sex, the Yurok dictum had it, drives away money. 21 It was as if within such relations, the human person itself had to be hedged around with exclusive restrictions as severe as those surrounding property. All these examples suggest that there can, indeed, be relations of avoidance that are not immediately concerned with constructing hierarchical relations between people, or even with setting one class off against the rest of society. When two people exchange horses with one another, they are marking their equivalence, as persons, by identifying themselves with two possessions of equivalent value. Similarly, in the Manus or Yurok cases, it was the existence of money, an abstract system by which the value of just about any piece of property could be compared, that made all persons comparable as well. In contexts involving exchange, persons were defined by what they had. Since money made all property at least potentially equivalent, then people were as well. And the actual process of exchange meant that in practice, people were constantly establishing such temporary equivalences. Point 22. All this tends to confirm that the most important area to look at in early modern Europe is not so much Elias court society, which was always mainly interested in setting itself off from the rest of society, as the emergence of regimes of private property, commercial exchange, and of a class of people whose lives were so organized around it that they had begun to internalize its logic of exclusion as a way of defining their own social persons. In fact, ideals of private property emerged slowly and unevenly. This was true particularly of property in land. Under a feudal regime, almost any plot of land had more than one owner. Usually, there were different levels of ownership. When those came into conflict, legal theory of the time almost always recognized the most inclusive level to have the ultimate claim. The claims of a village community, for instance, took precedence over those of a plot's actual holder. Feudal tenure meant title to a piece of land tended to be parceled out along a graded hierarchy of owners, while a simple husbandman might have had effective possession of a plot, and a local knight or baron effective control over its disposition. Jurists still insisted that true dominium, or absolute ownership, belonged only to the king, who represented the highest and most inclusive level of all. All this might have been in keeping with the hierarchical principles of the time, but it was little conducive to the development of a market in land. In England, most land only became freely disposable after the first great wave of enclosure movements of the 16th and 17th centuries. In an open field system, a farmer might have exclusive right to grow wheat on a given plot, but would have to open their own fields, after the harvest, to anyone in the village with sheep who wished to graze them on the stubble. Fences had to be taken down during the agricultural off-season. With enclosure, fences were replaced by hedges and walls that make clear the owner's right to exclude other members of the community from it at any time. In other cases, enclosures involved bounding off stretches of meadow or forest that had always been considered part of the village common. The exploitation of such common lands, one might add, having long been the key to the survival of the landless or poorer villagers. Ownership of enclosed land did not depend on membership in any larger group. It was an exclusive right of access held by a single owner against all the world. Thrupp 1977, E. P. Thompson 1976, hence, it could be freely bought and sold. Such land was, effectively, private property, even if it took the law some time to fully recognize this. since it was only around the time of the Restoration that jurists were willing to officially recognize a dominium belonging to anyone but the king, Alimer 1980. The phrasing here enclosure, against all the world, is certainly suggestive of the logic of avoidance. It is much harder to determine the degree to which these new definitions affected people's common sense about the nature of the individual, society, or the relation between the two. But not, perhaps, impossible. At least one historian, C.B. Macpherson, 1962, has suggested that by the 17th century the principle of individual, exclusive private property had become so broadly accepted among ordinary English people that popular politicians could invoke it as the basis for making claims of natural rights and political liberties. Macpherson is most famous, perhaps, for his arguments about assumptions about property underlying the political theories of Hobbes and Locke, but his most interesting material is drawn from the Levellers, a radical political faction in Cromwell's New Model Army during the English Revolution. In 1646, for instance, Leveller Richard Overton wrote in his tract An Arrow Against All Tyrants that to every individual in nature is given an individual property by nature, not to be invaded or usurped by any, for every one as he is himself, so he hath a self-propriety, else could he not be himself, and on this no second may presume to deprive any of, without manifest violation and affront to the very principles of nature, and of the rules of equity and justice between man and man. Every man is by nature a king, priest, and prophet in his own natural circuit and compass, whereof no second may partake, but by deputation, commission, and free consent from him whose natural right and freedom it is. In Macpherson 1962, 140-141. In other words, a man's person, his body, like his chattels, were his exclusive property, and therefore he had the absolute right to exclude all things hurtful and obnoxious from it. 23. Even the king could not trespass on this right. This was perhaps the first political evocation of the principle that, as Goffman put it, the human person was sacred. The fact that, by the time of the English Revolution, such an argument could make sense to an audience of common soldiers does show that concepts of private property had indeed played a large role in reshaping popular conceptions of the person. And, as Macpherson notes, this doctrine, he calls it possessive individualism, became the basis of notions of political freedom that emerged at the time, and which have remained the foundation of prevailing theories of the rights of man to the present day. Ibid. 142-159. Macpherson's arguments inspired a lively debate, example Laslett 1963, Macpherson 1964, Arblaster 1981, but this fundamental insight has never been seriously challenged. Modern individualism was not only an ideology which developed through the rise of the bourgeoisie, it emerged first and foremost through metaphors of property. The assumptions already implicit in authors like Hobbes and Locke became more explicit in the doctrines of British mercantilists and French physiocrats, and eventually became the basis of political economy, that private property was a natural institution, in that its logic predated the emergence of any larger human society, that, in fact, society itself had to be created because of people's need to safeguard their property and regulate its exchange. Where an earlier, hierarchical view assumed that people's identities, their properties, if you will, were defined by their place in society, the assumption was now that who one was based on what one had, rather than the other way around. Point 24. One is ultimately left with the view of the world presented by economics, which takes it for granted that humans are bounded, autonomous beings whose identity is determined by what they possess, and whose mutual intercourse is assumed to consist primarily of exchanging such possessions with one another according to the principles of rational calculation. It is the view of human society which has formed the backbone of most subsequent social theory, which has developed either on its basis or in reaction to it. It is also based on a way of imagining the human person that is in almost every way analogous to how the person is imagined in avoidance. Education and the fate of youth. So far, I have been trying to make a case that it was the emerging commercial classes of early modern Europe that first embraced the notion of reforming society by reforming its manners, and that the standards of propriety they embraced were ultimately rooted in ideologies of private property. I also suggested that, insofar as projects of reform were successful, it was largely because the market and commercial logic was increasingly setting the terms of social life among all classes of people. Attempts to close down alehouses or ban mummers' plays, after all, could only achieve so much, and they tended to create a determined and resentful opposition. The more lasting changes were on a much more deeply internalized level. Here some of Elias' material is particularly revealing. In 1558, for example, an Italian courtier could still write. For the same reason it is not a refined habit, when coming across something disgusting in the street, as sometimes happens, to turn at once to one's companion and point it out to him. It is far less proper to hold out the stinking thing for the other to smell, as some are wont, who even urge the other to do so, lifting the foul-smelling thing to his nostrils and saying, "I should like to know how much that stinks," when it would be better to say, "Because it stinks I do not smell it." Delicasso, Galatio, in Elias 1978, 131. 100 years later, most readers would probably have found the very notion of behaving this way about as revolting as people would today. But how does one go about explaining changes on this level in people's most spontaneous, visceral reactions to the world around them? It is one thing to say that there is a logical connection between manners and regimes of property, quite another to understand how such changes actually took place. The obvious place to look is in the education of children. Elias' material, for example, is almost exclusively drawn from manuals meant to instruct youth. What I am going to do in this section, then, is provide a very brief sketch of ideas of education and the public role of youth in medieval and early modern societies, one which I think makes clear why the emergence of a regime of wage labor should almost inevitably have led to projects of social reform. It is not exactly an explanation, but it does lay out the outlines of what a full explanation might be like. In the Middle Ages, just about everyone who did know how to read had learned their letters at least partly from courtesy books which were produced in remarkable numbers. The first were in Latin, and meant for the education of the clergy and perhaps the higher nobility. By the 14th century, however, vernacular courtesy books, catering to an increasing demand for literacy among the less exalted nobility, and many of the merchants and tradesmen in the cities, had become common. Nichols 1985, 57-74.25 as Philippe Aries, 1962, 381-383, remarks, these books often covered a wide variety of topics ranging from advice on cutting one's fingernails to advice on choosing a suitable wife. They also had a strong tendency to mix precepts on how to eat at table with precepts on how to wait at table. This latter is significant, because the period when young people were learning manners was almost always the one in which they were also expected to be in domestic service. Aries cites a late 14th century account of England, written by a traveller from Italy. The want of affection in the English is strongly manifested towards their children, for after having kept them at home till they arrive at the age of 7 or 9 years at the utmost, they put them out, both males and females, to hard service in the households of other people, binding them generally for 7 or 9 years. And these are called apprentices, and during that time they perform all the most menial offices, and few are born who are exempted from this fate, for everyone, however rich he may be, sends away his children into the houses of others, whilst he, in return, receives those of strangers into his own, from a relation of the island of England apparently anonymous, cited in Aries 1962, 365. Though the Italian considers this custom cruel, insinuating that the English took in each other's children because they thought that in that way they would obtain better service than they would from their own offspring, Aries suggests, realistically enough, that the explanation which the English themselves gave to the Italian observer was probably the real one, in order that their children might learn better manners, obsit. This particular Italian observer seems to have spent most of his time in large towns, but this picture appears, in its broad outlines, to have been true of the countryside as well, not only in England but across much of Northern Europe, from the High Middle Ages onwards. Young men and women were expected to leave home at a fairly early age, if not by 9, then certainly by their early teens, and spend the next 10 or 15 years in service, which basically meant as wage laborers living under the roof of their employers. Rural youths, for instance, were usually hired at local fairs and worked for a year's term before receiving their wages. Others were placed by their parents, though most often with masters whose social position was somewhat higher than their own, a husbandman's son in the family of a yeoman's daughter as a maid for a minor member of the local gentry, and so on. Laslett 1972, 1977, 1983, Wall 1983, Kussmaul 1981. This condition was expected to last until the age of 25 or even 30, in part, because no one was expected to marry until they had accumulated enough resources to set up an independent household of their own. Wage labor, in other words, was basically a life cycle phenomena, and youth or adolescence, the period during which one accumulated the resources to establish oneself as a fully mature, autonomous being. It was also the period during which one learned one's future trade. Even farm service was, in effect, a form of apprenticeship. 26 Servants in husbandry no less than dyers or drapers' apprentices, or, for that matter, knights' pages were in training, and though the technical know-how one picked up in such circumstances was undoubtedly distinguished, in the abstract, from more commonplace matters of deportment and propriety, in practice the process of learning them was more or less the same. 27. In the Middle Ages and, if anything, even more in the early modern period, idioms of youth and age were the most common way people had of talking about authority. It was a commonplace of Renaissance theory that aging was a long process of the drying out of the body, that young people were as a result dominated by their animal spirits, and hence prone to violent lusts and passions and every manner of excess, and that it was only when a man reached about the age of 30, when physical strength began to decline, that his soul or powers of reason, the two were considered more or less the same thing, was deemed capable of overcoming them. Thomas 1971, 208. 210, 1976. 30 was also the age at which his first child should be born, thus establishing once and for all his social persona as a settled householder and full member of the community, with all the responsibility that entailed. For young men to command, on the other hand, was against the law of nature. They must obey until they had achieved mastery of their baser desires. Brigden 1982, 37-38. Incapable of autonomy, they had to be kept under the watchful eye and firm hand of some mature master, one, ideally, who was not a kinsman, since kinship was thought to somewhat compromise authority for their energies to be put to proper use. It should be clear enough how all this relates to the logic of joking and avoidance. It's not just that youth were considered unformed, their typical vices were the carnal ones of violence and debauchery. They were by nature riotous, rebellious against the legitimate authority of their elders. Mature men, on the other hand, were rational and self-contained. They were the masters of autonomous, bounded, self-sufficient households. But the notion that service had an educational value added a complex play of theory against practice to this relatively straightforward way of representing things. In any relation of avoidance, the burden of avoidance is always on the inferior party. Masters may have had been seen as more refined or disciplined in their spontaneous comportment, they had better manners, but, still, it was their servants who had to perform the acts of formal deference. 28 In practice, it was by such acts, and by respectful obedience before their masters, that they constructed the latter as higher, more abstract beings at the same time as they gradually internalized those same disciplined comportments so as to be able to ultimately pass on to the status of master themselves. On the other hand, it is equally important to stress that, in the Middle Ages, the manners of youth were not utterly rejected. They had their place, which corresponded almost exactly to the place of the carnivalesque. Natalie Zeman Davis, 1975, goes so far as saying that young men were considered to have a kind of communal jurisdiction over the domains of sex and violence which were considered their natural spheres of activity. In France, every village or urban quarter had its youth abbeys which were not only the basis of the local militia but responsible for putting on satirical chivalrous to mock immoral villagers, as well as organizing celebrations like Carnival. In England, the organization was less formalized, cap 1977, and youth leaders like the famous Lords of Misrule who presided over Christmas revels tended to emerge only during certain moments of the ritual calendar, but the principle was much the same. The existence of this ideology of youth and age had a profound effect on how changes in the organization of production, in the early modern period, were perceived. In a typical medieval town, the majority of young men were apprentices and journeymen in the employ of an older master craftsman. Ideally, any apprentice could expect to someday become a master himself, and full member of the guild. It was for this reason guild regulations limited the number of apprentices a master was permitted to take on. But the more capitalist relations came to dominate a given industry, the longer a journeyman would have to wait before being able to achieve full adult status, a wife, a household, and a shop of his own. In the meantime, he would continue working for wages for his master. The result was that a large part of the workforce, men in their 30s and 40s, found themselves living in a sort of suspended social adolescence. In the end, many began to abandon the ideal of autonomy entirely, to marry young and resign themselves to the status of permanent wage laborers. With the enclosure movements and rise of commercial agriculture of the 16th and 17th centuries, many of the rural poor were left in much the same position. All of this happened so gradually, though, that the underlying assumptions people had about the meaning of wage labor need never have been seriously called into question. Traditionally, wage labor had been no more a permanent state than was adolescence. It was, in fact, the means by which adolescence was overcome. Even after it had become a permanent status, it was still imagined as a process of transformation. In the eyes of their employers, the laboring classes were not so much undisciplined and carnal by nature, a joking residue, a base stratum whose vices could be held out as evidence of those employers' own innate superiority, as rambunctious adolescents who needed to be disciplined and reformed through carefully supervised labor. Casting things in this way at least makes it easier to understand why the actual social struggles which surrounded the commercialization of English society and the emergence of a proto-bourgeoisie took the form that it did, to a large extent, endless quarrels over the place of youth in the community, and struggles over popular festivals and entertainments. Let me return briefly here the Puritan Reformation of manners in Tudor and Stuart England. English Puritans. English Calvinists, Puritans was, in fact, a term of abuse, were mostly drawn from the middle stratum of their communities, the one which, as I've said, was most thoroughly caught up in the emerging national market. They were also the prosperous householders who employed the largest numbers of local youth as servants. The retreat of the aristocracy from rural life, along with much of the gentry, Stone 1965, Laslett 1965, 180-81, left such people in a strategic position in most villages, one which they were quick to take advantage of. Godly reformers circulated pamphlets and Bibles, pooled funds to hire preachers, and tried as best they could to win control of both the borough and the parish governments. As church wardens and magistrates, they began stripping away everything they found distasteful in traditional worship. Bells no longer tolled at funerals, nor was corn thrown at weddings, bagpipers and fiddlers were to have no part in religious ceremonies, Thomas 1971, 66-67. Most of all, their attacks were aimed at calendar festivals, especially carnivalesque rituals like Christmas and May Day, and the ongoing festive life of the village green. As Keith Thomas points out, such attacks were at the same time attacks on the public place of the young in village culture. What were the campaigns for the reformation of manners if not attempts to suppress all the great obstacles to the subordination of youth, holidays, when the young people were released from their master's supervision, theaters, to which they flocked to be corrupted, alehouses, which threw them into disorder, there being many drunkards short of 20 years old, gaming, a pernicious thing and destructive of youth, maypoles, which encouraged the rout in their insolency towards the ancient. And the honorable and taught young people impudency and rebellion, dancing, for where shall young men and maidens meet, if not at the dancing place, Sabbath breaking, by servants and, the younger sort, and all the annual rites of misrule when youth temporarily inverted the social order? Thomas 1976, 221. But concerns about youth were already becoming hard to distinguish from those concerning class. One constant complaint in Puritan tracts was the multiplication of impoverished households. The problem, in their view, was that young men and women were abandoning domestic service and marrying early, despite the fact that neither had the resources to support a proper family. This concern was matched with one over masterless man with the independent poor, the murky and disordered world of hawkers, beggars, minstrels and vagabonds. In an ideal society, all these should be assembled under the domestic discipline of the godly, who would direct them in labor as in prayer. Hill 1979, Wrightson and Levine 1979, point 29. The more radical Calvinists developed a utopian vision in which such authoritarian families were the only hierarchical organization that really needed to exist. The ideal community would be governed by an assembly of elders, who were simply the heads of larger households. In New England, where Puritans were actually in a position to put some of these ideals into practice, the chief men of a community were given legal authority to place any young man and woman determined to be living alone in an unruly household as a servant in the households of more respectable elders by force if necessary. Morgan 1944, 45-47, 85-89. In other words, the Puritans did not see any distinction between projects of social reform directed at the lower classes, and the process of educating the youth. The two categories were not fully distinguished, they formed, as it were, a kind of unruly residual, the solution in either case being the imposition of domestic discipline. In their ideal society, anyone without the means or discipline to support a family should be incorporated into a larger household, working under the pay and careful direction of a disciplined master, who would also be responsible for their catechism and moral instruction. As one might imagine, this vision, or the prospect of reducing collective ritual life to a matter of sermons and Bible reading, did not inspire uniform enthusiasm among parishioners. English villagers seem to have had a particular aversion to being preached at. When the vicar goeth into the pulpit to read what he himself hath written, observes one Stephen Gardiner in 1547, then do the multitude goeth straight out of church, and home to drink. Thomas 1971, 161. And once called so into question, everyday habits like stopping off at the local alehouse after a day's work, or piping on the village green, became overt political issues. May Day celebrations, the English equivalent of the Continental Carnival, became perhaps the greatest single particular focus of contention. The village maypole, Richard Baxter tells us, was near his father's house at Eton Constantine, so that we could not read the scriptures in our family without the great disturbance of a tabor and pipe and noise in the street. Baxter often wanted to join the revellers, but he was put off by their calling his father a Puritan. The phallic maypole was for the rural lower class almost a symbol of independence of their betters. Baxter's father could not break the sport, even though the piper was one of his own tenants. Hill 1964, L84. In some cases they lead to open confrontation. A Star Chamber case for 1604 tells how a group in the country parish of Alton, Southam, procured a minstrel and danced on Whitsunday. When the constable and church warden tried to arrest the musician, they were overpowered by his supporters, who moved him to another part of the village, locked him in a house and, posting one of their own number on the roof to keep watch, continued to dance merrily on the lawn to the strains of the music that came out through the open window. Wright and Loans 1938, 299. It's hard to say how often such occasions lead to outright violence. Most of our sources were written by Puritans who referred to ordinary church ales as heathenish rioting, but riots did occur, and not only over economic issues like enclosure. Usually, in any community in which a coterie of Calvinist zealots were attempting to reform society, there were also village notables, traditionally minded ministers, minor gentry, prosperous yeoman farmers who saw them as fanatics and prigs, precise fellows, busy controllers, as they were often called, determined to undermine the ancient ways. Such men often found themselves the unofficial leaders of anti-Puritan factions, and were to be found holding court at the local alehouse or hosting a dance in their cottages each Sunday, as surely as the godly themselves would be at their sermons. Hunt 1983, 150-151, Collinson 1983, 408-409. The conflict between Puritans and honest good fellows, or, from the Puritan point of view, between the godly and the profane, divided virtually every parish in southern England. In Wiltshire and Dorsetshire in the 1630s, it was the custom in many parishes to balance the factions by choosing one Puritan and one honest man as church wardens. This conflict was far more ubiquitous and intense, I would argue, than antagonisms based explicitly on social class or even economic interest. Hunt 1983, L46. Though one suspects these other issues were usually entangled in the larger one. Hunt also suggests that what was really at issue was a conflict between two very different images of community. Ibid, L30, 136. The Puritan one I have already described. The one that rose in opposition to it was less clearly articulated, but it seems to have been largely based on the ethos long implicit in the very popular festivities and rituals which had now been thrown so starkly into question. As a result, opposition to Puritanism followed the same dual nature as Carnival itself, the same combination of joking aggression and idealistic utopias. At its simplest, opposition to the Puritans might be simple mockery, disruptive catcalls during sermons or catechisms, rude dramas improvised late at night at the local alehouse. If someone could come up with an excuse to carry out a chivalry against one of the saints, then that was best of all. Common suspicion, after all, was that behind their fastidious exteriors, Puritans were really utterly depraved. Hunt 1983, L45. Finally, as festivals like May Day became political issues, their subversive side was played up more and more. It was in the 16th century, for instance, that plays and ballads about Robin Hood began appearing in May games throughout England. Wright and Lowndes 1938-2, 230-231, Hutton 1994, 66-67. Alongside the abuse there was here too a more utopian side. Festivals had once been moments to define a community of equals. Now, after they had been pulled out of the fabric of everyday life and challenged from above, that definition began to acquire a whole new meaning. Like carnivals on the continent, they came to commemorate a golden age when, it was imagined, equality and physical happiness were not yet things of the past. Festivals were times for merrymaking. Once, all England had been merry. Note the way in which the expression Merry England was originally employed. I perceive you are a Puritan outright, you are one of those new men that would have nothing but preaching. It was never a merry world since that sect first came among us. Collinson 1983, 1. The simple sort, which cannot skill of doctrine, speak of the merry world when there was less preaching, and when all things were so cheap, that they might have 20 eggs for a penny. Hunt 1983, 148. Or even, it was never merry England since we were impressed to come to the church. Thomas 1971, 151. In later centuries Tory politicians would make the Maypole and Merry England into nostalgic, sentimental images in support of reactionary politics. In the 16th century, this imagery was nostalgic and even, in a sense, reactionary, but the implications were very different. It reflected, for instance, the constant complaints over the loss of good neighborhood, of the solidarity and mutual aid seen especially in the sharing of food, or the collective charity of church ales, soul ales, and the like that people assured each other had been the universal rule in those abundant days before greedy yeomen and Calvinist preachers conspired to destroy it. As time went on, the past came to look more and more like the land of Cockon. In 1647, a group of dissidents and young servants from the newly founded Puritan colony of Plymouth, Massachusetts abandoned their households to join the local Indians, setting up a 60-foot maypole to celebrate their newfound independence. The elders of Plymouth immediately sent out a military expedition to have the pole ripped down and the ringleaders arrested. Perspectives? I began this essay by arguing for the continuing relevance of comparative ethnography. The advantage of terms like joking and avoidance, I suggested, was that they are in no sense projections of existing Euro-American categories on other cultures. In fact, the people who first coined the terms were under the impression that they were dealing with something with no parallel in their own societies. Nonetheless, the implicit logic they reveal can indeed be applied back to patterns of formal deference and hierarchy anywhere in Euro-American societies as much as any other. The first section of the essay was thus largely concerned with developing the outlines of such a theory. I began by distinguishing two ways of defining the human person, either as a collection of substances intrinsically continuous with the world and with others, or as a collection of abstract properties set apart from it. In joking, by which I mean here, such behavior as is considered typical between joking partners, relations between bodies are at least playfully hostile, but in the case of relations of common substance they can take on a more idealistic, even utopian color. This came out particularly strongly in my analysis of hierarchy, and its mock dissolution in the carnivalesque, where it is whole groups that are set off against the world. I also suggested that carnival is not simply a matter of inverting hierarchy, but of challenging its very basis by invoking radically different ways of conceiving the world, even if, from the perspective of superiors, the very act of challenging hierarchy will often serve to provide more evidence of their own superiority. In fact, though, all these perspectives tend to be available to anyone, whatever their social station, and tend to be invoked by the same individuals in different contexts. This is precisely what makes hierarchy such a powerful social principle, though I also think it would be clearly wrong to conclude, as some do, that hierarchy is an immutable, all-encompassing system that will always be able to absorb any challenge thrown at it. 30 Carnivalesque rituals of rebellion might have served, in the eyes of the masters, as means of reinforcing social order, but they had a notorious capacity to spiral out of their control. Rebellions do occur, almost everywhere. Hierarchies have been smashed and uprooted, even if the principle, the potential for their re-emergence, can never perhaps be completely eradicated, rooted as it is in the most fundamental dynamics of social life. The second half of the essay focused specifically on the question of manners and private property. Rather than rehearse the argument again, let me end with a note of comparison, by comparing my own analysis with the work of Louis Dumont, whose actually has some very interesting things to say on the passage from hierarchical societies to ones based on principles of commercial individualism, Dumont 1981, 1986. Dumont conceives hierarchical societies, most of all, as holistic ones. A social hierarchy is a system whereby different groups are ranked in relation to a whole. 31 If one group is ranked higher than another, it is always because it is the one that represents the totality to which both of them belong. To return to the Hindu caste system, again, warriors are exalted because as kings and temporal rulers, they represent society as a whole. Priests rank even higher because they represent humanity before the entire cosmos. By Dumont's logic, everything really is about inclusion. It is just that, in a sort of Orwellian sense, some are a little more included than others. To talk of exclusion would be to invoke an entirely alien logic. In fact, Dumont argues, one simply cannot speak of exclusion in a hierarchical system. The term only makes sense where one is dealing with a society based on principles of individualism. This, he argues, is what really destroyed the old hierarchical world of the Middle Ages. The rise of a commercial society brought with it an ideology of individualism. This constituted a fundamental break with everything that had come before. Ideologies of individualism meant that each human being came to be seen as unique, and therefore, of incommensurable value. If the value of humans could not be compared, then no one could be held superior to any other. If no one could be held superior to any other, then there was no plausible reason to why one should have more or less access to the good things in life, to the pursuit of property or happiness, or however one might care to phrase it, wherever it be found. Ideologies of human equality are thus really side effects of individualism. Of course, in practice, egalitarian ideals are never fully put into practice. Often even in the most egalitarian societies, such as the United States, there are certain glaring exceptions, where certain categories of people are indeed excluded from the national community. The American color bar, according to Dumont, is just such an ideology of exclusion, and as such it has nothing in common with hierarchy. It is a fundamentally different type of thing. Dumont's arguments about individualism are nothing if not insightful, and I would hardly propose they simply be thrown away. Still, the political implications are, as so often in his work, Robbins 1994, profoundly unsettling. My own insistence that social hierarchies are always combinations of inclusion and exclusion has entirely different implications. First of all, one need posit no absolute break between the two periods. Take the ideology of Puritanism as an example. It was clearly hierarchical, only, in place of the endless gradations characteristic of a feudal system, one is left with a minimal hierarchy of 2 or perhaps 3 levels. Women, children, and servants were encompassed within the personality of the householder, and, in all but the most radical versions, of householders encompassed by the king or state. Neither was the Puritan concern with the darker parish and floating population of masterless men notably different than contemporary concerns with an immoral and overly fertile underclass. In fact, as some historians of the time have noted, Hill 1972, Hunt 1984, Puritan opinions on this subject that the problem of poverty had nothing to do with real wages, but was really rooted in the poor's own lack of morality and self-control. Their unwillingness to create proper families have an uncanny resemblance to those employed by American conservatives today. Rather than hierarchies being swept away, it is more as if the hierarchical residual was squeezed down, its imagery becoming all the more intense having been so. This leads to my second point, that any attempt to create a genuinely egalitarian ethos on the basis of principles of formal deference is ultimately impossible. There is a fundamental contradiction here. The logic of setting an abstract being apart necessarily involves setting it off against something, in practice, that always seems to mean creating a residual category of people, if not some racial or ethnic category, then workers, the poor, losers in the economic game that are seen as chaotic, corporeal, animalistic, dangerous. By this logic, for instance, North American racism is not the great exception to the possessive individualism on which the country is founded. An anomaly for some reason never seems to go away, but something essential to its nature. In the contemporary world, where the market is endlessly touted as synonymous with freedom and democracy, and where its proponents have thereby claimed for themselves the right to reform everything and everyone on earth, this is a point that even liberals might do well to think about. No hierarchy is ever immutable. Indeed, like capitalism, one could well argue that all hierarchies by their own internal logic must necessarily create images of rebellious disorder, images, indeed, of their own negation that they then have to exert enormous amounts of energy to contain, so as to ensure that they do not burst out of the level of the imaginary. Such systems are always vulnerable. But by the same token, any genuinely egalitarian system must, it seems, adopt equivalent mechanisms, to stand guard against its own deeply embedded hierarchical possibilities. 32. Allow me a final word on those hierarchical possibilities. One of the dangers of muddled terms is that they make hierarchy, usually defined in 2 or 3 different ways at once, seem like an inevitable feature of social life. To a certain degree, of course, it is. There will always be nested sets of categories, and people will always have a tendency to rank some things as better or worse than others, but none of this has any necessary social implications one way or another. What we are used to thinking of as social hierarchies are a particular constellation of these principles, and as Arthur Lovejoy, 1936, pointed out, fairly unstable ones, since in order to impose a single all-encompassing hierarchical system, you need to measure everyone on a single scale. The moment one begins to introduce more than one criteria, refinement, rationality, money, grace, etc., into the great chain of being, the whole thing falls apart. Obviously, this alone is not enough to destroy a hierarchical form of social organization. As Dumontians regularly point out, the usual solution is to create a hierarchy of scales, so that in a caste system, for instance, the scale of purity is the highest, which is why Brahmans are the most exalted sort of people, the scale of power second, the scale of wealth comes after that, and so on. This is certainly true to an extent, but even aside from the fact that it's never clear if the system is really so unified as Dumontians like to make out, there are very real limits to how many different axes of discrimination can be absorbed. Multiply linear hierarchies endlessly, and any such system will, inevitably, fall apart. A million different modes of discrimination is, to all practical intents and purposes, identical to no mode of discrimination at all. 2. The very idea of consumption, desire, phantasms, and the aesthetics of destruction from medieval times to the present. This essay is not a critique of consumerism. It's not meant to offer yet another exposé of the evils of mass consumption or of contemporary consumer practices. I want to ask instead why it is we talk about consumption or consumer practices at all. Why is it, when we see someone buying refrigerator magnets, and someone else putting on eyeliner, or cooking dinner, or singing at a karaoke bar, or just sitting around watching TV, we assume that they are on some level doing the same thing, that it can be described as consumption or consumer behavior, and that these are all in some way analogous to eating food? I want to ask where this term came from, why we ever started using it, what it says about our assumptions about property, desire, and social relations that we continue to use it. Finally, I want to suggest that maybe this is not the best way to think about such phenomena and that we might do well to come up with better ones. To do so necessarily means taking on a whole intellectual industry that has developed, over the last few decades, around the study of consumption. For most scholars, not only is the category of consumption self-evident in its importance, one of the greatest sins of past social theorists was their failure to acknowledge it. 1. Since the early 1980s, theoretical discussions of consumption in anthropology, sociology, semiotics, or cultural studies, 2, for that matter, almost invariably begin by denouncing past scholars for having refused to give the topic sufficient due. Usually they offer a little morality tale. Once upon a time, it begins, we all used to subscribe to a Marxist view of political economy that saw production as the motor of history, and only truly legitimate field of social struggle. Insofar as we even thought about consumer demand, it was largely written off as an artificial creation, the results of manipulative techniques by advertisers and marketers meant to unload products that nobody really needed. Eventually, the story continues, we began to realize that this view was not only mistaken, it was profoundly elitist and puritanical. Real working people find most of life's pleasures in consumption. They do not simply swallow whatever marketers throw at them like so many mindless automatons, they create their own meanings out of the products with which they chose to surround themselves. In fact, insofar as they fashion identities for themselves, those identities are largely based on the cars they drive, clothes they wear, music they listen to, and videos they watch. In denouncing consumption, we are denouncing what gives meaning to the lives of the very people we claim we wish to liberate. For me, the interesting question about this story is who the we in question is supposed to be. After all, it would be one thing to encounter such arguments coming from someone like Jean Baudrillard, who actually had started out as a Marxist critic of consumerism. It's quite another to hear the story invoked in the 1990s by cultural anthropologists like Daniel Miller, 1995, or Jonathan Friedman, 1994, members of a discipline that to my knowledge never actually produced any such situationist or Frankfurt School-style analysis of consumption to begin with. Why, then, decades later, are we still repeating variations on this same morality tale? No doubt there are many reasons. Probably one is that it resonates with a common life experience for academics, who often do have to struggle with their own adolescent revulsion against consumer culture as they become older and more established. Still, the real, and rather perverse, effect of this narrative is to import the categories of political economy, the picture of a world divided into two broad spheres, one of industrial production, another of consumption, where it had never existed before. It is no coincidence, here, that this is a view of the world equally dear to Marxist theorists who once wished to challenge the world capitalist system, and to the neoliberal economists who are currently managing it. It is precisely this picture I would like to question here. I want to ask how it comes about that we call certain kinds of behavior consumption, rather than something else. It is a curious fact, for example, that those who write about consumption almost never define the term. I suspect this is, in part, because the tacit definition they are using is so extraordinarily broad. In common academic usage, and to an only slightly less degree, popular usage, consumption has come to mean any activity that involves the purchase, use, or enjoyment of any manufactured or agricultural product for any purpose other than the production or exchange of new commodities. For most wage laborers, this means nearly anything they do when not working for wages. Imagine, for example, 4 teenagers who decide to form a band. They scare up some instruments, teach themselves to play, they write songs, come up with an act, practice long hours in the garage. Now, it seems reasonable to see such behavior as production of some sort or another, but in existing social science literature, it would be much more likely to be placed in the sphere of consumption, simply because they did not themselves manufacture the guitars. It is precisely by defining consumption so broadly, in fact, that one can then turn around and claim that consumption has been falsely portrayed as passive acquiescence, when in fact it is more often an important form of creative self-expression. Perhaps the real question should be, why does the fact that manufactured goods are involved in an activity automatically come to define its very nature? It seems to me that this theoretical choice, the assumption that the main thing people do when they are not working is consume things, carries within it a tacit cosmology, a theory of human desire and fulfillment whose implications we would do well to think about. Point 3. This is what I want to investigate in the rest of this paper. Let me begin by looking at the history of the word itself. Etymologies. The English to consume derives from the Latin verb consumere, meaning to seize or take over completely, and hence, by extension, to eat up, devour, waste, destroy, or spend. To be consumed by fire, or for that matter consumed with rage, still holds the same implications, not just thoroughly taken over, but overwhelmed in a way that dissolves away the autonomy of the object, or even, that destroys the object itself. Consumption first appears in English in the 14th century. In early French and English usages, the connotations were almost always negative. To consume something meant to destroy it, to make it burn up, evaporate, or waste away. Hence, wasting diseases consumed their victims, a usage that according to the Oxford English Dictionary is already documented by 1395. This is why tuberculosis came to be known as consumption. At first, the now familiar sense of consumption as eating or drinking was very much a secondary meaning. Rather, when applied to material goods, consumption was almost always synonymous with waste. It meant destroying something that did not have to be, at least quite so thoroughly, destroyed. Point 4. The contemporary usage, then, is relatively recent. If we were still talking the language of the 14th or even 17th centuries, a consumer society would have meant a society of wastrels and destroyers. Consumption in the contemporary sense only really appears in the literature of political economy in the late 18th century, when authors like Adam Smith and David Ricardo began to use it as the opposite of production. 5. One of the crucial features of the industrial capitalism emerging at the time was a growing separation between the places in which people or men, at least worked, and the places where they lived. This in turn made it possible to imagine that the economy, itself a very new concept, was divided into two completely separate spheres: the workplace, in which goods were produced, and the household, in which they were consumed. That which was created in one sphere is used ultimately, used up, destroyed in the other. Vintners produce wine, consumers take it home and drink it; chemical plants produce ink, consumers take it home, put it in pens, and write with it, and so on. Of course, even from the start, it was more difficult to see in what sense consumers were consuming silverware or books, since these are not destroyed by use, but since just about anything does, eventually, wear out or have to be replaced, the usage was not entirely implausible. All this did, certainly, bring home one of the defining features of capitalism, that it is a motor of endless production, one that can only maintain its equilibrium, in fact, by continual growth. Endless cycles of destruction do seem to be, necessarily, the other side of this. To make way for new products, all that old stuff must somehow be cleared away, destroyed, or at least, cast aside as outmoded or irrelevant. And this is indeed the defining feature of consumer society as usually described, especially by its critics, one that casts aside any lasting values in the name of an endless cycling of ephemera. It is a society of sacrifice and destruction. And often, what seems to most fascinate Western scholars and the Western public about people living in radically different economic circumstances are phenomena that seem to mirror this in one way or another. George Beardsley, 1937, saw here a clue to the nature of culture itself, whose essence he saw as lying in apparently irrational acts of wild sacrificial destruction, for which he drew on examples such as Aztec human sacrifice or the Quetzalcoatl potlatch. 6. Or consider the fascination with the potlatch itself. It's hard not to think about Northwest Coast potlatch without immediately evoking images of chiefs setting fire to vast piles of wealth. Such images play a central role not only in Beardsley, but also in just about every popular essay on gift economies since. If one examines the sources, though, it turns out most Quetzalcoatl potlatches were rarely stately, redistributive affairs, and our image is really based on 3 or 4 extremely unusual ones held around 1900, at a time when the Quetzalcoatl population was simultaneously devastated by disease, and undergoing an enormous economic boom. Clearly, the spectacle of chiefs vying for titles by setting fire to piles of blankets or other valuables strikes our imagination not so much because it reveals some fundamental truth about human nature, largely suppressed in our own society, but because it reflects a barely hidden truth about the nature of our own consumer society. Consumption, then, refers to an image of human existence that first appears, in the North Atlantic world, around the time of the Industrial Revolution, one that sees what humans do outside the workplace largely as a matter of destroying things or using them up. It is especially easy to perceive the impoverishment this introduces into accustomed ways of talking about the basic sources of human desire and gratification by comparing it to the ways earlier Western thinkers had talked about such matters. St. Augustine or Hobbes, for example, both saw human beings as creatures of unlimited desire, and therefore concluded that if left to their own devices, they would always end up locked in competition. As Marshall Solins has pointed out, 1996, in this they almost exactly anticipated the assumptions of later economic theory. But when they listed what humans desired, neither emphasized anything like the modern notion of consumption. In fact, both came up with more or less the same list. Humans, they said, desire, 1. Sensual pleasures, 2. The accumulation of riches, a pursuit assumed to be largely aimed at winning the praise and esteem of others, and 3. Power. 7. None were primarily about using anything up. 8. Even Adam Smith, who first introduced the term consumption in its modern sense in The Wealth of Nations, turned to an entirely different framework in developing a theory of desire in his Theory of Moral Sentiments. One that assumed that what most humans want above all is to be the object of others' sympathetic attention. 9. It was only with the growth of economic theory, and its gradual colonization of other disciplines, that desire itself began to be imagined as the desire to consume. The notion of consumption, then, that assumes that human fulfillment is largely about acts of, more or less ceremonial, material destruction, represents something of a break in the Western tradition. It's hard to find anything written before, say, the 18th century that exactly anticipates it. It appears abruptly, mainly in countries like England and France, at exactly the moment when historians of those places begin to talk about the rise of something they call consumer society, or simply consumerism. Berg and Clifford 1999, McKendrick, Brewer and Plum 1982, Stearns 2001, W. Smith 2002. That is, the moment when a significant portion of the population could be said to be organizing their lives around the pursuit of something called consumer goods, defined as goods they did not see as necessities, but as in some sense objects of desire, chosen from a range of products, subject to the whims of fashion, ephemera again, and so on. The ideology, and the practice, would seem to emerge as two sides of the same coin. Theories of desire. All this makes it sound as if the story should really begin around 1750, or even 1776. But could such basic assumptions about what people thought life is about really change that abruptly? It seems to me there are other ways to tell the story, which reveal much greater continuities. One would be to examine the concept of desire itself, as it emerged in the Western philosophical tradition. Now, this might seem difficult to do because Western thinking on the matter contains a number of apparently contradictory strands. Since Plato, the most common approach has been to see desire as rooted in a feeling of absence or lack. This makes a certain obvious intuitive sense. One desires what one doesn't have. One feels an absence, imagines how one might like to fill it. This very action of the mind is what we think of as desire. But there is also an alternative tradition that goes back at least to Spinoza, which starts off not from the yearning for some absent object, but from something even more fundamental, self-preservation, the desire to continue to exist, Nietzsche's life which desires itself. Here, desire becomes the fundamental energetic glue that makes individuals what they are over time. Both strands continue to do battle in contemporary social theory. Desire as lack is especially developed in the work of Jacques Lacan. The key notion here is of the mirror stage, where an infant, who is at first really a bundle of drives and sensations unaware of its own existence as a discrete, bounded entity, manages to construct a sense of self around some external image, for example, an encounter with her own reflection in the mirror. One can generalize from here a much broader theory of desire, or perhaps, merely desire in its more tawdry, narcissistic forms, where the object of desire is always some image of perfection, an imaginary completion for one's own ruptured sense of self. Graeber 2002, 257-58. But then there is also the approach adopted by authors like Deleuze and Guattari, 1983, who wrote Anti-Oedipus, their famous critique of psychoanalysis, largely as an attack on this kind of thinking. Appealing to the Spinozist/Nietzschean tradition, they deny that desire should be found in any sense of lack at all. Rather, it is something that flows between everyone and everything. Much like power in Foucault, it becomes the energy knitting everything together. As such, desire is everything and nothing, there's very little one can actually say about it. One might be tempted to conclude at this point, that desire is not a very useful theoretical concept, that is, one that can be meaningfully distinguished from needs, or urges, or intentions, since even authors working within the same Western tradition can't make up their minds what it is supposed to mean. Point 10. But if one goes back to the origins of the alternative tradition in Spinoza, one soon discovers that the two strands are not nearly as different as they appear. When Spinoza refers to the universal driving force of all beings to persist in their being and expand their powers of action, he is really not referring to desire, cupiditas, as much as to what he calls conatus, usually translated will. On a bodily level, conatus takes the form of a host of appetites, attractions, dispositions, and so forth. Desire is the idea of an appetite, the imaginative construction one puts on some such attraction or disposition. Point 11. In other words, the one constant element in all these definitions is that desire, unlike needs, urges, or intentions, necessarily involves the imagination. Objects of desire are always imaginary objects, and usually, imaginary totalities of some sort, since most totalities are themselves imaginary objects. The other way one might say desire differs from needs, urges, or intentions is that, as Tsvetan Todorov puts it, 2001, it always implies the desire for some kind of social relation. There is always some quest for recognition involved. The problem is that, owing to the extreme individualism typical of the Western philosophical tradition, this tends to be occluded, even where it isn't. The desire for recognition is assumed to be the basis for some kind of profound existential conflict. The classic text here is Hegel's On Lordship and Bondage, the famous master-slave dialectic in the phenomenology of spirit, that has made it difficult for future theorists to think of this kind of desire without also thinking of violence and domination. If I may be allowed a very abbreviated summary of Hegel's argument, human beings are not animals because they have the capacity for self-consciousness. Point 12. To be self-conscious means to be able to look at ourselves from an outside perspective that must necessarily be that of another human being. All these were familiar arguments at the time. Hegel's great innovation was to bring in desire, to point out that to look at ourselves this way, one has to have some reason to want to do it. This sort of desire is also inherent to the nature of humanity, according to Hegel, because unlike animals, humans desire recognition. Animals experience desire simply as the absence of something. They are hungry, therefore they wish negate that negation by obtaining food. They have sexual urges, therefore they seek a mate. Point 13. Humans go further. They not only wish to have sex, at least, if they are being truly human about the matter, they also wish to be recognized by their partner as someone worthy of having sex with. That is, they wish to be loved. We desire to be the objects of another's desire. So far this seems straightforward enough. Human desire implies mutual recognition. The problem is that for Hegel, the quest for mutual recognition inevitably leads to violent conflict, to life and death struggles for supremacy. He provides a little parable. Two men confront each other at the beginning of history. As in all such stories, they appear to be 40-year-old males who simply rose out of the earth fully formed. Each wishes to be recognized by the other as a free, autonomous, fully human being, but in order for the other's recognition to be meaningful, he must prove to himself the other is fully human, and worthy of recognizing him. The only way to do this is to see if he values his freedom and autonomy so much he's willing to risk his life for it. A battle ensures. But a battle for recognition is inherently unwinnable, since if you kill your opponent, there's no one to recognize you. On the other hand, if your opponent surrenders, he proves by that very act that he was not willing to sacrifice his life for recognition after all, and therefore, that his recognition is meaningless. One can of course reduce a defeated opponent to slavery, but even that is self-defeating, because once one reduces the other, or, to put it in more Hegelian style, the other to slavery, one becomes dependent on one slave for one's very material survival, while the slave at least produces his own life, and is in fact able to realize himself to some degree through his work. This is a myth, a parable. Clearly there is something profoundly true in it. Still, it's one thing to say that the quest for mutual recognition is necessarily going to be tricky, full of pitfalls, with the constant danger of descending into attempts to dominate or even obliterate the other. It's another thing to assume from the start that mutual recognition is impossible. As Majid Yar has pointed out, 2001, this assumption has come to dominate almost all subsequent Western thinking on the subject, especially, since Sartre refigured recognition as the gaze that, he argued, necessarily pins down, squashes, and objectifies the other. 14. As in so much Western theory, when social relations are not simply ignored, they are assumed to be inherently competitive. Todorov notes, 2000, that much of this is the result of starting one's examples with a collection of adult males. Psychologically, he argues, it is quite possible to argue that the first moment in which we act as fully human beings is when we seek recognition from others, but that's because the first thing a human baby does that an animal baby does not do is to try to catch her mother's eye, an act with rather different implications. Ibid, 66-67. At this point I think we have the elements for a preliminary synthesis. Insofar as it is useful to distinguish something called desire from needs, urges, or intentions, then, it is because desire a. is always rooted in imagination, b. tends to direct itself towards some kind of social relation, real or imaginary, c. that social relation generally entails a desire for some kind of recognition and, hence, an imaginative reconstruction of the self, a process fraught with dangers of destroying that social relation, or turning it into some kind of terrible conflict. Now, all this is more arranging the elements of a possible theory than proposing one. It leaves open the actual mechanics of how these elements interact. But if nothing else, it helps explain why the word desire has become so popular with authors who write about modern consumerism, which is, we are told, all about imaginary pleasures, and the construction of identities. Even here, though, the historical connections between ideas are not what one might imagine. Lovers and consumers. Let me begin with Colin Campbell's Romantic Ethic and the Spirit of Modern Consumerism, 1987, one of the more creative essays on the subject. Campbell's book aims to provide a corrective to the usual critique of consumer culture as throwing up all sorts of wonderful fantasies about what you'll get when you purchase some product, and inevitably disappointing you once you get it. It is this constant lack of satisfaction, the argument goes, that then drives consumption, and thus allows the endless expansion of production. If the system delivered on its promises, the whole thing wouldn't work. Campbell isn't denying this happens so much as questioning whether the process itself is really so frustrating or unpleasant as most accounts imply. Really, he says, is not all this is a form of pleasure in itself? In fact, he argues, it is the unique accomplishment of modern consumerism to have assisted in the creation of a genuinely new form of hedonism. Traditional hedonism, Campbell argues, was based on the direct experience of pleasure, wine, women and song, sex and drugs and rock and roll, or whatever the local variant. The problem, from a capitalist perspective, is that there are inherent limits to all this. People become sated, bored. There are logistical problems. Modern self-illusory hedonism, as he calls it, solves this dilemma because here, what one is really consuming are fantasies and daydreams about what having a certain product would be like. The rise of this new kind of hedonism, he argues, can be traced back to certain sensational forms of Puritan religious life, but primarily, to the new interest in pleasure through the vicarious experience of extreme emotions and states, an interest one can see emerging with the popularity of Gothic novels and the like in the 18th century and which peaks with Romanticism itself. The result is a social order that has become, in large measure, a vast apparatus for the fashioning of daydreams. These reveries attach themselves to the promise of pleasure afforded by some particular consumer good, or set of them. They produce the endless desires that drive consumption, but, in the end, the real enjoyment is not in the consumption of the physical objects, but in the reveries themselves. The problem with this argument, or, one of them one could find all sorts, is the claim that all of this was something new. It's not just the obvious point that pleasure through vicarious participation in extreme experience did not first become a significant social phenomenon in the 17th century. It was accepted wisdom as early the 11th century that desire was largely about taking pleasure in fantasies. Here, I turn to the work of the Italian philosopher, Giorgio Agamben, 1993, and the Romanian historian of religions, Ioan Culianu, 1987, on medieval and Renaissance theories of love. 15 These theories all turned on the notion of what was called the pneumatic system. One of the greatest problems in medieval metaphysics was to explain how it was possible for the soul, or mind, to perceive objects in the material world, since the two were assumed to be of absolutely alien natures. The solution was to posit an intermediate astral substance called pneuma, or spirit, that translated sense impressions into phantasmic images. These images then circulated through the body's pneumatic system, which centered on the heart, before they could be comprehended by the intellectual faculties of the soul. Since this was essentially the zone of imagination, all sensations, or even abstract ideas, had to proceed through the imagination, becoming emotionally charged in the process before they could reach the mind. Hence, erotic theory held that, when a man fell in love with a woman, he was really in love not with the woman herself but with her image, one that, once lodged in his pneumatic system, gradually came to hijack it, vampirizing his imagination and ultimately drawing off all his physical and spiritual energies. Medical writers tended to represent this as a disease that needed to be cured, poets and lovers, a heroic state that combined pleasures, in fantasy, but also, somewhat perversely, in the very experience of frustration and denial, with an intrinsic spiritual or mystical value in itself. The one thing all agreed on, though, is that anyone who got the idea that one could resolve the matter by embracing the object of his fantasy was missing the point. The very idea was considered a symptom of a profound mental disorder, a species of melancholia. Agamben on Ficino. In the same passage, the specific character of melancholic eros was identified by Ficino as disjunction and excess. This tends to occur, he wrote, to those who, misusing love, transform what rightly belongs to contemplation into the desire of the embrace. The erotic intention that unleashes the melancholic disorder presents itself as that which would possess and touch what ought merely to be the object of contemplation, and the tragic insanity of the Saturnine temperament thus finds its root in the intimate contradiction of a gesture that would embrace the unobtainable. 1993a, 17-18. Agamben goes on to quote the French scholastic Henry of Ghent, to the effect that melancholics cannot conceive the incorporeal as such, because they do not know how to extend their intelligence beyond space and size. For such depressive characters, lonely brooding is punctuated by frustrated urges to seize what cannot really be seized. 16. Now, one might quibble over whether anyone was ever quite so consistently pure in their affections as all this might imply. A fair amount of embracing certainly did go on in medieval Europe, as elsewhere. Still, this was the ideal and, critically, it became the model not just for sexual desire, but for desire in general. This leads to the interesting suggestion that, from the perspective of medieval psychological theory, our entire civilization as Campbell describes it is really a form of clinical depression. Which, in some ways, does actually make a lot of sense. 17. Culiano is more interested in how erotic theory was appropriated by Renaissance magicians like Giordano Bruno, for whom the mechanics of sexual attraction became the paradigm for all forms of attraction or desire, and hence, the key to social power. If human beings tend to become dominated by powerful, emotionally charged images, then anyone who developed a comprehensive, scientific understanding of the mechanics by which such images work could become a master manipulator. It should be possible to develop techniques for binding and influencing others' minds, for instance, by fixing certain emotionally charged images in their heads, 18, or even little bits of music, jingles, basically, that could be designed in such a way as to keep coming back into people's minds despite themselves, and pull them in one direction or another. In all of this Culiano sees, not unreasonably, the first self-conscious form of the modern arts of propaganda and advertising. Bruno felt his services should be of great interest to princes and politicians. It apparently never occurred to Bruno or anyone else, in this early period, to apply such proto-advertising techniques to economic rather than political purposes. Politics, after all, is about relations between people. Manipulating others was, by definition, a political business, which I think brings out the most fundamental difference between the medieval conception of desire and the sort of thing Campbell describes. If one starts with a model of desire where the object of desire is assumed to be a human being, then it only makes sense that one cannot completely possess the object. Embrace is a nice metaphor, actually, because it is so inherently fleeting. And one is presumably not intentionally in the business of destroying it either. One might say, then, as a starting point, that the shift from the kind of model of desire that predominated in the Middle Ages and Renaissance, to the kind of consumerist model described by Campbell where one can only justify the continued indulgence in the pleasure of fantasies by claiming that the real point is to acquire an endlessly increasing number of consumer products is a shift from one whose paradigm is erotic, to one in which the primary metaphor is eating food. Complication I. Individualism. Still, even if one examines the original medieval version, the basic conception is already extremely individualistic. This is because it is so passive. Desire is the result of an individual receiving sense impressions from outside. Now, it is certainly true that this is one very common experience of desire, as something that seems to seize us from outside our conscious control, let alone better judgment, and often, causes us to do things for which we would really rather not hold ourselves entirely responsible. But it also allows us to overlook the fact that desire emerges in relations between people. It's easier to see all this if one compares this Western model of desire, as developed explicitly in medieval and Renaissance theory and tacitly through the sort of consumer practice Campbell describes, to, say, the kind of value-based approach I have tried to develop elsewhere, Graeber 2001. Money, for example, can be considered in Marxian terms as a representation of the value, importance, of productive labor, human creative action, as well as the means by which it's socially measured and coordinated, but it is also a representation that brings into being the very thing it represents, since, after all, in a market economy, people work in order to get money. Arguably, something analogous happens everywhere. Value then could be said to be the way that the importance of one's own actions register in the imagination always, by translation into some larger social language or system of meaning, by being integrated into some greater social whole. It also always happens through some kind of concrete medium which can be almost anything, wampum, oratorical performances, sumptuous tableware, Kula artifacts, Egyptian pyramids, and these objects, in turn, unless they are utterly generic substances like money that represent sheer potentiality, tend to incorporate in their own structure a kind of schematic model of the forms of creative action that bring them into being, but that also become objects of desire that end up motivating actors to carry out those very actions. Just as the desire for money inspires one to labor, the desire for tokens of honor inspires forms of honorable behavior, the desire for tokens of love inspires romantic behavior, and so on. Point 19. By contrast, pneumatic theory begins not from actions but from what might once have been called passions. Godfrey Lienhardt, 1961, long ago pointed out actions and passions form a logical set. Either you act on the world, or the world acts on you, but that we have become so uncomfortable with the idea of seeing ourselves as passive recipients that the latter term has almost completely disappeared from the way we talk about experience. Medieval and Renaissance authors did not yet have such qualms. In pneumatic theory, passions are not what one does but what is done to one, in which one is not agent but patient. At the same time, they referred, as they do now, to strong emotions that seemed to seize us against our will. The two were linked. Emotions like love were in fact seen as being caused by just such impressions on the pneumatic system. Far from being models of action, in fact, the passivity of the situation came to be seen as a virtue in itself. It was those who tried to act on their passions, to seize the object rather than contemplate it, who really missed the point. Framing things in such passive terms then opened the way for that extreme individualism that appears to be the other side of the peculiarly Western theory of desire. A schema of action is almost of necessity a collective product. The impression of a beautiful image is something that one can imagine involves a relation between only two people, or even, insofar as love became a mystical phenomenon, between the desirer and God. Even with romantic love, the ideal was that it should not really be translated into an ongoing social relation, but remain a matter of contemplation and fantasy. Complication 2, shifting lines of class and gender. All this makes it easier to understand how it might be possible to shift from erotic fantasies to something more like the modern idea of consumption. Still, the transition, I would argue, also required a number of other conceptual shifts and displacements, both in terms of class and in terms of gender. Compare, for example, how images of paradise, in medieval and early modern Europe, varied by social milieu. When peasants, craftsmen, and the urban poor tried to imagine a land in which all desires would be fulfilled, they tended to focus on the abundance of food. Hence the land of Kokken, where bloated people loll about as geese fly fully cooked into their mouths, rivers run with beer, and so forth. Carnival, as Mikhail Bakhtin so richly illustrated, expands on all the same themes, jumbling together every sort of bodily indulgence and enormity, pleasures sexual as well as gastronomic and of every other kind. Still, the predominant imagery always centers on sausages, hogs' heads, legs of mutton, lard, and trips and tubs of wine. The emphasis on food is in striking contrast with visions of earthly paradise in other parts of the world at that time, say, those prevalent in Islamic world, which were mostly about sex. Erotic fantasies are usually strikingly absent from the literature on the land of Kokken, or, if they are present, seem thrown in rather as afterthoughts. As Hermann Plage has pointed out, 2001, 421, the medieval high culture version of paradise was in many ways conceived in direct opposition to the popular one. Not that it emphasized erotic pleasures either. Instead, it tended to fix on what we would now call elite consumables, the exotic commodities of the day that were, primarily, essences, spices above all, but also incense, perfumes, and similar delicate scents and flavors. Instead of the land of Kokken, one finds a hankering after the lost Garden of Eden, thought to exist somewhere in the east, near the fabled kingdom of Prester John, anyway, from somewhere near those fragrant lands whence cardamom, mace, peppers, and cumin, not to mention frankincense and myrrh, were harvested. Rather than a land of complete, fatty indulgences in every sort of food, these were often conceived as lands whose ethereal inhabitants did not have to eat at all, but simply subsisted on beautiful smells, see Skyvelbus 1992, Friedman 1981. This emphasis on refined flavors and fragrances, in turn, opens onto a whole different realm of experience, of taste, ephemerality, fleeting essences, and ultimately, the familiar elite consumption worlds of fashion, style, the pursuit of ungraspable novelty. Once again, then, the elite who in reality of course tended to grasp and embrace all sorts of things constructed their ideal of desire around that which somehow seemed to escape all possibility of permanent embrace. One might argue, then, that the modern consumer ethos is built on a kind of fusion between these two class ideals. The shift from a conception of desire modeled on erotic love to one based on the desire for food, consumption, was clearly a shift in the direction of popular discourse. At the same time, though, one might say the innovative aspect of modern, consumerist theories of desire is to combine the popular materialist emphasis on consumption with the notion of the ephemeral, ungraspable image as the driving force of maximization of production. This might at least suggest a solution to what has always struck me as a profound paradox in Western social theory. As I've already noted, the idea of human beings as creatures tainted by original sin, and therefore, cursed with infinite wants, beings who living in a finite universe were inevitably in an state of generalized competition, was already fully developed in authors like St. Augustine, and therefore formed an accepted part of Christian doctrine throughout the Middle Ages. At the same time, very few people actually seem to behave like this. Economically, the Middle Ages were still the time of target incomes, in which the typical reaction to economic good times, even among urban craftsmen and most of the proto-bourgeoisie, was to take more days off. It's as if the notion of the maximizing individual existed in theory long before it emerged in practice. One explanation might be that at least until the early modern period, high culture, whether in its most Christian or most courtly versions, tended to devalue any open display of greed, appetite, or acquisitiveness, while popular culture, which could sometimes heartily embrace such impulses, did so in forms that were inherently collective. When the land of Kakan was translated into reality, it was in the form of popular festivals like Carnival. Almost any increase in popular wealth was immediately diverted into communal feasts, parades, and collective indulgences. One of the processes that made capitalism possible, then, was what might be termed the privatization of desire. The highly individualistic perspectives of the elite had to be combined with the materialistic indulgences of what Bakhtin liked to call the material lower stratum. Getting from there to anything like the capitalist notion of consumption required, I think, one further shift, this time, not along lines of class, but of gender. The courtly love literature, and related theories of desire, represent a purely male perspective, and this no doubt was true of fantasies about the land of Kakan and similar idealized worlds of gastronomic fulfillment. 2.20 Though here it was complicated by the fact that, in the folk psychology of the day, women were widely considered more lustful, greedy, and generally desirous than men. Insofar as anyone was represented as insatiable, then, it was women, the image of woman as a ravenous belly, demanding ever more sex and food, and men as haplessly laboring in an endless, but ultimately impossible, effort to satisfy them, is a standard misogynist topos going back at least to Hesiod. Christian doctrine only reinforced it, saddling women with the primary blame for original sin, and thus insisting that they bore the brunt of the punishment. It was only around the time of the Industrial Revolution, and the full split between workplace and household, that this sort of rhetoric was largely set aside, curiously, at just the same time as consumption came to be seen as an essentially feminine business. Thomas 1971, 568-569, Davis 1975, 125-151, Graeber 1997. On having your cake and eating it too, and certain problems incumbent therein. What I am suggesting, then, is that while medieval moralists accepted, in the abstract, that humans were cursed with limitless desires, that, as Augustine put it, their natures rebelled against them just as they had rebelled against God, few saw this was an existential dilemma which affected them personally. Rather, they tended to attribute such sinful predilections mainly to people they saw as social, and therefore moral, inferiors. Men saw women as insatiable, the prosperous saw the poor as grasping and materialistic, and so on. It was really in the early modern period that all this began to change. Agamben has a theory as to why. He suggests that the idea that all humans are driven by infinite, unquenchable desires is only really possible when one severs imagination and experience. In the world posited by medieval psychology, desires really could be satisfied for the very reason that they were really directed at phantasms. Imagination was the zone in which subject and object, lover and beloved, really could genuinely meet and partake of one another. With Descartes, he argues, this began to change. Imagination was redefined as something inherently separate from experience, as, in fact, a compendium of all those things, dreams, flights of fancy, pictures in the mind, that one feels one has experienced but really hasn't. It was at this point, once one was expected to try to satisfy one's desires in what we have come to think of as the real world, that the ephemeral nature of experience, and therefore of any embrace, becomes an impossible dilemma. 1993b, 25-28. One is already seeing such dilemmas worked out in De Sada, he argues, again, around same the time as the dawn of consumer culture. This is pretty much the argument one would have to make, if one were to confine oneself, as Agamben does, entirely to literary and philosophical texts. In the last couple sections, I've been trying to develop a more socially nuanced approach, which argues, among other things, that the modern concept of consumption, which carries in it the tacit assumption that there's no end to what anyone might want, could really only take form once certain elite concepts of desire as the pursuit of ephemera and phantasms fused, effectively, with the popular emphasis on food. Still, I don't think this is quite a complete or adequate explanation. There is, I believe, another element, which made all this possible, perhaps, inevitable. This was the rise, in the 16th and 17th centuries, of what C.B. Macpherson first called possessive individualism, 1962, by which he means the fact that people increasingly came to see themselves as isolated beings who define their relation with the world not in terms of social relations but in terms of property rights. It was only then that the problem of how one could have things, or for that matter experiences, will always have Paris, could really become a crisis. Point 21. The very notion of private property in the modern sense was fairly new. The notion of consumption, I would suggest, resolves a certain contradiction inherent in it. From an analytical perspective, of course, property is simply a social relation, an arrangement between persons and collectivities concerning the disposition of valuable goods. Private property is a particular form that entails one individual's right to exclude all others, all the world, from access to a certain house, or shirt, piece of land, etc. A relation so broad is difficult to imagine, however, so people tend to treat it as if it were a relation between a person and an object. But what could a relation between a person and an object actually consist of? In English law, such relations are still described according to the logic of sovereignty, that is, in terms of dominium. The power a citizen has over his own possessions is exactly the same power once held by kings and princes, and that is still retained by states in the form of eminent domain. This is why private property rights took so long to enshrine in law, even in England, which led the way in such matters. It was almost the 18th century before jurists were willing to recognize a dominium belonging to anyone other than the king. What would it mean, then, to establish sovereignty over an object? In legal terms, a king's dominium extended to his land, his subjects, and their possessions. The subjects were included in the person of the king, who represented them in dealing with other kingdoms, in a similar fashion to that by which the father of a family represented his wife, children, and servants before the law. The wife, children, and servants of a head of household were likewise included in his legal personality, in much in the same way as his possessions. And, in fact, the power of kings was always being likened to that of fathers. The only real difference, aside from the fact that in any conflict, the king was seen to have a higher claim, was that, unlike fathers, kings wielded the power of life and death over their subjects. These were the ultimate stakes of sovereignty. Certainly, it was the one power kings were least willing to delegate or share. Point 22. The ultimate proof that one has sovereign power over another human being is one's ability to have them executed. In a similar fashion, one might argue, the ultimate proof of possession, of one's personal dominium over a thing, is one's ability to destroy it, and indeed this remains one of the key legal ways of defining dominium, as a property right, to this day. But there's an obvious problem here. If one does destroy the object, one may have definitively proved that one owns it, but, as a result, one does not own it anymore. We end up, then, with what might seem a particularly perverse variation on Hegel's master-slave dialectic, in which the actor, seeking some sort of impossible recognition of his absolute mastery of an inanimate object, can only achieve this recognition by destroying it. Still, I don't really think this is a variation on the master-slave dilemma. I think a better case could probably be made that the dilemma described by Hegel actually derives from this. After all, the one thing least explained in Hegel's account is where the necessity of conflict comes from. After all, there are ways to risk one's life to impress another person that do not involve trying to murder them. The quest for recognition, in Hegel, does not lead to the destruction of property, but it does lead to a choice of either destroying the other, or reducing the other to property. Relations which are not based on property, or more precisely, on that very ambiguous synthesis between the two types of sovereignty suddenly become impossible to imagine, and I think this is true because Hegel is starting from a model of possessive individualism. At any rate, the paradox exists, and it is precisely here where the metaphor of consumption gains its appeal. Point 23 Because it is the perfect resolution of this paradox, or at least, about as perfect a resolution as one is going to get. When you eat something, you do indeed destroy it, as an autonomous entity, but at the same time, it remains included in you in the most material of senses. Point 24 Eating food, then, became the perfect idiom for talking about desire and gratification in a world in which everything, all human relations, were being reimagined as questions of property. Sacrifice. What we have documented so far is a conception of human fulfillment as a form of destruction and incorporation, a reconception of human beings as eating machines, absorbing elements of the world around them, burning them up or spitting them out, in a never-ending pursuit of phantasms. Probably, in the final analysis, the only way to understand all this is, as authors like Bödeli have suggested, in relation to some kind of sacrificial ideology. If one were to write a complete genealogy of the idea, I suspect, one would probably best begin with the anthropological and historical literature on animal sacrifice. Certainly, much of that literature, example Lienhardt 1964, Valéry 1985, is very suggestive, at least insofar as it tends to argue that such rituals are ultimately about the creation of transcendental images of desired states through the destruction of desirable goods that were also, usually, living beings. It is the act of destruction, of killing the animal, burning the spirit money, or otherwise effacing the object, that purges that presumably permanent transcendental image from the profane, temporal, material element, for example, those parts of the animal's flesh that can now be eaten. Only then can it end in an act of collective consumption, a feast. One might then go on to observe that Eurasian world religions from Zoroaster onwards, axial age religions as they're often called, almost invariably seem to have arisen, in large part, in opposition to this sort of sacrificial ritual and all it represents. They were veritable anti-sacrificial ideologies. In practice, this could mean anything from utterly negating one classic form of animal sacrifice, as in Hinduism, where one was forbidden to kill cows, to inverting its logic, as in Christianity, where it was now God, as Paschal Lamb, who had sacrificed himself, or endless variations in between. Each tradition tended to maintain certain elements of the classic sacrificial scene for continued emphasis: the fire in Zoroastrianism, the incense in Confucianism, the altar in Christianity. Hiesterman 1993, each, significantly, was confronted in doing so with the need to develop some kind of philosophical understanding of human desire. The medieval European one we have been exploring in this essay, however superficially, might be considered one particular variation, developed in dialogue between the Jewish, Christian, and Muslim intellectual cultures of the time, 25 a rather different, but in many ways more sophisticated, approach to the same existential problems developed in a parallel dialogue between Buddhism, Hinduism, and Taoism, or more interestingly, even, between different strains of Buddhism or, otherwise, within those traditions themselves. Conclusions: but what about consumerism? What does all this imply about the current use of the term consumption? For one thing, I think it suggests we should think about how far we really want to extend the metaphor, since a metaphor is, after all this is. It makes perfect sense to talk about the consumption of fossil fuels. It is quite another thing to talk about the consumption of television programming, much though this has been the topic of endless books and essays. Why, exactly, are we calling this consumption? About the only reason I can see is that TV programming is created by people paid wages and salaries somewhere other than where viewers are watching it. Otherwise, there appears to be no reason at all. Programming is not even a commodity, since viewers don't usually pay for it. It is not in any direct sense consumed by its viewers. It is hardly something one fantasizes about acquiring, and one cannot, in fact, acquire it. It is in no sense destroyed by use. Rather, we are dealing with a continual stream of potential fantasy material, some intended to market particular commodities, some not. Cultural studies scholars, and anthropologists writing in the same vein, tend to insist that these images are not simply passively absorbed by consumers, but actively interpreted and appropriated, in ways the producers would probably never have suspected, and employed as ways of fashioning identities the creative consumption model again. But to how much TV watching does this really apply? Certainly, there's some. There are people who organize much of their imaginative life around one particular show, Trekkies for instance, who participate in a subculture of fans who write stories or comic zines around their favorite characters, attend conventions, design costumes, and the like. But when a 16-year-old girl writes a short story about forbidden love between Kirk and Spock, this is hardly consumption anymore. We are talking about people engaging in a complex community organized around forms of, relatively unalienated, production. Such behavior tends to be especially typical of young people who have a good deal of time on their hands, and a great deal of energy. 26 At the other extreme, we have the vast majority of TV viewing, which is by people who spend most of their waking hours engaged in extremely alienated forms of production, who work 40 or 50 hours a week at a job that is likely as not mind-numbingly boring, extremely stressful, or both, commute, come home far too exhausted and emotionally drained to be able to engage in any of the activities they would consider truly rewarding, pleasurable or meaningful, but just plop down in from the tube because it's the easiest thing to do. As some have noted, e.g. Logic 2002, those who analyze consumption as an autonomous domain of meaning creation almost never take the effects of work into account. In other words, when creative consumption is at its most creative, it's not consumption. When it's most obviously a form of consumption, it is not creative. Above all, I think we should be careful about importing the political economy habit of seeing society as divided into two spheres, of production and consumption, into cultural analysis, or at best three, production, consumption, and exchange. Doing so almost inevitably forces us to view almost all forms of non-alienated production as consumer behavior. Cooking, playing sports, gardening, DIY, do-it-yourself, home decoration, dancing and music making are all examples of consumer activities which involve some participation, but they cannot of themselves transform the major invasion by commercial interest groups into consumption which has occurred since the 1950s, Bacchus 1993, 51. According to the logic of the quote above, if I bought some vegetables and prepared a gazpacho to share with some friends, that's actually consumerism. In fact, it would be even if I grew the vegetables myself, presumably, because I bought the seeds. We are back to the teenagers with the rock band. Any production not for the market is treated as a form of consumption, which has the incredibly reactionary political effect of treating almost every form of unalienated experience we do engage in as somehow a gift granted us by the captains of industry. How to think our way out of this box? No doubt there are many ways. This paper is meant more to raise issues, trace a history, and expose dilemmas, than to dictate solutions. Still, one or two suggestions might be in order. The obvious one is to treat consumption not as an analytical term but as an ideology to be investigated. Clearly, there are people in the world who do base key aspects of their identity around what they see as the destructive encompassment of manufactured products. Let us find out who these people really are, when they think of themselves this way and when they don't, and how they relate to others who conceive their relations to the material world differently. If we wish to continue applying terms borrowed from political economy as I have certainly done elsewhere, example 2001, 2006, it might be more enlightening to start looking at what we've been calling the consumption sphere rather as the sphere of the production of human beings, not just as labor power but as persons, internalized nexuses of meaningful social relations. After all, this is what social life is actually about, the production of people, of which the production of things is simply a subordinate moment, and it's only the very unusual organization of capitalism that makes it even possible for us to imagine otherwise. This is not to say that everything has to be considered either a form of production or of consumption. Consider for example a softball game, it's clearly neither, but it at least allows us to open up some neglected questions, such as that of alienated and non-alienated forms of labor, terms which have fallen somewhat into abeyance and therefore remain radically under-theorized. What exactly does engaging in non-alienated production actually mean? Such questions become all the more important when we start thinking about capitalist globalization and resistance. Rather than looking at people in Zambia or Brazil and saying, look, they are using consumption to construct identities. Implying they are willingly, or perhaps unknowingly, submitting to the logic of neoliberal capitalism, perhaps we should consider that in many of the societies we study, the production of material products has always been subordinate to the mutual construction of human beings. What they are doing, at least in part, is simply insisting on continuing to act as if this were the case, even when using objects manufactured elsewhere. In other words, maybe it is the very opposite of acquiescence. One thing, I think, we can certainly assert. Insofar as social life is and always has been mainly about the mutual construction of human beings, the ideology of consumption has been endlessly effective in helping us forget this. Most of all it does so by suggesting a. That human desire is not essentially a matter of relations between people but of relations between individuals and phantasms. b. That our primary relation with other individuals is an endless struggle to establish our sovereignty, or autonomy, by incorporating and destroying aspects of the world around them. c. That for this reason any genuine relation with other people is problematic, the problem of the other. d. That society can thus be seen as a gigantic engine of production and destruction in which the only significant human activity is either manufacturing things, or engaging in acts of ceremonial destruction so as to make way for more, a vision which, in fact, sidelines most things that real people actually do and, insofar as it is translated into actual economic behavior, is obviously unsustainable. Even as anthropologists and other social theorists directly challenge this view of the world, the unreflective use and indeed self-righteous propagation of terms like consumption ends up completely undercutting their efforts and reproducing the very tacit ideological logic we would wish to call into question. 3. Turning modes of production inside out, or, why capitalism is a transformation of slavery, short version. What follows is really just the summary of a much longer argument I hope to develop elsewhere at greater length. A lot of the issues it addresses the state of Marxist theory, the notion of the mode of production, world systems analysis are ones most anthropologists in the United States, or for that matter, most political activists, have come to think of as tiresome and passé. However, I think that, if well employed, these concepts can still tell us new and surprising things about the world we inhabit. The problem is that they haven't always been employed particularly well. This is particularly true of the term mode of production, which in classical Marxist theory, was in certain ways theoretically quite undeveloped. The concept was, I think, always somewhat jerry-built. As a result, when world systems analysis came along and changed the frame of reference, it simply collapsed. One might argue this wasn't such an entirely bad thing. Perhaps not. Perhaps it was never that useful a concept to begin with. But the results of its collapse were quite disturbing. Almost immediately upon jettisoning the modes of production model, and with it, the notion that slavery or feudalism constituted distinct economic systems, formerly die-hard Marxists began seeing capitalism everywhere. It's always struck me that there is something very arbitrary about such arguments. After all, if an anthropologist like Jonathan Friedman assembles evidence that Greek and Roman slavery shared many features in common with what we have come to call capitalism, one could interpret that to mean that modern capitalism is really just a variation of slavery. But it never seems to occur to contemporary authors to make such an argument. Instead, the argument is always that ancient slavery, or Ming pottery production, or Mesopotamian tax farming, was really a form of capitalism. When even Marxists are naturalizing capitalism, you know there's a serious problem. In this essay, I want to go back and see what might have happened had scholars taken a radically different tack. What if instead of throwing out the concept of modes of production, they had tried to fix it? What if they had reimagined modes of production not as simply ways in which people produce and struggle over some kind of material surplus, but as, equally, about the mutual fashioning of human beings? I am not saying that this is the correct way to use the concept, or even that others should necessarily employ it. Still, the point of any theoretical concept is to allow one to see things one would not be able to see otherwise, and it seems to me that the moment one redefines modes of production in this way, all sorts of things leap into focus that might have otherwise remained obscure. For example, one of the most striking things about capitalism is that it is the only mode of production to systematically divide homes and workplaces. It assumes that the making of people and the manufacture of things should properly operate by an entirely different logic in places that have nothing to do with each other. In this, it actually does have certain striking similarities with slavery, so much so, in fact, that we could say that one is, in a certain sense, a transformation of the other. When we talk about wage slavery, then, this is, I would suggest, less of a metaphor than we usually think. The genetic links between capitalism and slavery are actually quite profound. Observation 1, the concept of the mode of production was distinctly underformulated. As others have noted, example Wolf 1982, 75, Marx himself was never particularly rigorous in his use of the term mode of production. Often, he threw the term about quite casually, speaking not only of the capitalist or feudal modes of production, but primitive, patriarchal, or Slavonic ones. It only became a rigorous theoretical concept when, in the 1950s, Louis Althusser seized on the term as a way of breaking out of the official, evolutionist model that had dominated official Marxism up to his day, one that saw history everywhere as proceeding, mechanically, from slavery to feudalism to capitalism without entirely alienating the very dogmatic French Communist Party of his day. The resulting formulation, later developed by anthropologists like Malassu, 1981, and Terry, 1969, or historians like Perry Anderson, 1974a, 1974b, runs something like this. A mode of production, MOP, is born of the relation between two factors, the forces of production, FOP, and the relations of production, ROP. The former is largely concerned with factors like the quality of land, level of technological knowledge, availability of machinery, and so on. The latter are marked by a relation between two classes, one a class of primary producers, the other an exploiting class. The relation between them is exploitative because while the primary producers do in fact create enough to reproduce their own lives through their labors, and more to spare, the exploiting class does not, but rather lives at least in part on the surplus extracted from the primary producers. This extraction, in turn, is carried out through one or another form of property arrangement. In the case of the slave mode of production, the exploiters directly own the primary producers. In feudalism, both have complex relations to the land, but the lords use direct jural political means to extract a surplus. In capitalism, the exploiters own the means of production and the primary producers are thus reduced to selling their labor power. The state, in each case, is essentially an apparatus of coercion that backs up these property arrangements by force. A society, or social formation as the term went, rarely involves just one MOP. There tends to be a mix, however, one will be predominant. And that exploiting class will be the ruling class, which dominates the state. Finally, all MOPs are assumed to be inherently unstable. Owing to their internal contradictions, they will eventually destroy themselves and turn into something else. When one looks at actual analyses, however, what one finds is slightly different. For one thing, the forces of production are rarely much invoked. Roman slavery and Haitian slavery involved completely different crops, climates, technologies, and so on, but no one has ever suggested that they could not, for that reason, both be considered slavery. In fact, the forces really only seem to be there at all as a gesture to certain passages in Marx, such as his famous claim in The Poverty of Philosophy that the hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill, society with the industrial capitalist, 1847, 91. So, in effect, the MOP was just a theory of the social relations through which surpluses were extracted. Second, it proved quite difficult to break out of Marxism's earlier, evolutionary, Eurocentric mold. Clearly, the division between slavery, feudalism, and capitalism was originally designed to describe class relations in ancient, medieval, and modern Europe, respectively. It was never clear how to apply the approach to other parts of the world. Anthropologists found it especially difficult to figure out how to apply the model to stateless societies. While some coined phrases like the lineage or domestic mode of production, they never quite seemed to fit. Then there was the question of non-Western states. Marxists had argued that empires like China or Mughal India were locked in a timeless Asiatic mode of production that lacked the internal dynamism of Western states. Aside from being extremely condescending, the way he formulated the concept turned out to be hopelessly contradictory. Anderson 1974b. Attempts to create alternatives, like the African MOP, Kokorevich 1978, never really caught on. Were all these states simply variations on feudalism, as so many communist parties insisted? Samir Emin, 1973, 1985, tried to salvage the situation by proposing that pretty much all non-capitalist states be subsumed in a single, much broader category, which he called the tributary mode of production. This, he suggested, would include any system in which the surplus was extracted through political coercive means. Centralized states like Sung China or the Sasanian Empire could be considered highly organized examples. Feudalism, as practiced in Europe and perhaps Japan, one particularly disorganized variant. In Europe and the People Without History, 1982, Eric Wolf took this further, proposing three broad MOPs: the kinship mode of production, which encompassed those stateless societies which were the traditional stomping grounds of anthropologists, the tributary mode, and finally capitalism itself. But at this point the concepts had become so diffuse that it became impossible to think of a social formation as a complex mix of different modes of production, except insofar as each new stage incorporated the previous ones, i.e., under tributary states there was still kinship, and under capitalism, state apparatuses that made war and levied taxes. Observation 2. The concept of the mode of production largely dissolved when removed from the framework of the state. Back in 1974, when Perry Anderson sounded the death knell of the Asiatic mode, he called for work to create new concepts to describe states like India or China. One might have imagined this would have been answered by an outpouring of proposals for new modes of production. Instead, what happened was almost exactly the opposite. The list kept getting shorter. By the early 1980s, in Wolf, we were back to exactly the kind of three-part evolutionary sequence Althusser originally invented the concept in order to escape, the main difference being that slavery had been replaced by kinship. How could this happen? Wolf's book was the first major work of anthropology to try to come to grips with the kind of world systems analysis being developed by Emanuel Wallerstein and others at the time, and I don't think this is insignificant. One reason for the collapse of the MOP approach was that it was essentially a theory of the state. For all the fancy terminology, social formations just about always turned out to be kingdoms or empires of one sort or another. Hence the theory was thrown into a profound crisis when the world systems approach completely transformed the unit of analysis. At first this was not entirely clear, because the arguments were mainly about capitalism. Proponents of the mode of production approach insisted that capitalism first emerged from the internal class dynamics of individual states, as wage-labor relations gradually became predominant, ultimately leading to a point where the bourgeoisie could seize control of the state apparatus, as in the English or French revolutions. Wallerstein argued it emerged in the form of a capitalist world economy, a broader system of market relations that created an overall division of labor between regions, differentiating a core, periphery, and semi-periphery. According to the world systems approach, what went on within any particular society, for example, the rise of wage labor, could only be explained with reference to that larger system. In principle, this is true of all world systems called this, not because they encompass the entire globe, since only capitalism has done that, but because they were spheres of regional interaction that were, in effect, worlds unto themselves. The holistic emphasis made it impossible to simply substitute world system for social formation and still argue that any world system contains a number of different modes of production, of which only one will be dominant. World systems are assumed to be coherent wholes. As a result, capitalism or feudalism came to be seen as overall modes of organization for these new, larger units. Wallerstein originally proposed three different sorts of world system, in a formulation that looked suspiciously like yet another of those three-part evolutionary sequences: many systems, self-sufficient, egalitarian societies, world empires, such as the Achaemenid or Chinese, and world systems linked by trade, which prior to capitalism, tended to eventually transform into empires, then dissolve. In part, the categories were inspired by the Hungarian economist Karl Polanyi's distinction between three modes of distribution of wealth: reciprocity, typical of many systems; redistribution, typical of empires; and the market, typical of world systems. Wallerstein was careful to note that all this was meant as a mere first approximation, to stand as a basis for research until better terms were found, so perhaps it's not right to make too much of these terms. But one thing stands out. Each was distinguished not by a form of production, but a form of distribution. And it was this larger organization of distribution which gave shape to everything else within each particular universe. This actually suggested a very daunting project of cultural comparison, since Wallerstein argued that almost all our familiar categories of analysis, class, state, household, and so on, are really only meaningful within the existing capitalist world system. Then presumably, entirely new terms would have to be invented to look at other ones. If so, then what did different world systems have in common? What was the basis for comparison? Subsequent divisions turn largely on this question. One school of world systems theorists, the comparativists, whose most prominent exponents are Chase, Dunn and Hall, 1997, have tried to refine the terms so as to be able to do so. First of all, they had to ditch the notion of many systems, basically tribes, by demonstrating that even in the case of extremely egalitarian societies like the Wintu of Southern California, there were always regional spheres of interaction, very small world systems as they call them. These smaller systems, though, seem to lack the cycles of growth and collapse typical of larger, more hierarchical systems like markets and empires. Larger world systems, they proposed, tended to be made up of a complex series of overlapping networks. In the end, though, the overall organization of all these systems still ends up falling into Wolff's three categories: kinship, tributary, and capitalist, plus one hypothetical socialist one that does not yet exist, but might someday. The main difference with Wolff is that they tend to refer to these, not as modes of production, but as modes of accumulation, which they define as the deep structural logic of production, distribution, exchange, and accumulation, 1997, 29. This seems a reasonable change in terminology from a world systems perspective. But it lays bare just how far the term mode of production had drifted from its supposed original focus on people making things. Once the terms of comparison have been made this broad, it's really just a short hop to arguing that we are not dealing with terms of comparison at all, but different functions that one would expect to find in any complex social order. This was the move taken by the continuationists. The prominent names here are André Gunder Frank and Barry Gills, Frank 1993, 1998, Frank and Gills 1993, Jonathan Friedman, and Kajsa Ekholm and Friedman 1982, Friedman 1982, 2000, who argue that just as any complex society will still have families, kinship, they will also tend to have some sort of government, which means taxes, tribute, and some sort of market system, capitalism. Having done so, it's easy enough to conclude that very project of comparison is pointless. In fact, there is only one world system. It began in the Middle East some 5,000 years ago and fairly quickly came to dominate Afro-Eurasia. For the last couple thousand years, at least, its center of gravity has been China. According to Gunter Frank, this world system, note, no hyphens now, has seen broad but regular cycles of growth and expansion. This is the basis for his notoriously provocative claim that not only was Europe for a long time a barbarous periphery to the dominant world system in itself, actually a fairly uncontroversial observation by now, but that European dominance in recent centuries was really only the result of a successful campaign of import substitution during a time when the rest of the world system was in its periodic downswing, and that now that it's time for the boom end of the cycle to reassert itself, the dominance of the West may well prove a merely passing phase in a very long history. Frank 1998. Observation 3. The main result of the eclipse of the mode of production concept has been a naturalization of capitalism. This becomes particularly evident when looking at the way continuationists treat wage labor and slavery. Friedman, Ekholm, and others now openly talk of a capitalist world system that has existed for 5,000 years. Andre Gunter Frank, 1991, would prefer to discard the term capitalism entirely, along with all other modes of production, but what he describes comes down to pretty much the same thing. The idea that capitalism is as old as civilization is of course a position long since popular amongst capitalists. What now makes it palatable on the left is largely that it can be seen as an attack on Eurocentrism. If capitalism is now to be considered an accomplishment, then it is deeply arrogant of Euro-American scholars to assume Europeans had invented it a mere 500 years ago. Alternately, one might see this as a position appropriate for Marxist scholars working in an age when anarchism is rapidly replacing statist ideologies as the standard bearer of revolutionary struggle. If capitalism appeared together with the state, it would be hard to imagine eliminating one without the other. The problem, of course, is that in doing so, most Marxist scholars have come to define capitalism so broadly, for example, as any form of economic organization where some important actors are using money to make more money. It is hard to imagine eliminating capitalism at all. Neither does this position eliminate the privileged position of Europe, at least not if you really think about it. Even if the continuationists argue that 17th and 18th centuries did not witness the birth of capitalism in Western Europe, and thus did not mark some great economic breakthrough, they are still arguing that it marked an equally momentous intellectual breakthrough, with Europeans like Adam Smith discovering the existence of economic laws that, we are now supposed to believe, had existed for thousands of years in Asia and Africa, but that no one there had previously been able to describe or even, really, notice. This is actually a more important point than it may seem. The continuationists find their great intellectual nemesis mid-century scholars like Moses Finley and Karl Polanyi, who had argued that authors in ancient and non-Western societies really did understand what was going on in their own societies, and that, if they did not speak of something that could be labeled the economy, it was because nothing exactly parallel to capitalist economic institutions existed. Both come in for particular denunciation and abuse by the continuationists, apparently, for that very reason. Let me illustrate something of what's at stake here. Typically, definitions of capitalism focus on one of two features. Some, like exponents of the MOP approach, focus on wage labor. The continuationists, predictably, prefer the other, which looks for the existence of capital, that is, concentrations of wealth employed simply to create more wealth and, in particular, an open-ended process of endless reinvestment and expansion. If one chose the first, it would be hard to say capitalism has always existed, since for most of human history, it's rather difficult to find much evidence of wage labor. This is not for lack of trying. Continuationists, like most economic historians, actually tend to define wages as broadly as possible, essentially, as any money given anyone in exchange for services. If you spell it out, the formulation is obviously absurd. If so, kings are wage laborers insofar as they claim to provide protection in exchange for tribute, and the Aga Khan is currently a wage laborer in the employ of the Ismaili community, because every year they present him with his weight in gold or diamonds to reward him for his prayers on their behalf. Clearly, wage labor, as opposed to, say, receiving fees for professional services, involves a degree of subordination. A laborer has to be to some degree at the command of his or her employer. This is exactly why, through most of history, free men and women tended to avoid wage labor, and why, for most of history, capitalism according to the first definition never emerged. As Moses Finley noted, 1973, the ancient Mediterranean world was marked by a strong feeling of contradiction between political and commercial life. In Rome, most bankers were freed slaves. In Athens, almost all commercial and industrial pursuits were in the hands of non-citizens. The existence of a huge population of chattel slaves in most ancient cities, apparently at least a third of the total population, had a profound effect on labor arrangements. While one does periodically run into evidence of arrangements which to the modern eye look like wage labor contracts, on closer examination they almost always actually turn out to be contracts to rent slaves. The slave, in such cases, often received a fixed per diem for food. Free men and women thus avoided anything remotely like wage labor, seeing it as a matter, effectively, of slavery, of renting themselves out. Humphreys 1978, 147, 297 and 37, 38. Working for the city itself was sometimes considered acceptable, since one was effectively in the employ of a community of which one was a member, but even this was normally kept to a temporary contract basis. In 5th century Athens, permanent employees, even state employees such as police, were invariably slaves. All this was hardly unique. Remarkably similar things have been documented in, say, 19th century Madagascar or Brazil, and similar institutions often seem to develop in mercantile city-states, such as the Swahili or Malay cities in the Indian Ocean. Reflection on the implications of the idea of renting persons might yield all sorts of insights. Similarly, one could consider how institutions that might look to us remarkably like wage labor relations in that one party worked and another compensated them in some way might really have had a completely different basis, extended ties of patronage and dependency, for example, those complicated statuses that Finley, 1964, described as hovering between slave and free. But for the continuationists, as for most economic historians, all this is brushed aside. Friedman, for example, accuses Polanyi, Finley, and their followers of being driven by ideological motivations in denying the importance of capital and markets in the ancient world. After all, what the actors thought they were doing is largely irrelevant. Capitalism is not a state of mind but a matter of objective structures, which allow wealth and power to be translated into abstract forms in which they can be endlessly expanded and reproduced. If one were to make an objective analysis, says Friedman, one would have to start from the fact that wage laborers, even if they were of servile status, did exist, that they produced objects for sale on the market, and that the whole system evinced just the sort of boom-bust cycle we're used to seeing in contemporary capitalism. He concludes slavery in classical Greece is a complex affair involving wage, interest, and profit in an elaborate market system that appears to have had cyclical properties of expansion and contraction. This was, in other words, a form of capitalism that is not so different from the more obvious varieties in the modern world. 2152. For all the pretensions of objectivity, though, it's hard to see this choice as any less ideological than Finley's. After all, one can define capitalism as broadly or narrowly as one likes. It would be easy enough to play the same trick with terms like socialism, communism, or fascism, and define them so broadly one could discover them all over ancient Greece or Safavid Persia. Yet somehow no one ever does. Alternately, one could just as easily turn Friedman's own example around, define capitalism as necessarily a matter of free wage labor, but define slavery in the broadest terms possible, say, as any form of labor in which one party is effectively coerced. One could thereby conclude that modern capitalism is really a form of slavery. One could then go on to argue that the fact that modern capitalists don't see themselves as coercing others is irrelevant, since we are talking about objective constraining structures and not what the actors think is going on. Such an argument would not be entirely unprecedented. There's a reason why so many workers in modern capitalist countries have chosen to refer to themselves as wage slaves. But no economic historian has ever, to my knowledge, even suggested such a thing. The ideological biases become clearest when one considers not just what's being argued, but the arguments it never occurs to anyone to make. Thesis 1. The key mistake of the mode of production model was to define production simply as the production of material objects. Any adequate theory of production would have to give at least equal place to the production of people and social relations. The ultimate weakness of MOP approaches, it seems to me, is that they set out from a very naive sort of materialism. Material production is assumed to be the production of valuable material objects like food, clothing, or gold bullion. All the important business of life is assumed to be moving such objects around and transferring them from one person or class to another. The approach is usually attributed to Marx. Indeed, historical materialism of this sort is about the only aspect of Marx's thought scholars like Gunder Frank claim is really salvageable. Example Gills and Frank 1993, 106-109. Now, I really don't see the point of entering into some prolonged debate about whether this represents what Marx really meant when he talked about materialism. Marx's work pulls in any number of different directions. But some are decidedly more interesting. Consider this passage from his ethnographic notebooks. Among the ancients we discover no single inquiry as to which form of landed property, etc., is the most productive, which creates maximum wealth. Wealth does not appear as the aim of production, although Cato may well investigate the most profitable cultivation of fields, or Brutus may even lend money at the most favorable rate of interest. The inquiry is always about what kind of property creates the best citizens. Wealth as an end in itself appears only among a few trading peoples, monopolists of the carrying trade who live in the pores of the ancient world like the Jews in medieval society. Thus the ancient conception, in which man always appears, in however narrowly national, religious, or political a definition, as the aim of production, seems very much more exalted than the modern world, in which production is the aim of man and wealth the aim of production. In fact, however, when the narrow bourgeois form has been peeled away, what is wealth, if not the universality of needs, capacities, enjoyments, productive powers, etc., of individuals, produced in universal exchange? 1854 1965, 84. What Marx says here of the ancient Greeks and Romans could, clearly, apply equally well to the Ba Congo, or to the inhabitants of medieval Samarkand, or to pretty much any non-capitalist society. Always, the production of wealth was seen not as an end in itself, but as one subordinate moment in a larger process that ultimately aimed at the production of people. Neither does he suggest that this was just a subjective illusion that we have only now learned to see through now that we have developed the science of economics. Rather, it is quite the other way around. The ancients had it right. In the German ideology, Marx had already suggested that the production of objects is always simultaneously the production of people and social relations, as well as new needs. 1846 1970, 42. Here, he observes that the objects are not ultimately the point. Capitalism and economic science might confuse us into thinking that the ultimate goal of society is simply the increase of national GDP, the production of more and more wealth, but in reality wealth has no meaning except as a medium for the growth and self-realization of human beings. The question then becomes, What would a mode of production be like if we started from this Marx, rather than, say, the Marx of the contribution to a critique of political economy? If non-capitalist modes of production are not ultimately about the production of wealth but of people or, as Marx emphasizes, of certain specific kinds of people, then it's pretty clear that existing approaches have taken entirely the wrong track. Should we not be examining relations of service, domestic arrangements, educational practices, at least as much as the disposition of wheat harvests and the flow of trade? I would go even further. What has passed for materialism in traditional Marxism, the division between material infrastructure and ideal superstructure, is itself a perverse form of idealism. Granted, those who practice law, or music, or religion, or finance, or social theory, always do tend to claim that they are dealing with something higher and more abstract than those who plant onions, blow glass, or operate sewing machines. But it's not really true. The actions involved in the production of law, poetry, etc., are just as much material as any other. Once you acknowledge the simple dialectical point that what we take to be self-identical objects are really processes of action, then it becomes pretty obvious that such actions are, a. always motivated by meanings, ideas, and, b. always proceed through a concrete medium, material. Further, that while all systems of domination seem to propose that no, this is not true, really there is some pure domain of law, or truth, or grace, or theory, or finance capital, that floats above it all, such claims are, to use an appropriately earthy metaphor, bullshit. As John Holloway, 2003, has recently reminded us, it is in the nature of systems of domination to take what are really complex interwoven processes of action and chop them up and redefine them as discrete, self-identical objects: a song, a school, a meal, etc. There's a simple reason for it. It's only by chopping and freezing them in this way that one can reduce them to property and be able to say one owns them. A genuine materialism then would not simply privilege a material sphere over an ideal one. It would begin by acknowledging that no such ideal sphere actually exists. This, in turn, would make it possible to stop focusing so obsessively on the production of material objects, discrete, self-identical things that one can own, and start the more difficult work of trying to understand the, equally material, processes by which people create and shape one another. Thesis 2. If one applies Marx's analysis of value in capital to the production of people and social relations, one can more easily see some of the mechanisms which obscure the most important forms of labor that exist in most societies. By obscuring the real stakes of human existence, which always have to do with human ends and human relations, these mechanisms are precisely what allow scientific observers to treat human beings as if they were mere automatons competing over abstractions like wealth or power. It might be easier to understand what I'm getting at here by considering the work of some anthropologists who have taken roughly the approach I'm endorsing. I'm referring here to the tradition of what I'll call anthropological value theory. Such theory was made possible first and foremost by the insights of feminist social science, which has made it impossible to simply ignore the endless labor of care, maintenance, education, and so on, which actually keeps societies running and which has tended to be carried out overwhelmingly by women. Recognizing such forms of action as productive labor, in the Marxian sense, made it easier to see how Marx's insights might be applied to many of the more egalitarian, stateless societies that the MOP approach finds so difficult to deal with. The real pioneer here is Terry Turner, 1979, 1984, 1987, with his work on the Kayapo, though there are a number of others working along similar lines, example Myers on the Pintukpi 1986, Munangawa 1986, Fyons on the Baining 1997, Sangren on rural Taiwan 1987, 2000, etc. I have tried to systematize some of their insights myself in a book called Toward an Anthropological Theory of Value, Graeber 2001. This approach does, indeed, take it for granted that while any society has to produce food, clothing, shelter, and so forth, in most societies, the production of such things as houses, manioc, and canoes is very much seen as a subordinate moment in larger productive processes aimed at the fashioning of humans. True, the former varieties of production tend to involve physical constraints that are very real and important to take into account. But that doesn't mean they are simply matters of technical activity. Anthropologists have demonstrated time and time again that even such apparently mundane activities as building or moving about in a house, Bourdieu 1979, or producing manioc flour, Hugh Jones 1979, encode symbolic structures hot/cold, dry/wet, heaven/earth, male/female, which tend to recur as well in complex rituals, forms of artistic expression, or conceptions of the nature of cosmos as a whole, but which are, ultimately, embedded in those very structures of action themselves. In other words, we are never dealing with pure, abstract ideas, any more than we are ever dealing with purely mechanical production. Rather, the very idea that either pure ideas or mindless material action exist is an ideology whose operations need to be investigated. The latter is an important point because many such societies do make this sort of ideal/material distinction, even if it rarely takes exactly the form we are used to. This seems directly related to the fact that, just about invariably, some form of exploitation does occur in such societies, and where it does, much as in capitalism, the mechanisms of exploitation tend to be made subtly invisible. In Marx's account of capitalism, this happens mainly through the mechanism of wage labor. Money is in fact a representation of abstract labor, the worker's capacity to produce, which is what his employer buys when he hires him. It is a kind of symbol. In the form of a wage, it becomes a very powerful sort of symbol, a representation which in fact plays a crucial role in bringing into being what it represents, since, after all, laborers are only working in order to get paid. It's also in precisely this transaction that the actual sleight of hand on which exploitation is based takes place, since Marx argues that what the capitalist ends up paying for is simply the cost of abstract labor, the cost of reproducing the worker's capacity to work, which is always going to be less than the value of what the worker can actually produce. The point Turner makes is that even where there is no single market in labor, as there has not been in most societies in human history, something similar tends to happen. Different kinds of labor still tend to get reflected back in the form of a concrete, material medium which, like money, is both a representation of the importance of our own actions to ourselves, and simultaneously seen as valuable in itself, and which thus ends up becoming the actual end for which action takes place. Tokens of honor inspire honorable behavior. Really, their value is just that of the actions they represent, but the actors see them as valuable in themselves. Similarly, tokens of piety inspire religious devotion, tokens of wisdom inspire learning, and so on. Actually, it's quite the same in our own society. It's precisely in those domains of activity where labor is not commodified where we talk not of abstract value but concrete values, i.e., housework and childcare become matters of family values, work for the church, a matter of religious values, political activism is inspired by the values of idealism, and so on. In either case, certain basic principles seem to apply. 1. Value is the way actors represent the importance of their own actions to themselves as part of some larger whole, or concrete totality, as Marx liked to put it. 2. This importance is always seen in comparative terms. Some forms of value are considered equivalent because they are unique, but normally there are systems of ranking or measurement. 3. Values are always realized through some kind of material token, and generally, in some place other than the place it is primarily produced. In non-capitalist societies, this most often involves a distinction between a domestic sphere, in which most of the primary work of people creation takes place, and some kind of public, political sphere, in which it is realized, but usually in ways which exclude the women and younger people who do the bulk of the work and allow tokens of value to be realized. The Kayapo of central Brazil organized their communities as circles, with a ring of households surrounding a public, political space in the center. Forms of value produced largely in the domestic units through the work of producing and socializing people comes to be realized through certain forms of public performance, chanting, oratory, keening. These can be performed only by elders, who are themselves only elders because they are the peak of a domestic process of creating and socializing children that takes place just off stage. This emphasizes that this process of realization of value almost always involves some form of public recognition, but this is not to say that people are simply battling over prestige. Instead, the range of people who are willing to recognize certain forms of value constitutes the extent of what an actor considers society, in any meaningful sense of the term, to consist of. Graeber 2001. What I especially want to stress here, though, is that, when value is about the production of people, it is always entirely implicated in processes of transformation. Families are created, grow and break apart, people are born, mature, reproduce, grow old, and die. They are constantly being socialized, trained, educated, mentored towards new roles, a process which is not limited to childhood, but lasts until death. They are constantly being attended to and cared for. This is what human life is mainly about, what most people have always spent most of their time worrying about, what our passions, obsessions, loves, and intrigues tend to center on, what great novelists and playwrights become famous for describing, what poetry and myth struggle to come to terms with, but which most economic and political theory essentially makes to disappear. Why? It seems to happen, at least in part, because of the very mechanics of value realization. Value tends to be realized in a more public or anyway political and, hence, universalized domain than the domestic one in which it is, largely, created. That sphere is usually treated as if it is to some degree transcendent, that is, as floating above and unaffected by the mundane details of human life, the special domain of women, having to do with timeless verities, eternal principles, absolute power, in a word, of something very like idealist abstractions. Most anthropological value analyses end up tracing out something of the sort, so Kyapo value tokens end up embodying the abstract value of beauty, a profound higher unity and completion especially embodied in perfect performances and communal ritual. Turner 1987 etc., People Practicing Kula Exchange Seek Fame, Mun 1986, Berbers of the Moroccan Rif, with their complex exchanges of gifts and blood feud, pursue the values of honor and baraka, or divine grace, Jamis 1981, and so on. All of these are principles which, even when they are not identified with superhuman powers like gods or ancestors, even when they are not seen as literally transcendental principles, are seen as standing above and symbolically opposed to the messiness of ordinary human life and transformation. The same is usually true of the most valued objects, whose power to enchant and attract usually comes from the fact that they represent frozen processes. If one conducts a sufficiently subtle analysis, one tends to discover that the objects that are the ultimate stakes of some field of human endeavor are, in fact, symbolic templates which compress into themselves those patterns of human action which create them. It seems to me that even beyond the labor that is constantly creating and reshaping human beings, a key unacknowledged form of labor in human societies is precisely that which creates and maintains that illusion of transcendence. In most, both are performed overwhelmingly by women. A nice way to illustrate what I'm talking about here might be to consider the phenomenon of mourning. Rarely do the political careers of important individuals end in death. Often political figure, as ancestors, martyrs, founders of institutions, can be far more important after their death than when they were alive. Mourning, and other acts of memorialization, could then be seen as an essential part of the labor of people making, with the fact that the dead person is no longer himself playing an active role, simply underlining how much of the work of making and maintaining a career is always done by others. Even the most cursory glance at the literature shows that the burden of such labor, here, tends to be very unevenly distributed. This is especially true of the most dramatic forms: cutting off one's hair, self-mutilation, fasting, wearing drab clothes, sackcloth and ashes, or whatever is considered the culturally appropriate way to make oneself an embodiment of grief to, essentially, negate oneself to express anguish over the loss of another. Social subordinates mourn their superiors and not the other way around. And pretty much everywhere, the burden of mourning falls disproportionately, and usually overwhelmingly, on women. In many parts of the world, women of a certain age are expected to exist largely as living memorials to some dead male, whether it be Hindu widows who must renounce all the tastiest foods, or Catholic women in the rural Mediterranean who are likely to spend at least half their lives wearing black. Needless to say, these women almost never receive the same recognition when they die, and least of all from men. The point though is that symbolic distinctions between high and low do not come from some pre-existing symbolic system, they are continually constructed in action, and the work of doing so is done disproportionately by those who are effectively defining themselves as lower. So with mourning. As Bloch and Perry, 1982, have emphasized, mourning is also about creating dramatic contrasts between what is considered truly permanent, and everything that is corporeal, transitory, afflicted with the possibility of grief and pain, subject to corruption and decay. Mourners, when they cover themselves in dirt or ashes, or engage in other practices of self-negation that seem surprisingly similar across cultures, are also making themselves the embodiment of the transitory, bodily sphere as against another, transcendental one which is, in fact, created in large part through their doing so. The dead themselves have become spirits, ethereal beings, or bodiless abstractions. Or perhaps they are embodied in permanent monuments like tombs or beautiful heirlooms, or buildings left in their memory. Usually, in fact, it's a bit of both, but it's the actions of the mourners, mainly by the dramatic negation of their own bodies and pleasures, that constantly recreate that extremely hierarchical contrast between pure and impure, higher and lower, heaven and earth. It is sometimes said that the central notion of modernism is that human beings are projects of self-creation. What I am arguing here is that we are indeed processes of creation, but that most of the creation is normally carried out by others. I am also arguing that almost all the most intense desires, passions, commitments, and experiences in most people's lives, family dramas, sexual intrigue, educational accomplishment, honor and public recognition, one's hopes for one's children and grandchildren, one's dreams of posterity after one is dead, have revolved precisely around these processes of the mutual creation of human beings, but that the mechanics of value creation tend to disguise this by positing some higher sphere of economic values, or idealist abstractions. This is essential to the nature of hierarchy, Graeber 1997, and the more hierarchical the society, the more this tends to happen. Finally, I am suggesting that it is precisely these mechanisms that make it possible for historians and social scientists to create such odd simplifications of human life and human motivations. The labor of creating and maintaining people and social relations, and people are, in large measure, simply the internalized accretion of their relations with others, ends up being relegated, at least tacitly, to the domain of nature. It becomes a matter of demographics or reproduction, and the creation of valuable physical objects becomes the be-all and end-all of human existence. Thesis 3. One of the great insights of world systems analysis is to show how very simple forms of social relation, most typical of long-distance relations between people who do not know much about each other, are continually introjected within those societies to simplify social relations that need not be that way. Unfortunately, this thesis can't really be adequately explained, let alone defended, in the space available, so let me just summarize it. Marx was already noting in the passage cited above that commercial relations, in which wealth was the main aim of human activity, appear in the pores of the ancient world, among those who carry out the trade between societies. This is an insight developed in world systems analysis, where capitalism is often seen as developing first in long-distance trading and then gradually worming its way into ever more intimate aspects of communities' daily life. I would suggest we are dealing here with a much more general principle. One could name a whole series of highly schematic, simplified forms of action, that might be inevitable in dealings between people who don't understand each other very well, that become introjected in a similar way. The first is probably violence. Violence is veritably unique among forms of action because it is pretty much the only way one can have relatively predictable effects on others' actions without understanding anything about them. Any other way one might wish to influence others requires that one has to at least know or figure out who they think they are, what they want or find objectionable, etc. Hit them over the head hard enough and all this becomes irrelevant. Hence, it is common to relations between societies, even those not marked by elaborate internal structural violence. However, the existence of structural violence social hierarchies backed up by a systematic threat of force almost invariably creates forms of ignorance internally. It is no longer necessary to carry out this sort of interpretive work and, generally speaking, those on the top know remarkably little about what those on the bottom think is going on. Here, again, gender relations are probably the most revealing example, with remarkable consistency, across a very wide range of societies. Men tend to know almost nothing about women's lives, work, or perspectives, while women tend to know a great deal about men's. In fact, they are expected to, since a large share of that interpretive labor, if one may call it that, always seems to fall to women, which in turn helps explain why it is not generally considered labor at all. And the same tends to apply to relations of caste, class, and other forms of social inequality. Market exchange is another case in point. It's enough to take a glance at the rich anthropological literature on gift exchange, or even consider the way objects move within families or circles of friends, to realize how incredibly stripped down and simplified is a standard commodity transaction in comparison. One need know almost nothing about the other party, all one needs to know is a single thing they want to acquire: gold, or fish, or calicos. Hence, the popularity, in early Greek or Arab travelers' accounts, of the idea of the silent trade. In theory, it sold be possible to engage in commercial exchange with people about whom one knew nothing at all, who one had never even met, by alternately leaving goods on a beach. The point is again that commercial relations were in many societies typical of relations with foreigners, since it required minimal interpretive work. In dealing with those one knew better, other, more complex forms of exchange usually applied. However, here too, the introjection of commercial relations into dealings with one's neighbors made it possible to treat them, effectively, like foreigners. Marx's analysis of capitalism actually gives a central role to this phenomenon. It is a peculiar effect of the market to erase the memory of previous transactions and create, effectively, a veil of ignorance between sellers and buyers, producers and consumers. Those who purchase a commodity usually have no idea who made it and under what conditions it was made. This is of course what results in commodity fetishism. Thesis 4. If one reinterprets a mode of production to mean a relation between surplus extraction and the creation of human beings, then it is possible to see industrial capitalism as an introjected form of the slave mode of production, with a structurally analogous relation between workplace and domestic sphere. If the notion of mode of production can be salvaged, it has to be seen not merely as a structure for the extraction of some kind of material surplus between classes, but as the way in which such a structure articulates with structures for the creation of people and social relations. We might start here with the capitalist mode of production, since this was always the case from which the others were extrapolated. As I've mentioned, definitions of capitalism tend to start either from exchange or production. In the first case, one tends to see to what makes capitalism unique as lying in the unlimited need for growth, where most systems of market exchange involve actors trying to get what they feel they want or need. Capitalism occurs when profit becomes an end in itself, and capital becomes like a living entity, which constantly seeks to expand. Indeed, capitalist firms cannot remain competitive unless they are continually expanding. In the second, the emphasis is on wage labor. Capitalism occurs when a significant number of firms are owned or managed by people who hire others to do their bidding in exchange for a direct payment of money, but otherwise have no stake in the enterprise. In the industrial capitalism described by Marx, the two appear together, and are assumed to be connected. I would propose a third. The Industrial Revolution also introduced the first form of economic organization to make a systematic distinction between homes and workplaces, between domestic and economic spheres. This is what made it possible to begin talking about the economy in the first place. The production of people, and of commodities, were to take place in different spaces by entirely different logics. This split plays a central role in Marx's analysis as well. For one thing, the market's veil of ignorance falls precisely between the two. All this was in dramatic contrast to what had existed previously in most of Europe, where very complex systems of life cycle service, Hagenel 1965, 1982, Laslett 1972, Wall 1983, ensured the majority of young people spent years as apprentices or servants in the households of their social superiors. Once one recognizes this, the similarities with slavery become much easier to see. I should explain here that the conventional Marxian interpretation of slavery as a mode of production is that slavery makes it possible for one society to effectively steal the productive labor that another society has invested in producing human beings. Malassu 1975, 1979, 1991, Terry 1975, Lovejoy 2000. That's why slaves always have to come from someplace else. It is only under extraordinary conditions, such as the southern cotton boom created by the British Industrial Revolution, that it is economically viable to breed slaves, and even there it was not really sustainable. Human beings, after all, are largely useless as laborers for the first 10 or 15 years of their existence. A slave-owning society is effectively appropriating the years of care and nurture that some other society has invested in creating young men and women capable of work, by kidnapping the products and then, often as not, working them fairly rapidly to death. In a way, then, one could say that slavery too involves a separation of domestic sphere and workplace, except in this case, the separation is geographic. Human labor produced in Anatolia is realized in a plantation in Italy, human labor produced in what's now Gabon is realized in Brazil or Jamaica. In this sense, capitalism could be seen as yet another case of introjection. This might seem far-fetched, but in fact the structural similarities are quite striking. In most times and places, the institution of slavery is seen to derive from war. If the victor in war spares the life of a captive, he thereby acquires an absolute right to it. The result is often described as a social death. Example Patterson 1982. The new slaves are spared literal execution, but henceforth, they are also shorn of all previous status within their former communities. They have no right to social relations, kinship, citizenship, or any social relation other than their relation of dependence to a master who thus has the right to order them to do pretty much anything he wants. Now, there have been cases where this is all there is to it, but in the overwhelming majority of known historical cases, this process is mediated by the market. Normally, one is first captured, kidnapped, or perhaps reduced to slavery by judicial decision, and then one is sold to foreigners, or perhaps one's impoverished or debt-ridden parents sell one off directly, but at any rate, money changes hand. Afterwards, slaves remain marketable commodities that can be sold again and again. Once purchased, they are entirely at the orders of their employers. In this sense, as historian Yanmoili Erbotang, 1998, has recently pointed out, they represent precisely what Marx called abstract labor. What one buys when one buys a slave is the sheer capacity to work, which is also what an employer acquires when he hires a laborer. It's of course this relation of command which causes free people in most societies to see wage labor as analogous to slavery, and hence, to try as much as possible to avoid it. We can observe the following traits shared by slavery and capitalism. 1. Both rely on a separation of the place of social, production of the labor force, and the place where that labor power is realized in production. In the case of slavery, this is effected by transporting laborers bought or stolen from one society into another one. In capitalism, by separating the domestic sphere, the sphere of social production, from the workplace. In other words, What is affected by physical distance, in one, is affected by the anonymity of the market in the other. 2. The transfer is effected through exchanging human powers for money, either by selling workers, or hiring them, essentially, allowing them to rent themselves. 3. One effect of that transfer is social death, in the sense that the community ties, kinship relations, and so forth which shape that worker are, in principle, supposed to have no relevance in the workplace. This is true in capitalism too, at least in principle. A worker's ethnic identity, social networks, kin ties, and the rest should not have any effect on hiring or how one is treated in the office or shop floor, though of course in reality this isn't true. 4. Most critically, the financial transaction in both cases produces abstract labor, which is pure creative potential. This is created by the effects of command. Abstract labor is the sheer power of creation, to do anything at all. Everyone might be said to control abstract labor in their own person, but in order to extend it further, one has to place others in a position where they will be effectively an extension of one's will, to be completely at one's orders. Slavery, military service, and various forms of corvée are the main forms in which this has manifested itself historically. Obviously, this too is something of an unrealized ideal. The struggle against overbearing forms of control has always been one of the key areas of labor struggle. But it's worth noting that feudalism, or monorealism if you prefer, tends towards exactly the opposite principle. The duties owed by liege to lord tended to be very specific and intricately mapped out. 5. A constant ideological accompaniment of this sort of arrangement is an ideology of freedom. As Moses Finley first pointed, 1980, most societies take it for granted that no human is completely free or completely dependent. Rather, all have different degrees of rights and obligations. The modern ideal of political liberty, in fact, has historically tended to emerge from societies with extreme forms of chattel slavery, Pericles' Athens, Jefferson's Virginia, essentially, as a point of contrast. Medieval jurists, for example, assumed every right was someone else's obligation and vice versa. The modern doctrine of liberty as a property humans could possess was developed, significantly, in Lisbon and Antwerp, cities that were at the center of the slave trade at the time, and the most common objection to this new notion of liberty was that, if one owns one's freedom, it should then also be possible to sell it, Tuck 1979. Hence, the doctrine of personal liberty outside of the workplace or even the notion of freedom of contract that one so often encounters in societies dominated by wage labor does not really mean we are dealing with a fundamentally different sort of system. It means we are dealing with a transformation. We are dealing with the same terms, differently arranged, so that rather than one class of people being able to imagine themselves as absolutely free because others are absolutely unfree, we have the same individuals moving back and forth between these two positions over the course of the week and working day. So, in effect, a transfer effected just once, by sale, under a regime of slavery is transformed under capitalism into one repeated over and over again. Now, it might seem a bit impertinent to compare the morning commute to the Middle Passage, but structurally, they do seem to play exactly the same role. What is accomplished once, violently and catastrophically, in one variant, is repeated with endless mind-numbing drudgery in the other. I should emphasize that when I say one mode of production is a transformation of the other, I am talking about the permutation of logical terms. It doesn't necessarily imply one grew out of the other, or even that there was any historical connection at all. I am not, for example, necessarily taking issue with the historical argument that capitalism first emerged within the English agricultural sector in the 16th and 17th centuries, rather than from long-distance trade, Dobb 1947, Brenner 1976, 1979, Wood 2002. Or, perhaps I should be more specific. It seems to me that the Brenner hypothesis, as it's called, can account for the first two of the three features that define industrial capitalism as a mode of production, It demonstrates that the emergence of wage labor in the agricultural sector developed hand in hand with structural forces that demanded ever-expanding profits. However, it doesn't explain the third, the emerging rural proletariat were, in legal principle and usually in practice, servants resident in their employers' households, see, example Kussmaul 1981. Note, 2. This same age of merchant capitalism did see a sudden and spectacular revival of the institution of chattel slavery, and other forms of forced labor, which had largely vanished in Europe during the late Middle Ages even though these were legally confined to the colonies. As C.L.R. James argued long ago, rationalized industrial techniques were largely developed on slave plantations, and much of the wealth which funded the Industrial Revolution emerged from the slave trade and even more from industries with servile workforces, James 1938, Williams 1944, Blount 1993, 203-205. This makes sense. Wage-labor relations might have emerged among improving landlords during that first period, but the wealthy traders of the time were after abstract labor in the easiest form possible. They wanted workers who would do anything they told them to do, so their first impulse was to use slaves. Full, industrial capitalism might then to be said to have emerged only when the two fused. One might speculate that one reason large-scale merchants eventually came to apply wage labor at home, even within the industrial sector, was not because slavery or other forms of forced labor proved inefficient as a form of production, but rather, because it did not create efficient markets for consumption. One cannot sell much of anything to slaves, and, at least at that time, it was difficult to keep one's population of producers and consumers on entirely different continents. None of this, perhaps, explains the exact connection between wage labor, separation of household and workplace, or the capitalist's need for unlimited growth. But the theoretical terms I've been developing might suggest some directions. The main difference between European firms of this period and commercial enterprises in the Islamic world, or East Asia, seems to have been that they were not for the most part family firms. Especially with the development of the corporate form, the idea that capitalist enterprises were immortal persons free of the need to be born, marry, or die, the economic domain was effectively excised from the domain of transformation and the mutual shaping of human beings and came to be seen as something transcendent. It was an uneven path. The 19th century, for example, after the dissolution of the great East Indies companies, seems like something of an anomaly in this regard, but it is a direction well worth further investigation. This might suggest. Thesis 5. Capitalism's unlimited demand for growth and profit is related to the transcendent abstraction of the corporate form. In any society, the dominant forms are considered transcendent from reality in much the way value forms tend to be, and, when these transcendent forms encounter material reality, their demands are absolute. This one, though, I will have to leave as a possible direction for future research. 4. Fetishism as social creativity, or, fetishes are gods in the process of construction. In this paper, I would like to make a contribution to theories of social creativity. By social creativity, I mean the creation of new social forms and institutional arrangements. Creativity of this sort has been the topic of some discussion in social theory of late, although up to now anthropology has not played much of a role in it. Here, I would like to bring anthropology into an area that has traditionally been seen as its home turf, by looking at the literature on fetishism in Africa. Now one could argue that creativity of this sort has always been one of the great issues of social theory, but it seems to me the current interest can be traced to two impulses. Or perhaps more precisely, the desire to work one's way out of two ongoing dilemmas that have haunted social theory for some time. 1. Mapped out most clearly, perhaps, by Alain Cale, 2001, French sociologist and animateur of the Moss Group, is the tendency for theory to endlessly bounce back and forth between what he calls holistic and individualistic models. If one does not wish to look at human beings as simply elements in some larger structure, a society, a culture, call it what you will, doomed to endlessly act out or reproduce it, but also does not want to fall back on the economistic rational choice option, which starts from a collection of individuals seeking personal satisfaction of some sort and treats larger institutions as mere side effects of their choices, then this seems precisely the point at which to begin formulating an alternative. Human beings do create new social and cultural forms all the time, but they rarely do so just in order to further their own personal aims. In fact, often their personal aims come to be formed through the very institutions they create. Kale proposes that the best way to develop an alternative to the currently dominant, utilitarian, rational choice models is by setting out, not from market relations, but from Marcel Mauss' famous exposition of the gift, which is all about the creation of new social relations. He's not the only one working in this direction. Hans Joas, 1993, 1996, 2000, has been trying to do something quite similar, setting out not from Mauss but from the tradition of American pragmatism. I tried to do something along these lines myself in my book Towards an Anthropological Theory of Value, where, inspired in part by ideas developed by my old professors Terry Turner and Nancy Munn, I attempted to broaden the Marxian notion of production to include the fashioning of persons and social relations. The other impulse is more explicitly political, and has to do with the concept of revolution. Here the problematic stems broadly from within Marxism. Marx, perhaps more than any other classic social theorist, saw creativity and imagination as the essence of what it means to be human, but, as Hans Joas among others have remarked, when he got down to cases he tended to write as if all forms of creative action really boiled down to two, the production of material objects and social revolution. For Joas, this makes Marx's approach so limited he prefers to discard it entirely. I prefer to keep what I take to be his most profound insights and apply them to other forms of creativity as well, but what's at issue here is the relation between the two forms of creative action. Because there is a curious disparity. Marx assumes that both the human capacity for creativity and human critical faculties are ultimately rooted in the same source, which one might call our capacity for reflexive imagination. Hence, his famous example of the architect who, unlike the bee, raises her building in her own imagination before it is raised in reality. If we can imagine, as yet non-existent, alternatives, we can see the existing world as inadequate, we can also cause those things to exist. This is the ambiguity, though, while our ability to revolutionize emerges from this very critical faculty, the revolutionary, according to Marx, must never proceed in the same manner as the architect. It was not the task of the revolutionary to come up with blueprints for a future society and then try to bring them into being, or, indeed, to try to imagine details of the future society at all. That would be utopianism, which, for Marx, is a foolish bourgeois mistake. So the two forms of creativity, the creation of houses, or other material objects, and the creation of new social institutions, which is, after all, what revolution actually consists of, should not work in at all the same way. I have written a little about this paradox before. Point 1. What I want to emphasize here is how it has contributed to a fundamental problem in revolutionary theory. What precisely is the role of creativity, collective or individual, of the imagination, in radical social change? Unless one wishes to adopt completely absurd formulations, the revolution will come about because of the inexorable logic of history. Human agency will have nothing to do with it. Afterwards, however, history will end and we will enter a world of freedom in which human agency will be utterly untrammeled. This has to be the key question, but it's not at all clear what the answer is supposed to be. The revolutionary theorist who grappled with the problem most explicitly was Cornelius Castoriadis, whose Socialisme ou Barbarie group was probably the single most important theoretical influence on the student insurrectionaries of May '68, and who was the effective founder of the autonomist tradition which has come to be probably the dominant strain of continental Marxism. Point 2. Castoriadis ended up taking Marx's starting point, his faith in the critical role of the creative imagination and hence our capacity to revolutionize, so seriously that he ended up abandoning most other tenets of Marxism entirely. For him, the great question became the emergence of the new. Point 3. After all, most of the really brilliant moments of human history involve the creation of something unprecedented, something that had never existed before, whether Athenian democracy or Renaissance painting, and this is precisely what we are used to thinking of as revolutionary about them. History, then, was a matter of the constant pressure of the imaginary against its social containment and institutionalization. It is in the latter process, he argued, that alienation enters in. Where Marx saw our dilemma in the fact that we create our physical worlds, but are unaware of, and hence not in control of, the process by which we do so, this is why our own deeds seem to come back at us as alien powers. For Castoriadis, the problem was that all societies are instituted by themselves, but are blind to their own creativity. Whereas a truly democratic society is a society which is instituted by itself, but in an explicit way, in Chiaramelli 1998, 134. By the end, Castoriadis abandoned even the term socialism, substituting autonomy, defining autonomous institutions as those whose members have themselves, consciously, created the rules by which they operate, and are willing to continually re-examine them. Point 4. This does seem a unique point of tension within radical thought. It is probably no coincidence that Roy Bhaskar, founder of critical realism, found this exactly the point where he had to break with the Western philosophical tradition entirely. After arguing for the necessity of a dialectical approach to social problems, he found himself asking, when contradictory elements are subsumed in a higher level of integration which are more than the sum of their parts, when apparently intractable problems are resolved by some brilliant new synthesis which takes things to a whole new level, where does that newness actually come from? If the whole is more than the sum of its parts, what is the source of that more, that transcendent element? In his case he ended up turning to Indian and Chinese philosophical traditions and arguing that the main reason actually existing Marxism has produced such disappointing results has been its refusal to take on such issues, owing to its hostility to anything resembling spiritual questions. Bhaskar 2001, 2002. What's important for present purposes is merely to underline that all these authors are, in one way or another, dealing with the same problem. If one does not wish to see human beings as simply side effects of some larger structure or system, or as atoms pursuing some inscrutable bliss, but as beings capable of creating their own meaningful worlds, then the ability to create new institutions or social relations does seem just the place to look. Radical thinkers are just dealing with the same issues from a more pragmatic perspective, since, as revolutionaries, what they are interested in is precisely the creation of new social institutions and new forms of social relation. As I say, it is obvious that people do, in fact, create new institutions and new relations all the time. Yet how they do so remains notoriously difficult to theorize. Can anthropology be of any assistance here? It's not obvious it could. Anthropologists have not exactly been grappling with these grand theoretical issues of late, and have never had much to say about revolution. One could, of course, argue that maybe this is all for the best, that human creativity cannot be, and should not be subjected to anyone's theoretical model. But a case could equally well be made that, if these are questions worth asking, then anthropology is the only discipline really positioned to answer them, since, after all, the overwhelming majority of actual, historical social creativity has, for better or worse, been relegated to our academic domain. Most of the classic issues even of early anthropology, potlatches, ghost dances, magic, totemic ritual and the like, are precisely about the creation of new social relations and new social forms. Alain Cale would certainly agree with this assessment. That's why he chose Marcel Mauss' essays on the gift as his starting point. Mauss himself saw his work on gifts as part of a much larger project, an investigation into the origins of the notion of the contract and of contractual obligation. That's why the question that really fascinated him was why it was that someone who receives a gift feels the obligation to return one. This has proved a highly fruitful approach, but in this essay I would like to suggest another one, hopefully equally productive, which opens up a slightly different set of questions. This is to begin with the problem of fetishism. Why fetishism? Fetishism is, of course, a much debated term. It was originally coined to describe what were considered weird, primitive, and rather scandalous customs. As a result, most of the founders of modern anthropology, Marcel Mauss prominent among them, felt the term was so loaded it would be better abandoned entirely. It no doubt would have been, had it not been for the fact that it had been so prominently employed as a somewhat ironic technical term to describe certain Western habits by both Karl Marx and Sigmund Freud. In recent years, the word has undergone something of a revival, mainly because of the work of a scholar named William Peets, who wrote a series of essays called The Problem of the Fetish, 1985, 1987, 1988, tracing the history of the term's emergence in intercultural enclaves along the West African coast from the 16th through 18th centuries CE. Peets is that most unusual of things, an independent scholar who has had an enormous influence on the academy. His essays ended up inspiring a small literature of their own during the 1990s, including one large and well-received interdisciplinary volume in the US, Apter and Peets 1993, two different collections in the Netherlands, Etno voor 1990, Spire 1998, and any number of essays. The overriding theme in all this literature is materiality, how material objects are transformed by becoming objects of desire, or value, often one which seems somehow displaced, inordinate, or inappropriate. My own interest here is slightly different. What is especially interesting to me is Peets' argument that the idea of the fetish was the product neither of African nor of European traditions, but of a confrontation between the two, the product of men and women with very different understandings of the world and what one had a right to wish from it, trying to come to terms with one another. The fetish was, according to Peets, born in a field of endless improvisation, that is, of near pure social creativity. In what follows, I will first consider Peets' story of the origin of the fetish, then try to supplement his account, drawn almost exclusively from Western sources, with some that might give insight into what the African characters in the story might have thought was going on, and then, return to our initial problem and see how all this relates to fetishism in the more familiar Marxian sense. To summarize a long and complex argument, basically what I will propose is this. We are used to seeing fetishism as an illusion. We create things, and then, because we don't understand how we did it, we end up treating our own creations as if they had power over us. We fall down and worship that which we ourselves have made. By this logic, however, the objects European visitors to Africa first labeled fetishes were, at least from the African perspective, remarkably little fetishized. They were in fact seen quite explicitly as having been created by human beings. People would make a fetish as the means of creating new social responsibilities, of making contracts and agreements, or forming new associations. It was only the Europeans' obsession with issues of value and materiality, and their almost complete lack of interest in social relations as things valuable in themselves, that made it possible for them to miss this. This is not to say they were completely unfetishized. But this is precisely what's most interesting about them. Peets on fetishism. If the reader will allow me a highly simplified version of Peets's complex and layered argument, the notion of the fetish was not a traditional European concept. Medieval Europeans tended to interpret alien religions through very different rubrics, for example, idolatry, apostasy, and atheism. Instead, it seems to have arisen, in the minds of early Italian, Portuguese, and Dutch merchants, sailors, and maritime adventurers doing business in West Africa starting in the 15th century, primarily from a confrontation with the threat of relativism. These foreign merchants were operating in an environment which could hardly fail to cast doubt upon their existing assumptions about the nature of the world and of society, primarily concerning the relativity of economic value, but also with regard to the logic of government, the dynamics of sexual attraction, and any number of other things. By describing Africans as fetishists, they were, first and foremost, trying to avoid some of the most disturbing implications of their own experience. The first Portuguese merchants who set up castles on inlets and river islands along the West African coast were brought there by one thing, the belief that this part of the world was the origin of most if not all of the world's gold. In the 16th and 17th centuries, gold was the main product being extracted from the region. It was only somewhat later that attention shifted to slaves. These were extremely practically minded individuals, entering into a complex world full of an apparently endless variety of unfamiliar languages, religions, and forms of social organization, none of which, however, they had any particular interest in understanding as phenomena in their own right. They were simply after the gold. The very experience of moving between so many cultures, Pete suggests, encouraged a kind of bare-bones materialism. In their writings, he notes, early merchant explorers tended to describe a world in which they perceived only three categories of significant object: tools, potential dangers, and potential commodities. 1985, 8. And, for obvious reasons, they also tended to assess the value of just about everything by the price they thought it could fetch in European markets. The problem was that in order to conduct their trade, they had to constantly confront the fact that the Africans they met had very different standards of value. Not entirely different. Gold is much prized by them, wrote an early Venetian merchant named Cadamosto, in my opinion, more than by us, for they regard it as very precious. Nevertheless they traded it cheaply, taking in exchange articles of very little value in our eyes. To some extent this led to the familiar rhetoric of beads and trinkets. Merchants were always going on about how Africans were willing to accept all manner of junk trifles, trash, toys for gold and other valuable commodities. But at the same time, Africans were clearly not willing to accept just anything, and one could never tell in advance what sort of junk a given group would fancy. Anyone who has pored over travelers' accounts from this period will likely have noticed how much time and energy merchants had to put into figuring out which particular variety of worthless beads, what color or type of worthless trinkets would be accepted at any given port of call. Situations like this can very easily lead one to reflect on the arbitrariness of value. After all, it is important to bear in mind that these early merchant adventurers were not only seeking gold, they were doing it at very considerable risk to their own lives. Coastal castles were malarial pest holes. A European who spent a year in one had about a 50-50 chance of coming back alive. It would be very easy, in such circumstance, to begin to ask oneself, why are so many of us willing to risk death for the sake of a soft yellow metal, one which isn't even useful for anything except to look pretty? In what way is this really different than desire for beads and trinkets? 5. It was not as if people of the time were incapable of such reflections. The absurdity of such overweening desire for gold became a stock theme for popular satirists, particularly in the age of the conquistadors. The merchants in West Africa, however, instead seemed to have come to the brink of such a conclusion and then recoiled. Instead of acknowledging the arbitrariness underlying all systems of value, their conclusion was that it was the Africans who were arbitrary. African societies were utterly without order, their philosophies utterly unsystematic, their tastes utterly whimsical and capricious. The most numerous sect in Guinea are the pagans, who trouble themselves about no religion at all, yet every one of them have some trifle or other, to which they pay a particular respect, or kind of adoration, believing it can defend them from all dangers. Some have a lion's tail, some a bird's feather, some a pebble, a bit of rag, a dog's leg, or, in short, anything they fancy, and this they call their fetish, which word not only signifies the thing worshipped, but sometimes a spell, charm, or enchantment. William Smith 1744, in Pete's 1987, 41. So Africans were evidently like small children, always picking up little objects because they look odd or gross or brightly colored, and then becoming attached to them, treating them like they had personalities, adoring them, giving them names. The same thing that inspired them to value random objects in the marketplaces caused them to make random objects into gods. The most common explanation of the origin of fetishes begins something like this. An African intends to set out on some project, to go off trading for example. He heads out in the morning, and the first thing he sees that strikes him as in any way unusual or extraordinary, or just that randomly strikes his fancy, he adopts as a charm that will enable him to carry out his project. Peets calls it the chance conjuncture of a momentary desire or purpose and some random object brought to the desirer's attention. L. E. Mayer put it more simply: they worship the first thing they meet in the morning. Bosman writes of one of his informants: he obliged me with the following answer, that the number of their gods was endless and innumerable, for, said he, any of us being resolved to undertake anything of importance, we first of all search out a god to prosper our designed undertaking, and going out of doors with this design, take the first creature that presents itself to our eyes, whether dog, cat, or the most contemptible animal in the world, for our god, or perhaps instead of that any inanimate that falls in our way, whether a stone, a piece of wood, or anything else of the same nature. In Peets 1987, 43. It was not the otherness of the West Africans that ultimately drove Europeans to such extreme caricatures, then, but rather, the threat of similarity which required the most radical rejection. So too with aesthetics, particularly the aesthetics of sexual attraction. European sources wrote of the odd practices of the women they encountered in coastal towns, who fetishized themselves by making up their faces with different kinds of colored clays, or wore fetish gold in their hair, intricately worked ornaments, frogs, and birds along with glass beads and similar adornment. The descriptions here are not usually morally condemnatory, but they usually adopt a kind of sneering tone, one of contempt for what seems to pass as beauty in these parts, what Africans found alluring or attractive. But, again, they obviously protest too much. If European sojourners were entirely immune to the charms of women with earth on their faces and frogs in their hair, they would not have fathered hundreds of children with them. Indeed, there is no particular reason to assume that the numbers of such children would have been substantially higher had the women in question behaved like proper European ladies and put grease on their lips and gold rings in their ears instead. The same dynamic recurs when Europeans talked about African modes of government. First, observers would insist that the basis of African social life was essentially chaotic, that it was utterly lacking in systematic public order. They would usually end up by admitting that laws were, in fact, quite systematically obeyed. According to some, almost miraculously so. The attitude is summed up by a later British administrator, Brodie Cruikshank, Governor-General of the Gold Coast in the 19th century. The local government of the Gold Coast must have the candor to acknowledge its obligations to fetish, as a police agent. Without this powerful ally, it would have been found impossible to maintain that order, which characterized the country during the last 20 years, with the physical force of the government. The extraordinary security afforded to property in the most remote districts, the great safety with which packages of gold of great value are transmitted by single messengers for hundreds of miles, and the facility with which lost or stolen property is generally recovered, have excited the astonishment of Europeans newly arrived in the country. Cruikshank 1853, in Peets 1995, 25. The reason, they concluded, boiled down to the most primitive of instincts, fear of death, or the terrible punishments fetishes were thought to bring down on those who violated their, somewhat arbitrary, principles. Again, the problem was not the picture was so alien, but that it was so familiar. That government was an institution primarily concerned with threatening potential miscreants with violence, was a long-standing assumption in Western political theory. That it existed primarily to protect property was a theme in the process of emerging at this very time. True, the fetish was said to operate by invisible, supernatural means, and hence to fall under the sphere of religion and not government. But these observers were also, overwhelmingly, Christians, and Christians of that time insisted that their religion was morally superior to all others, and particularly to African religions, on the very grounds that their God threatened wrongdoers with the systematic application of torture for all eternity, and other people's gods did not. The parallels were in fact striking, although this was an area in which Europeans found it particularly difficult to be relativistic. It was above all their assumption of the absolute truth of Christian faith that made any broader move to a relativistic attitude impossible. Insofar as Africans were heathens, they had to be fundamentally mistaken about what was important in the world. On the other hand, this was an area where common understandings made a great deal of practical difference, because especially before Europeans came as conquerors, oaths sworn on fetishes and contracts made by making or drinking fetishes were the very medium of trust between Europeans and Africans engaged in trade. If it were not for their common participation in such rituals, often newfangled ones improvised for the occasion combining Bibles and beads and bits of wood all at the same time, the trade itself would have been impossible. And, of course, this is what especially interests us here. Fetishes and social contracts, 2 case studies. Now, as the reader might have noticed, Peets is almost exclusively concerned with how things seemed to Europeans who came to Africa. There is almost no speculation about what any of the Africans with whom they traded might have thought was going on. Point 6. Of course, in the absence of documentary evidence, there is no way to know for sure. Still, there is a pretty voluminous literature on more recent examples of the sort of objects these Europeans labeled fetishes, as well as on African cosmological systems more generally, so one can make some pretty good guesses as to what the Africans who owned and used such objects thought they were about. Doing so does not, in fact, invalidate any of Peets's larger points. Actually, it suggests that the thread of recognition, if I may call it that, runs deeper still. Allow me to begin here with some very broad and therefore, no doubt, overstated generalizations about the relation between European and African cosmologies. My interest in Peets, and in fetishism more generally, originally arose as part of a comparative study of beads and other currencies of trade, Graeber 1995-2001, which included cases ranging from Trobriand and Kula shells or Iroquois wampum to Quakey-Uttle coppers. For someone such as myself, brought up in a religious environment largely shaped by Christianity, moving from Oceania or native North America to Africa is moving from very alien, to far more familiar, cosmological territory. It is not just that, throughout Africa, one can find mythological topoi, the Garden of Eden, the Tower of Babel, that are familiar from the Old Testament and that just do not seem to be present in other traditions. There is a sense that African theologians seem to be asking mostly the same existential questions. 7 Max Weber, for instance, made a famous argument that every religion has to come up with some answer to the question of theodicy, or the justice of God. How is it, if God is both good and all-powerful, that human beings must suffer? Now, it's pretty obvious that as a universal statement, this is simply untrue. The question probably wouldn't have even made sense to a Maori theologian, let alone, say, an Aztec poet or Trobriand chief. While every tradition does seem to see the human condition as inherently problematic in some way, in most, the reasons for human suffering is just not the issue. The problem lies elsewhere. Mythic speculation in Africa, on the other hand, focuses on the question endlessly. Example Abrahamson 1952, even many African theologians came up with what were from the Christian perspective very disturbing answers, i.e., who says God is good? 8. I said such generalizations are necessarily overstated because, as any number of authors have reminded us, terms like Africa, Europe, or the West, are fuzzy at best, and probably meaningless. I cannot claim to know why so many European and African thinkers seem to have been asking the same existential questions. Perhaps it is because Europe and Africa were, for so much of their history, peripheral zones under the influence of the great urban civilizations of the Middle East. Perhaps there is some even deeper historical connection. I don't know. What I want to stress though is that, here, 17th or 18th century European seafarers found themselves in much more familiar territory than they did when they ventured to places like China or Brazil. It was this underlying affinity, I suspect, which accounted for the common European reaction of shocked revulsion and dismay on being exposed to so many aspects of African ritual, a desperate denial of recognition. Because, in many ways, African cosmological ideas seem to take the same questions and come up with precisely the conclusions Europeans were most anxious to avoid, i.e., perhaps we suffer because God is not good, or is beyond good and evil and doesn't care, perhaps the state is a violent and exploitative institution and there's nothing can be done about it. I'll return to this theme in a moment. Throughout much of Africa, ceremonial life is dominated by what anthropologists have labeled rituals of affliction. Those powers considered worthy of recognition are almost invariably those capable of causing human misery, and one comes into contact with them when they attack one in some way. A typical chain of events, I'll use a Malagasy example out of familiarity, might run like this: one offends a power without knowing it, say by bringing pork into a spot inhabited by a Vazimba spirit, the offended spirit causes one to become ill, or to experience nightmares. One goes to a local curer who identifies the spirit and tells one how to propitiate it. Doing so, however, causes one to become part of a congregation of former victims, all of which now have a special relation with the spirit, which can help one or even direct its powers against one's enemies. Suffering leads to knowledge, knowledge to power. This is an extremely common pattern. Victor Turner, for instance, estimates that among the Ndembu of Zambia, there are essentially only two types of rituals of affliction, and life crisis rituals such as initiations and funerary rites. He also adds that even the latter always stress the theme of suffering as a means of entry into a superior ritual and social status. 1968, 15-16, normally, because initiation rituals pass through physical ordeals, suffering, to the attainment of some kind of ritual knowledge. Most of the African objects labeled fetishes were enmeshed in precisely this ritual logic. Let me take two representative examples. The first is the Tiv of central Nigeria, c. 1900, 1950. They are a good place to start because they are both well documented, and lived not too far from the region dealt with in Pizza's texts. The second is the Ba Congo of the Central African coast, who have a much longer history of entanglement with European trade. The Tiv are a classic example of a segmentary society. Before they were conquered by the British, they recognized no centralized authority of any sort, beyond the confines of a typical extended family compound. Larger society was instead organized on a genealogical basis, through an elaborate system of patrilineal lineages, which, however, had no permanent officials or ritual officers. Where the ritual life of most segmentary societies in the region centered on an elaborate cult of ancestors or of earth shrines, the Tiv lacked these two. Instead, their ritual life revolves largely around warding off witchcraft, and the control of objects called akombo, or fetishes. The names of most akombo were also those of diseases. In a certain sense, the akombo quite simply were those diseases, though they were also embodied in material emblems. These emblems might be almost anything: a pot of ashes, a whisk broom, a piece of elephant bone. These existed in certain places, and were owned by keepers, and they were always surrounded by a host of rules and regulations indicating what could and could not be done in the vicinity. One came into relation with an akombo when one broke one of those rules. This is called piercing it, and became sick as a result. The only way to set things straight was to approach its keeper in order to repair the akombo or set it right. After a victim has so freed themselves from the effects of the fetish, they might also decide to take possession of it themselves, which involves a further ritual of agreement and sacrifice in order to give one the power to operate, repair, it oneself, so as to help others so afflicted, and also, gain access to whatever other powers the akombo might have. Bohannon and Bohannon 1969. All this is very much on the model of a typical cult of affliction. What I have said so far applies to minor, or ordinary, akombo. There were also major akombo, which had broader powers. Probably the most important of these were those that protected markets. According to Tiv informants of the colonial period, what really distinguished these great akombo from the ordinary variety was, first of all, that they could protect a whole territory from harm; second, that they could be passed on from father to son; third, that they either contain a part of a human body as a portion of their emblems, or they must be repaired by a human sacrifice, or both. Bohannon and Bohannon 1969 437. To understand this, one has understand something, I think, about traditional TIV conceptions of social power, at least as they stood in the early 20th century. The TIV combined very hierarchical domestic arrangements with household compounds constructed around some important older man, almost invariably with numerous wives, surrounded by a host of frustrated unmarried adult sons, and a fiercely egalitarian ethos which allowed next to nothing in the way of political office outside the compound. Certain older men managed to gain a larger influence in communal affairs, but such accomplishments are viewed with extreme ambivalence. Social power, the ability to impose one's will on others, is referred to as tsav. It is seen in quite material terms as a fatty yellow substance that grows on human hearts. Some people have tsav naturally. They are what we'd refer to as natural leadership types. It can also be created, or increased, by eating human flesh. This is witchcraft, the definition of evil. TIV believe that persons with tsav form an organization called the Bat-Sav. This group is said to have a division of labor and a loose organization. The Bat-Sav are said to meet at night, usually for nefarious purposes. They rob graves in order to eat corpses, they bewitch people in order to put corpses into graves which they can rob. There is thought to be a network of flesh debts which become established when someone tricks you into eating human flesh and then claims a return in kind. The only thing you can do is to kill your children and your close kinsmen, people over whom you have some sort of power, and finally, because no one can ever win against the organization, you must give yourself to them as a victim because you have no kinsmen left to give. P. Bohannon 1958, 4-5. As Paul Bohannon succinctly puts it, men attain power by consuming the substance of others. While one can never be certain that any particular elder is also an evil cannibalistic witch, the classes overlap, and it would seem that, in recorded times at least, every generation or so, a witch-finding movement would sweep through the country unmasking the most prominent figures of local authority. Akiga 1939, P. Bohannon 1958.10. This is not quite a system in which political power is seen as intrinsically evil, but it is very close. It only stands to reason, then, that Akambo that have power over communities should have a similar predilection to absorb human flesh. The information we have about most of these great Akambo is somewhat limited, because most were destroyed during a witch-finding movement in the 1920s, but the one sort that did tend to survive were the Akambo of markets. Fortunately, these are the most relevant to the issues under consideration here. TIV markets are dominated largely by women, who are also the main producers. Over the last few centuries, markets have also been the principal context in which most TIV come into contact with those with whom they can trace no close genealogical ties and, therefore, towards whom they have no necessary moral obligations. In markets, then, the destructive powers of Akambo could be used to keep the peace. Every significant market had its own fetish. Bohannon and Bohannon 1968, 149, 158-162, which TIV of the colonial period, interestingly, often compared to an authorization certificate from the colonial regime. Essentially, they embodied peace agreements between a series of lineages who shared the same market, by which their members undertook to deal fairly with one another, and to abstain from theft, brawling, and profiteering. The agreement was sealed with a sacrifice nowadays said to be a human sacrifice, though the Bohannons suspect most often it was really just a dog whose blood was poured over the Akambo's emblem. This is the sacrifice by day. In addition, the male elders, in their capacity as Mbat-Sav, kill others of their own lineages by night, that is, by witchcraft. Ibid. 159-60. Henceforth, all those who violated the agreement would be struck down by the Akambo's power. And in fact, the existence of such agreements made it possible for marketplaces to become meeting places for the regulation of local affairs, judgments, and the taking of oaths. This gives some idea, I think, of the logic by which fetishes also came to mediate trade agreements with European merchants in the 16th and 17th centuries. The similarity with European theories of the social contract, which were developing at precisely this time, need hardly be remarked. I will return to these parallels in a moment. The TIV themselves had little to do with Europeans before the British conquest. They came into relation with the trade largely as victims, being raided for slaves by more powerful neighbors. As a result, their recorded history is very shallow. On the other hand, the Ba Congo, famous for their minkazi or fetishes, many considered brilliant works of art, have one of the longest recorded histories in Africa. In 1483, the Congo Kingdom entered into an alliance with Portugal and the royal family converted to Catholicism. At the time, its capital, São Salvador, was the largest city south of the Sahara. Within a century, the kingdom was torn apart by the pressures of the slave trade. In 1678, the capital was destroyed. The kingdom broke down into a series of smaller successor states, most of which officially recognized the authority of a nominal Congo monarch stripped of almost all real power, a classic hollow center, Thornton 1987. Later centuries witnessed even greater fragmentation, the centers of most of the successor states hollowed out in similar fashion, leaving a highly decentralized social field in which former chiefly titles increasingly became prizes that could be bought and sold by successful merchants and slave traders. Certainly, this was the case by the 19th century, during which power gradually shifted to commercial towns along the coast. This is also the period from which we have most of our information on minkazi, as recalled in documents recorded by Christian converts, in the Kikongo language, at the very beginning of the colonial age. In a lot of ways, the Ba Congo might seem as different from TIV as can be, matrilineal where the TIV were patrilineal, hierarchical where the TIV were egalitarian, with a cosmology centering on the ancestral dead which is totally alien to TIV conceptions. But the basic assumptions about the nature of power in both cases are remarkably similar. First of all, we find the same logic of affliction. Here too, one comes into contact with powers largely by offending them. Once that power has caused one to suffer, then one has the opportunity to master it and, to an extent, to acquire it for oneself. 11 This was the normal way in which one comes into relation with an Kasi. One first appeals to its keeper to cure one of an ailment. As such, one becomes a member of what might be broadly called its congregation. Later, perhaps, if one is willing to undergo the expensive initiation process, one can eventually become a keeper oneself. Ba Congo and TIV theories of the relation of political power and witchcraft were also remarkably similar. The power of chiefs was assumed to be rooted in a physical substance in the body, in this case, called kindoki. This was also the power of witches. The main difference was that Congo witches operate on a level that is somewhat more abstract than TIV witches. While they too become entangled in flesh debts, they mainly are represented as consuming the spiritual substance of their victims, through invisible means, sucking up their souls rather than literally dining on them. Also, while at first witches feed on their own relatives, those who have sucked up, and thus gain the power of, a large number of souls can eventually become powerful enough to attack almost anyone. It is the responsibility of chiefs to thwart their evil plans, using their own endoki. However, as Wyatt McGaffey emphasizes, 1986, 2000, the difference between a chief and a witch is merely one of motive. Witches are simply those who use their nocturnal powers for their own selfish purposes, greed, or envy rather than the good of the community. And since the latter is a notoriously slippery concept, while no one without kindoki is of any real public account, no one with it is entirely above suspicion. There are two key differences, though, with TIV Akombo, and these appear to be linked. One is that Congo Minkazi tend to become personified. They have not only names and histories, but minds and intentions of their own. This is because their powers are really those of ancestral ghosts. Most Nkasi statuettes, in fact, contained in their chests both a series of medicinal ingredients, which gave them their specific capacities for action, cf. Graeber 1995, and Graeber, which affected their connection with the dead. The second difference is that they tend to act largely when someone intentionally provokes them. While Tib might say that one who unintentionally offends an Akambo pierces it, with Minkasi this was no mere metaphor. Those operating Nkasi would often quite literally drive nails into the object to provoke it into action. This was not, I should stress, at all like driving pins into a voodoo doll, since the idea was to provoke the Nkasi to anger, though McGaffey 1986 stresses that in a larger sense, the figures represented both the aggressor and the victim simultaneously, the assumption that the infliction of suffering creates a kind of unity between the two. Even chiefly office could be drawn into the same logic. In much of Central Africa, leopards were symbols of royal power. So here. One 19th century notebook, number 45, McGaffey 1986, 159, describes how, should someone kill a leopard, a man wishing to be invested in an important chiefly title might rush to the scene to desecrate its tail by stepping on it. This was a period in which such titles could be acquired fairly easily by men who had acquired fortunes in trade. After desecrating the object, the man could proceed to acquire the title through what is a kind of purchase, which might typically involve, for example, the payment of 10 lives by day, slaves delivered to the current holder, and 10 by night, members of the chief's own kin group killed by witchcraft, cf. Vanzina 1973. The following gives something of the flavor of their power. Lunkenka is Nkasi in a statue and it is extremely fierce and strong. It came from Mongo, where many of our forebears used to go to compose it, but now its keepers have all died out. When it had a keeper it was very strong, and so it destroyed whole villages. Its strength lay in seizing its victims, crushing their chests, making them bleed from the nose and excrete pus, driving knives into their chests, twisting necks, breaking arms and legs, knotting their intestines, giving them nightmares, discovering witches in the village, stifling a man's breathing and so on. When it was known that Lunkenka was exceedingly powerful, a great many people trusted it for healing, placing oaths and cursing witches and magicians, and so on. In McGaffey 1991, 127.12. The text goes on to explain that if two men make an agreement, say, one agreed to be the other's client or pawn and thus bound to his village, they might both drive nails into Lunkenka to seal the agreement, the Nkasi would then act as its power of enforcement. According to McGaffey, 1987, in the 19th century every aspect of BA Congo economic life, from the policing of marketplaces to the protection of property rights to the enforcement of contracts, was carried out through the medium of Minkasi, and the Nkasi so employed were, in every case, forms of crystallized violence and affliction. The underlying logic seems to have a remarkable similarity to social contract theories being created in Europe around the same time. McGaffey has even found key Congo texts which celebrate the existence of Minkasi as a way of preventing a war of all against all. 13 Once again, there is a striking parallelism in underlying assumptions, in this case, the same background of competitive market exchange, the same assumption that, at least outside of kin relations, social peace is therefore a matter of agreements, particular agreements to respect one another's property, that must be enforced by an overarching power of violence. The main difference seems to lie in the assumed reasons why such violence is necessary. As authors like Salins, 2001, have much emphasized, the Judeo-Christian tradition, going back at least to Augustine, himself an African, assumes that human desires are in their essence insatiable. Since we can never have enough pleasure, power, or especially material wealth, and since resources are inherently limited, we are all necessarily in a state of competition with one another. The state, according to Augustine, embodies reason, which is divine. It is also a providential institution which, by threatening punishment, turns our own base egoism, especially our fear of pain, against us to maintain order. Hobbes, 1651, merely secularized the picture, eliminating the part about the endless desires being a punishment for original sin, but keeping the basic structure. Then Adam Smith, Enlightenment optimist that he was, brought divine providence back in to argue that God had actually arranged things so that even our competitive desires will ultimately work for the benefit of all. In every case, though, the Western tradition seems to combine two features: the assumption that humans are corrupted by limitless desires, and an insistent effort to imagine some form of power or authority, reason, God, the state, which is not corrupted by desire, and hence inherently benevolent. God must be just. Despite all appearances to the contrary, a rational man can rise above bodily passions. It should at least be possible to have rulers who are not interested in their own aggrandizement but only about the public welfare. The result was that the effects of power tend to be endlessly euphemized or explained away. African cosmological systems seem to lack both features, probably, because they were less inclined to see human motivation as, say, a desire for wealth, or pleasures that could be abstracted from, or imagined independently from, the social relations in which they were realized. They tend to assume what people desired was thus power itself. Point 14. Thus, it was impossible to imagine a form of political power which was not at least partly constituted by the very form of evil which the Western tradition saw it as the means to transcend. Point 15. Perhaps for this reason, what Europeans nervously euphemized was exactly what Africans seemed to self-consciously exaggerate. One might consider here the difference between the famous divine kingships of much of Africa, whose subjects insisted that any ruler who became weak or frail would be promptly killed, but in which, in actual fact, this seems to have happened only rarely, with an institution like Augustine's Roman Empire, which claimed to be the embodiment of rational law and guardian of public order, but whose actual rulers murdered one another with such savage consistency that it's almost impossible to come up with an example of an emperor who died a natural death. Similarly, in 17th and 18th century Europe, African states developed a reputation for being extraordinarily bloodthirsty, since their representatives and subjects never saw any point in disguising the essentially murderous nature of state power. This despite the fact that the actual scale of killing even by the Ganda or Zulu states was negligible in comparison with the devastation wreaked in wars within Europe at the same time, not even to mention what Europeans were prepared to do to anybody else. The materiality of power. Another way to understand the difference is to look at the contrasting ways in which power was seen to take on material substance or tangible form. For Pete's merchants, of course, the emphasis was on material valuables, beautiful or fascinating objects, or sometimes artificially beautified people and their powers to enchant or attract. The value of an object was its power. In the African cases we've looked at least, power is imagined above all as a material substance inside the body, ksav, endoki. This is entirely in keeping with the distinctions sketched out above, but it also has an interesting corollary, which, in a sense, systematically subverts that principle of representation which is the very logical basis of any system of legitimate authority. Here I can only refer to an argument I've made at greater length in Chapter 1, that any system in which one member of a group can claim to represent the group as a whole necessarily entails setting that member off in a way resembling the Durkheimian notion of the sacred, as set apart from the stuffs and substances of the material world, even, to a certain degree, abstracted from it. Much of the etiquette surrounding figures of authority always tends to center on a denial of the ways in which the body is continuous with the world. The tacit image is always that of an autonomous being who needs nothing. The ideal of the rational, disinterested state seems to be just one particular local variation of this very common theme, inherent, I have argued, to any real notion of hierarchy. It's not that the logic of hierarchy is not present, one might well argue it always is, in some form or another, but rather that things seem to work in such a way as to constantly subvert it. It seems to me one can't really understand even the famous TIV system of spheres of exchange without taking this into account. The system, as mapped out by Paul Bohannon in an essay in 1955, is really quite simple. Everything considered worth exchanging, all things of value, fell into one of three categories. Things of each category could, ordinarily, be exchanged only for each other. The resulting spheres of exchange formed a hierarchy. At the bottom were everyday goods like food or tools or cooking oil, which could be contributed to kin or friends or sold in local markets. Next up were prestige goods such as brass rods, slaves, a certain white cloth, and magical services such as those provided by owners of Akambo. The highest consisted in nothing but rights in women, since all marriages, before the colonial period, were considered exchanges of one woman for another, or more exactly, of their reproductive powers, and there was a complicated system of wards whereby male heads of household could acquire rights in women seen as owed by them in one way or another and marry them off in exchange for new wives, even if they did not have an unmarried sister or daughter of their own. On the other hand, division between spheres was never absolute. It was possible to convert food into valuables, if one found someone sufficiently desperate for food, or, under other circumstances, valuables into additional wives. To do so took a strong heart, which according to Bohannon was inherently admirable, morally positive, though, one has to imagine somewhat ambivalently so, since having a strong heart meant, precisely, that one had that yellow substance on one's heart which also made one a witch. 16. Obviously, the system is all about male control of women. The sort of goods that are largely produced and marketed by women are relegated to the most humble category. Those controlled by men rank higher. The highest sphere consists solely of men's rights in the women themselves. At the same time, one could say as one moves up the spheres, men are increasingly gaining control of the capacity to create social form, households, descent, genealogy, converting upwards from food and tools that can merely keep people alive, to objects with the capacity to assemble clientages, and then finally, to the power to create descent itself. Since, after all, when one assembles wives and wards one is not, technically speaking, trafficking in women so much as in their reproductive capacities. All of this one does by manipulating debt, in its various manifestations, placing others in a position of obligation. This, in turn, makes it easier to understand what's really going on with stories about witchcraft and the flesh debt. What I would propose should really be considered the fourth sphere, since it marks the ultimate fate of those with strong hearts. This is where the whole system collapses on itself. The direction is utterly reversed, since those who are most successful in manipulating networks of debt to gain such powers over creation are discovered, here, to be in a position of limitless debt themselves, and hence forced to consume the very human substance the system is ostensibly concerned with producing. Or, to put the matter starkly, by manipulating debt, a man with a strong heart can transform food into the stuff of social networks, transform social networks into control over women, and therefore, the power to generate descendants. But the very power to do so constantly threatens to spiral out of control, finally locking those who manage to play the game most successfully into flesh debts that force them to convert descendants back again to food. In striking contrast with the Western version, the insatiable desire for consumption, when it does appear, is not a desire for wealth but for the direct consumption of human beings, indistinguishable from the political power which, in the European version, is usually imagined as the only thing capable of controlling it. Now, all this might seem appropriate to an egalitarian society like the TIV, which one would expect to be somewhat ambivalent about the nature of social power and authority. The surprising thing, then, is how much of this is reproduced, almost exactly unchanged, in the BA Congo material, where the political situation was so different. Granted, it was not entirely different. This was an area where centralized authority had been being effectively broken down for generations, Ekholm 1991, but the parallels are striking, even down to the small details like the payments by day and by night. The few salient differences do seem to reflect a greater acceptance of social hierarchy among the BA Congo. At least in principle there is more of an overt willingness to see Kindoki as capable of serving the common good, and, significantly, I think, also a tendency to treat the whole matter of witchcraft more abstractly. While there is occasional talk of feasting on disinterred bodies, the usual imagery is of a kind of disembodied vampiric power feeding off the soul stuff of its victims which, if nothing else, shows a reluctance to challenge the fundamental logic of representation through abstraction on which any system of legitimate rule must, it would seem, rest. Ultimately, though, these are minor differences. Different sorts of social contract. The first Portuguese and Dutch sources, as I mentioned, seem entirely oblivious to all this. Caught up as they were with their own newfound materialism, questions of economic value and particular value in exchange were the only ones that really concerned them. The result is that, oddly enough, at the moment when Hobbes was writing his famous theory of the social contract, 1651, he seems to have been entirely unaware that, in Africa, social contracts not so different from the sort he imagined were still being made, on a regular basis. This brings us back to the questions with which we began, about the nature of social creativity. The main way of talking about such matters in the Western intellectual tradition, for the last several centuries, has been precisely through the idiom of contracts, social or otherwise. As I mentioned at the start of the essay, Marcel Mauss claimed that his essay on the gift, 1925, was really part of a much larger project on the origins of the notion of the contract and contractual obligation. His conclusion, a rather striking one, was that the most elementary form of social contract was, in fact, communism, an open-ended agreement between two groups, or even two individuals, to provide for each other, within which, even access to one another's possessions followed the principle of from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. Originally, he argued, there were two possibilities, total war, or total reciprocity. The latter informed everything from moiety structures, where those on one side of a village can only marry the daughters of those on the other, or only eat food grown on the other, or only the others can bury their dead, to relations of individualistic communism such as applied between close friends, or in-laws, or in our own society, husband and wife. This later gets refracted into various more specific forms of gift relation, and then of course eventually you get the market, but total reciprocity remains the kind of baseline of sociality, even to the present day. This is why, Mauss suggests, wage labor contracts seem so unsatisfying to those on the receiving end. There's still that underlying assumption that voluntary agreements, like, say, marriage, should involve an open-ended commitment to respond to one another's needs. Alon Kale, 2001, sums up the difference between the first sort of contract, and gift relations in general, and the more familiar contract as between conditional unconditionality and unconditional conditionality. The first is an unlimited commitment, but either party is free to break it off at any time. The second specifies precisely what is owed by each party, no more and no less, but within that, each party is absolutely bound. My own work on trade currencies, and in particular what happened to beads or shell currency once they left the circuits of the trade, Graeber 2001, revealed some striking patterns. Everything seemed to turn on the presence or absence of an internal market. In North America, belts of wampum, originally acquired in the fur trade, were never used as money by indigenous people when dealing with each other. In fact, there were no market relations between indigenous people of any kind at all. Instead, they became a key element in the construction of social peace. The Iroquois Confederation, for example, saw themselves as emerging from a kind of Hobbesian period of war of all against all, but it was caused not by competition over wealth and power but by the power of grief and mourning, which twisted humans into monstrous creatures craving vengeance and destruction. Wampum, in comparison, was never seen as causing anyone to hurt anybody else. Wampum was crystallized peace, a substance of light and beauty with the power to heal and open those wounded and cramped by rage. Gifts of wampum cleared the way to open-ended relations of mutual responsibility of just the sort Mauss seemed to have in mind. In Madagascar, in contrast, where buying and selling was everywhere, trade beads and, later, ornaments made of melted silver coins, became elements in charms, odi, sampi, that operated very much like West African fetishes. They might not have embodied diseases, quite, but they were capable of being highly punitive in their effects. If anything, in Madagascar, the Hobbesian logic becomes much more explicit, because this was also the way one created sovereign power and the state. Here again I can only summarize a much more elaborate argument, Graeber 1995, 2001, but the gist goes something like this. Silver coins, which came into Madagascar largely through the slave trade, and which were melted down to create ornaments and broken up to create smaller denominations of currency which people actually used in daily life, were also used, in Imarina, to create the power of kings. Every major event at which the ruler appeared was marked by giving Hasina, the presentation of unbroken silver coins by representatives of the people to the king unbroken to represent the unity of the kingdom created by this act of recognition. The ultimate message was that by doing so, the people created royal power, in exactly the way that one created a charm or fetish. Even more critically, in the Marina kingdom, every time two people came to any sort of business agreement, or for that matter, every time members of a community came to an agreement on the disposal of property or the maintenance of irrigation works, they invariably sealed the contract by giving Hasina to the king, Graeber 1995, 96-109, recreating that power of violence which bound them to their contractual obligations. Point 17. It is not that contracts of the more open-ended, Mauschan variety did not exist in Madagascar or, for that matter, in West Africa. Most often, they are referred to in the literature under the rubric of rituals of blood brotherhood. In Malagasy these are called Fadadra. In 19th century texts gathered by missionaries, Kalat 1908, 851, Cousins 1968, 93-94, also Ellis 1835 1, 187-90, Sabri 1897, they are indeed treated as the most basic, even primordial, form of contract. Most business partners for instance seem to have been bound together in this way. The two parties would each put a little of their blood together in a piece of liver, eat the liver, and then would swear always to be responsive to one another's needs, never refuse help in a crisis, never refuse food when the other is hungry, and so on. However, the actual body of the oath takes the form of imprecations, invoking an invisible spirit created by the ritual and calling on it to wreak every sort of disaster and havoc upon them should they ever fail to live up to these obligations. The same is true of the creation of communal ties. People insisted, in fact, they still insist, that, even before there were kings, those creating new communities would begin by giving Hasina to some stone or tree or other object which would then have the power to enforce their communal obligations, to punish or at least expel those who did not respect the social contract. When Moss described total reciprocity, he was thinking of the sort of agreements that would be made in the complete absence of market institutions. Here, we are dealing with societies deeply entangled in market relations. In fact, often, relations between people had little else in common. It's hard to escape the conclusion that the generic power of money as the one thing already binding the parties together itself became the model for that invisible power which was, as it were, turned back against itself to maintain commitments even when it might have been in one party's short-term financial interest not to. Hence, even the individualistic communism of blood brotherhood ends up subsumed under that same logic. The comparison of North America and Madagascar is telling, I think, because in both cases stuff which is an embodiment of pure value, and which is seen as coming from very far away, becomes the basic medium for the creation of new social ties for social creativity. The Iroquois of the Six Nations used wampum to create peace, but in fact what we call society was, for them, peace. The League of the Iroquois was called the Great Peace, and the presentation of wampum became the medium for creating all sorts of contracts, mutual agreements, and new institutional forms. See Graeber 2001, 125-26, 132-34. In the Malagasy and also African cases we are looking at the media for the creation of agreements, communities, even kingdoms. That this should so often involve manipulation of objects of alien, and apparently universal, value should perhaps come as no surprise. No doubt we just dealing with the familiar structural principle that a social field, or logical domain, cannot be constituted except in relation to something which is not part of it, something transcendent or, anyway, alien. A constitution cannot be created by constitutional means. Beings capable of establishing a system of justice cannot themselves be bound by that system of justice, always one needs something else. This much is straightforward enough. But it's also important to stress that these objects were, ultimately, only the medium. Hence, what they are is ultimately somewhat arbitrary. One can use valuable objects from faraway lands, or one can, in fact, use pretty much any random object one lays one's hands on, a lion's tail, a bird's feather, a pebble, a bit of rag. In this, Pete's sources had a point, because this is exactly the moment where the arbitrariness of value comes fully into focus. Because, really, creativity is not an aspect of the objects at all, it's a dimension of action. In this sense, the new does in fact emerge from the old, and the numinous, alien nature of the object is really the degree to which it reflects on that aspect of our own actions that is, in a sense, alien to ourselves. Our own actions coming back at us. Here of course is where we start, finally, moving in the direction of the Marxian notion of the fetish, objects which seem to take on human qualities which are, ultimately, really derived from the actors themselves. Not that we are speaking of pure mystification here. As I have tried to demonstrate in my analysis of the Marina Royal Bath Ceremony, 2001, 232-39, and Hasana ritual in general, people were not entirely unaware that it was the ritual that made the king, that what constructed royal power was not the coin, but the action of giving it. This was tacit in the ritual itself, and stated explicitly just off stage. Similarly, Malagasy charms involved the giving of an oath or pledge by those protected by them, or over whom they had power. Without that, it was simply a powerless object. On the other hand, once given, the object was treated as having a power of its own. Something similar seems to have been widely recognized by West African fetishists. In fact, if one looks over the literature surveyed by Peets, one sees the exact same emphasis on action. Here, taking a collective oath could be called making or drinking or eating fetish, phrases which appear to be direct translations from African languages. A fetish is something one makes, or does. Obligatory swearing they also call, making of fetishes. If any obligation is to be confirmed, their phrase is, let us as a farther confirmation make fetishes. When they drink the oath draught, 'tis usually accompanied with an imprecation, that the fetishe may kill them if they do not perform the contents of their obligation. Bosman 1705 1967, 149. The basic sequence here: people create, make, something, then they act as if that thing has power over them, is of course just the sort of sequence Marx was thinking of when he spoke of fetishism. There are two curious elements here. One is that those involved seemed not entirely unaware that this was happening, both that these objects were constructed, but at the same time, that they came to have some kind of power over those who constructed them. This is very important, I think, and I will try to consider the full implications in a moment. The other curious thing is that Peets does not even consider any of this. In fact, even when he turns to look at Marx's own work, 1993, Peets considers every definition of fetishism, every aspect, other than the simplest and most common one, that fetishism occurs when human beings end up bowing down before and worshipping that which they have themselves created. Point 18. Now, this is a peculiar oversight. The reason seems to lie in the structure of Peets' argument, that the fetish is a concept that emerged within a peculiar intercultural space in which neither existing European, nor existing African categories really applied. He calls it a space of cultural revolution, in which the conceptualities, habits, and life forms, and value systems of a number of radically different social systems, feudal Christianity, proto-capitalist mercantilism, African lineage systems, were suddenly juxtaposed and forced to come to terms with one another. 19. It was therefore a space of continual innovation and cultural creativity, as each side found their existing practices and categories inadequate in dealing with the others. A kind of pigeon culture emerged, particularly among figures like the Tango Maus, Portuguese-speaking adventurers and traders who made their home on the Guinea mainland, in defiance of the orders of the crown, and who married there and established mulatto families, Dunelaw in Peets 1987, 39. In this situation, Peets argues, the standard Christian rubrics for dealing with alien religious practices just didn't seem to work. The most common of these had been idolatry. Pagans worshipped idols. Idols were material images, made by human beings, that represented invisible powers conceived as a god or a spirit, though the Christian knew them to really be demons with whom the worshipper came into relation by some kind of verbal compact. Here was the key difference with fetishism. Fetishes, at least in the descriptions of the first Portuguese and Dutch traders, did not represent anything. They were material objects seen as having power in and of themselves, imaginary products, in effect, of the merchant's own materialistic cosmology. As McGaffey noted early on, 1994, this materialistic emphasis was precisely what was missing from the way Africans talked about these things, making one wonder how much one is really talking about a pigeon culture at all. Some of the items labeled fetishes took the form of images, many did not, but verbal compacts and invisible spirits were almost invariably involved. The foreign missionaries who were the first to establish themselves in Imarina, for instance, did not hesitate to label their marina equivalents idols instead of fetishes, even though Sampi only rarely took representational form. The difference between Malagasy idols and West African fetishes seems to be quite simply that the former were first named by missionaries and the latter, mainly by merchants, men really only concerned with exchange and questions of material value. Questions of production or creation, let alone the production or creation of social relations, were simply of little interest to those Peet sites. As a result, what is to me, at least, the most fascinating aspect of the whole complex of ideas drops away from their accounts. Here I am referring to the notion of making fetish that by a form of collective investment one can, in effect, create a new god on the spot. This casual attitude toward divinity also seems to be what most startled European newcomers to Africa, and ultimately caused them to launch into peculiar fantasies about people who worship the first thing they see in the morning. It was the improvisational quality of the ritual surrounding fetishes, which made it appear to them that, in many African societies at least, it was particularly in the domain of religion what should have been the domain of eternal verities that everything was up for grabs, precisely because this was also the main locus for social creativity. In this sense, as we'll see, the issue is not so much that these were objects that existed in a space of revolution, but rather that they were themselves revolutionary objects. Necessary illusions. So what, then, is a fetish? A fetish is a god under process of construction. At least, if fetish can still be used as a technical term at all in this context, and of course there's no consensus on this point, this is what I would suggest. 20. Fetishes exist precisely at the point where conventional distinctions between magic and religion become meaningless, where charms become deities. Fraser of course argued that magic is a technique, a way humans try to shape the world to their will if only by mistaken means, while religion was instead a matter of submitting to an external authority. 21 For Durkheim, magic was ritual pursued for purely individual ends. It becomes religion when it acquires a church, a congregation, because religion is about society. Fetishism, then, is the point where each slips into the other, where objects we have created or appropriated for our own purposes suddenly come to be seen as powers imposed on us, precisely at the moment when they come to embody some newly created social bond. This may sound rather abstract, but if one looks carefully at the ethnographic evidence, this is exactly what happens. Ordinary life in rural Madagascar is still full of different sorts of medicine, phanafody, a term which covers everything from herbal infusions to charms with the power to bring bolts of lightning down on an enemy's head. Most people know how to make or work one or two sorts, or at the very least, are willing to encourage others to speculate that they might. The simplest charms are improvised for a specific occasion, others are more permanent, very important, older charms which affect whole communities, charms which guard the crops against hail, or protect villages from thieves, which have names and histories and keepers, or even have to be renewed, like kings, by periodic sacrifice. In earlier centuries, certain of these went on to take on a more general role as protectors of communities, and these came to be known as sampi. They were ultimately collections of bits of rare wood, beads, and silver ornaments, kept hidden under cloth or in boxes, usually with little houses of their own. Sometimes, they spoke through their keepers. They had names and stories, wills and desires. They received homage, gave blessings, imposed taboos. They were, in other words, very much like gods. Especially when they came to be adopted into the royal pantheon, at any given time, the king would choose 12 or so to be the guardians of the kingdom. These would be born before the royal army during campaigns. They were present at important rituals, their ritual days were national holidays, and their keepers were a de facto priesthood. These were also the idols with names like Kelly Malaza, Manjakitsaro, Ravalilona that so offended the English missionaries in the 19th century. Yet, this was also a very unstable pantheon. If these were gods, and in fact they were called gods, Andryamanitra, the same word used for the Creator, or later the Christian God, their hold on godhood seemed remarkably tenuous. New sampi would appear, older ones might slip into obscurity, or else be exposed as frauds or witchcraft and purged from the pantheon. There literally was no clear line between ordinary magic and deities, but for that reason, the deities were a constant process of construction. They were not seen as representing timeless essences, but powers that had proved, at least for the moment, effective and benevolent. 22. West African fetishes were not exactly the same as Marina's sampi. They tended to be more destructive in their powers, more caught up in the logic of affliction. There were other subtle differences, but there, too, we find the same continuum between casual charms and quasi-deities, the same sense of objects created through human actions, property that could be possessed, inherited, even bought and sold, tools, but at the same time objects of obeisance and adoration, capable of acting with potentially devastating autonomy. So what does all this strange theology have to do with social creativity per se? Here, I think we can finally return to Marx. For Marx, the fetishism of commodities was one particular instance of a much more general phenomenon of alienation. Collectively, human beings create their worlds, but owing to the extraordinary complexity of how all this creative activity is coordinated socially, no one can really keep track of the process, let alone take control of it. As a result, we are constantly confronting our own actions and creations as if they were alien powers. Fetishism is simply when this happens to material objects. Like African fetishists, the argument goes, we end up making things and then treating them like gods. The actual argument in Capital, Chapter 2, is of course much more complicated. In it, Marx is mainly making a point about value. For Marx, value always comes from labor, or to be more precise, value is the symbolic form through which our labors become meaningful to us by becoming part of some larger social system. Yet, in capitalism, consumers tend to see the value of commodities as somehow inhering in the objects themselves, rather than in the human efforts required to put those qualities in them. We are surrounded by objects designed and produced for our pleasure or convenience. They embody the intentions of people who anticipated our needs and desires and sank their energies into creating objects that would satisfy them, but owing to the workings of the market system, we normally don't have the slightest idea who any of those people are or how they went about it. Therefore, all those intentions end up seeming like they are properties of the object itself. Objects therefore seem to be things we can enter into personal relations with, we become indignant, hit them or kick them when they don't work, and so on. Actually, capitalism seems rife with such subject/object reversals. Capital grows, money is always fleeing one market and seeking out another, pork bellies doing this, the annuities market doing that. In every case, what's happening is that we are operating in a system so complicated we couldn't possibly see all of it, so we mistake our own particular perspective on the whole, that little window we have on it, with the nature of the totality itself. Because, from the point of view of the consumer, products might as well have simply jumped out into the market with a personal commitment to play their DVDs or vacuum their apartments. From the perspective of the businessman, money might as well be fleeing some markets, and so on. Point 23. This jumbling of agency might seem innocent enough, particularly since, if really challenged on the matter, few would defend the premise that commodities really have minds of their own, or that money really flees markets all of its own accord. For Marx, it becomes dangerous for two reasons. First, because it obscures the process of how value is created. This is of course convenient for those who might wish to extract value they did not play much of a role in creating. Money represents the value of labor, but wage laborers work to get money, it thus becomes a representation that brings into being what it represents. It is thus easy to see it as the source of that value, or as value, since again, from the laborer's perspective, it might as well be. In the same way, tokens of honor, rather than honorable actions, can come to seem the source of prestige, tokens of grace, rather than acts of devotion, the source of divine favor, tokens of conviviality the source of fun, and so on. Second, all this makes it much easier to treat the laws of the market, or tendencies of whatever system it may be, as natural, immutable, and therefore completely outside any possibility of human intervention. This is, of course, exactly what happens in the case of capitalism, even perhaps especially when one steps out of one's immediate situated perspective and tries to talk about the system as a whole. Not only are the laws of the market taken to be immutable, the creation of material objects is assumed to be the whole point, the commodities themselves the only human value, so that in Botswana or South Africa, for example, one can witness the bizarre spectacle of government officials and their World Bank advisors declaring that the fact that, in some areas, half of the population is dying of AIDS is a real problem because it's going to have devastating effects on the economy apparently. Oblivious to the fact that, until fairly recently, the economy was universally assumed to be the way we distribute material goods so as to keep people alive. The emphasis on value theory makes it easier to understand the strange disparity with which I began between Marx's view of material production, and the way he talks about what I have been calling social creativity, or revolution. In producing a house or a chair, one first imagines something and then tries to bring it into being. In fomenting revolution, one must never do this. Point 24. The main reason for the disparity seems to be that, as Hans Joas points out, Marx does seem to reduce human creativity to two modalities, production, which happens all the time, or revolution, which happens only occasionally. Not in principle, in the German ideology, for example, Marx states very clearly that the production of material goods was always, at the same time, the production of people and social relations, and all this was a creative process and therefore in constant transformation. But Joas is right to say that in Marx's concrete analyses of events of his own day, all of this does rather tend to fade away. Social creativity tends to get reduced to political action, even to dramatic, revolutionary change. One reason is because, in carrying out this kind of value analysis, one has to assume that the social system surrounding production is pretty much stable. Let me illustrate. To say that, in fetishizing commodities, or money, one is confusing one's partial perspective on a system with the nature of the system as a whole, does at the very least imply that a whole system exists and that it is possible to know something about it. In the case of a market system, this is a perfectly reasonable claim, All economic study is premised on the assumption that there are things called markets and that it is possible to understand something about how they work. Presumably, the knowledge required is not comprehensive. One need not know exactly who designed and produced the pack of cigarettes or Palm Pilot in one's pocket in order to avoid fetishizing it. 25 One simply needs to know how these things generally tend to work, the logic of the system, how human energies are mobilized, organized, and end up embodied in objects. But this, in turn, implies the system tends to work roughly the same way over time. What if it doesn't? What if it's in a process of transformation? What if, to take an extreme example, the system in question does not yet exist, because you are, in fact, trying to bring it into being through that very act of fetishism? In the case of many of these African fetishes, this was exactly what was happening. Merchants who drank or made fetish together might not have been creating a vast market system, but usually the point was to create a small one, stipulating terms and rates of exchange, rules of credit and regimes of property that could then be the basis of ongoing transactions. Even when fetishes were not explicitly about establishing contracts of one sort or another, they were almost invariably the basis for creating something new: congregations, new social relations, new communities. Hence any totality involved was, at least at first, virtual, imaginary, and perspective. What's more, and this is the really crucial point, it was an imaginary totality that could only come into real existence if everyone acted as if the fetish object actually did have subjective qualities. In the case of contracts, this means, act as if it really will punish you for breaking the rules. These were, in other words, revolutionary moments. They involved the creation of something new. They might not have been moments of total transformation, but realistically, it's not as if any transformation is ever really total. Every act of social creativity is to some degree revolutionary, unprecedented, from establishing a friendship to nationalizing a banking system. None are completely so. These things are always a matter of degree. 26. Yet, this is precisely where we find the logic of fetishism cropping up, even the origin of the word fetish, and it doesn't seem to be misrepresenting anything. Of course, it would also be going too far to say that the fetishistic view is simply true. Lunkenka can't really tie anyone's intestines into knots, Revolilona can't really prevent hail from falling on anyone's crops. As I have remarked elsewhere, Graeber 2001, ultimately we are probably just dealing here with the paradox of power, something which exists only if other people think it does, a paradox that I've also argued lies also at the core of magic, which always seems to be surrounded by an aura of fraud, showmanship, and chicanery. But one could argue it is not just the paradox of power. It is also the paradox of creativity. This has always been one of the ironies of Marxism. Marx ultimately wanted to liberate human beings from everything that held back or denied them control of their creative capacities, by which he meant first and foremost, all forms of alienation. But what exactly would a free, non-alienated producer look like? It's never clear in Marx's own work. Not exactly like an independent craftsperson, presumably, since the latter are usually caught in the shackles of tradition. Probably more like an artist, or a musician, or a poet, or even an author, like Marx himself. But when artists, musicians, poets, or authors describe their own experience of creativity, they almost invariably begin evoking just the sort of subject/object reversals which Marx saw as typical of fetishism. Almost never do they see themselves as anything like an architect rationally calculating dimensions and imposing their will on the world. Instead, one almost invariably hears how they feel they are vehicles for some kind of inspiration coming from outside, how they lose themselves, fragment themselves, leave portions of themselves in their products. All the more so with social creativity. It seems no coincidence that Mauss' work on the origins of the idea of the contract in the gift led him to meditate endlessly on exactly these kind of subject/object reversals, with gifts and givers becoming hopelessly entangled. Put this way, it might seem to lead to a genuine dilemma. Is non-fetishized consciousness possible? If so, would we even want it? In fact, the dilemma is illusory. If fetishism is, at root, our tendency to see our own actions and creations as having power over us, how can we treat it as an intellectual mistake? Our actions and creations do have power over us. This is simply true. Even for a painter, every stroke is a sort of commitment. It affects what she can do afterwards. In fact, this becomes all the more true, the less caught in the shackles of tradition one becomes. Even in the freest of societies, we would presumably feel bound by our commitments to others. Even under Castoriadis' ideal of autonomy, where no one would have to operate within institutions whose rules they had not themselves, collectively, created, we are still creating rules and then allowing them to have power over us. If discussion of such matters tends towards metaphoric inversions, it's because it involves a juxtaposition of something that, on some level, everyone understands, that we tend to become the slaves of our own creations, and something no one really understands: how exactly are we able to create new things in the first place? If so, the real question is how one gets from this perfectly innocuous level to the kind of complete insanity where the best reason one can come up with to regret the death of millions is because of its effects on the economy. The key factor would appear to be, not whether one sees things as a bit topsy-turvy from one's immediate perspective. Something like this seems inevitable, both in the realization of value, which always seems to operate through concrete symbolic forms, and especially in moments of transformation or creativity, but rather, whether one has the capacity to at least occasionally step into some overarching perspective from which the machinery is visible, where one can see that all these apparently fixed objects are really part of an ongoing process of construction. Or, at the very least, whether one is not trapped in an overarching perspective that insists they are not. The danger comes when fetishism gives way to theology, the absolute assurance that the gods are real. Consider again the confrontation between Pete's European merchant adventurers in the 16th and 17th centuries, and their West African counterparts, many merchants themselves. I've already argued that while both arrived with a number of broadly shared cosmological assumptions, for instance, that we live in a fallen world, that the human condition is fundamentally one of suffering, there were also a number of profound differences which the Europeans found deeply disturbing. Whether their African partners were equally disturbed by the encounter we are not in a position to know. To reduce the matter to something of a caricature, the European merchants were, as Pete stressed, budding materialists. They were Christians, but for the most part their interest in theological questions seems to have been negligible. The main effect of their faith was to guarantee the absolute assurance that ideas they did not see as Christian were, by definition, wrong. This, in turn, had an effect when they thought about things they really did find interesting, matters of trade, material wealth, and economic value. Confronted with abundant evidence of the arbitrariness of value, they instead fell back on the position that Africans themselves were arbitrary. They were fetishists, willing to ascribe divine status to a completely random collection of material objects. In the European accounts, social relations tend to disappear. They were simply of no interest. For them, there was therefore virtually nothing in between God and the world of material objects. But the Europeans could at least compliment themselves that, unlike Africans, they managed to keep the two apart. Of course they were wrong. The whole thing was largely a projection. They were, in fact, already well on the way to the kind of fetishism described by Marx, where social relations, for the very reason that they are made to disappear, end up getting projected onto objects. All this was in dramatic contradistinction with the Africans, for whom social relations were everything. As Jane Geyer, 1993, Geyer and Belinga 1995, has pointed out, conventional economic categories are hard to apply in such contexts, because people, rights in women's fertility, authority over children, the loyalty of followers, disciples, recognition of titles or status or accomplishment, were the ultimate form of wealth. Material objects were interesting mainly insofar as they became entangled in social relations, or enabled one to create new ones. Since wealth and power could not, ultimately, be distinguished. There was no way to idealize government, which disturbed Europeans. It also made for an enchanted world, one in which, for that very reason, the mechanics of enchantment were never very far from the surface, which disturbed them even more. It was as if everything existed in that middle zone which the Europeans were trying to evacuate. Everything was social, nothing was fixed, therefore everything was both material and spiritual simultaneously. This is the zone in which we encounter the fetish. Now, it is probably true that most gods have always been in the process of construction. They exist at some point along the passage from an imaginary level of pure magic where all powers are human powers, where all the tricks and mirrors are visible, to pure theology, with an absolute commitment to the principle that the constructive apparatus does not exist. But objects like Akambo, Minkasi, Sampi, or, for that matter, the improvised fetishes made of Bibles and bits of wood through which half-Portuguese Tangomaus negotiated business deals, seem to have existed at a point almost exactly in between. They were both human creations and alien powers at the same time. In Marxist terms, they were fetishes from one perspective; from another, they were not fetishized at all. Both perspectives were simultaneously available. But both perspectives were also mutually dependent. The remarkable thing is how much, even when the actors seemed perfectly aware that they were constructing an illusion, they also seemed aware that the illusion was still required. It rather reminds one of the practice of shadow puppetry in Southeast Asia. The whole point is to create an illusion. The puppets themselves are supposed to be invisible, mere shadows on the screen, but if you observe actual performances, you usually find the audience is ranged around in a big circle so that many of them can only see the puppets and can't actually see the illusion at all. There doesn't seem to be a feeling that they're missing out on much. Nonetheless, it would not be a performance if the illusion did not take place. This is what one might expect in a world of almost constant social creativity, in which few arrangements were fixed and permanent, and, even more, where was little feeling that they really should be fixed and permanent, in which, in short, people were indeed in a constant process of imagining new social arrangements and then trying to bring them into being. Gods could be created and discarded or fade away, because social arrangements themselves were never assumed to be immutable. In this sense, one might even propose that classic African fetishes are almost precisely the opposite of the phenomenon described by Marx, or, for that matter, Freud. The remarkable thing about these sorts of fetish objects, from an ideological point of view, is, as Valerio Valeri, 2001, for example, points out, that the fetishist is ostensibly aware he is dealing with an illusion. Freud insisted that his patients were perfectly well aware that a shoe, for example, was not really a sexual object, let alone a maternal penis. It's just that this knowledge did not make any difference to them. One could say exactly the same thing of the businessman reading the Wall Street Journal and contemplating the latest adventures of pork bellies, futures funds, or the market in general. If one were to point out to such a person that pork bellies do not really do anything, he would no doubt groan or throw up his eyes at the painful obviousness of this observation. Of course they don't. It's just a way of speaking. At the same time he acts as if that way of speaking were in fact true. Awareness of the illusion makes no difference. In fact, one could go further. This is an illusion that manages to deceive its victims precisely by reassuring them that it is an illusion, that they are not deceived. African fetishes then could be said to work on the opposite principle. Those who made, drank, hammered, or repaired them insisted as loudly as possible that they were, in fact, taken in by the illusion. Yet their actions were otherwise. What does all this teach us about the grand theoretical issues raised at the beginning? If nothing else, that if one takes seriously the idea of social creativity, one will probably have to abandon some of the dreams of certainty that have so enchanted the partisans both of holistic and individualistic models. No doubt, processes of social creativity are, to some degree, unchanged artable. This is probably all for the best. There are certain things that ought not to be tabulated. Making it the centerpiece of a social theory, regardless, seems like it would be an increasingly important gesture at a time when the heirs of pizza's merchants have managed to impose their strange, materialist theology on not just Africans, but almost everyone, to the extent that human life itself can be seen as having no value except as a means to produce fetishized commodities. Part 2, Provisional Autonomous Zone, Dilemmas of Authority in Rural Madagascar. 5. Provisional Autonomous Zone, or, the Ghost State in Madagascar. Shortly before I left for Madagascar, I was talking to Henry Wright, an archaeologist who had worked there for more than a decade. "You have to be careful," he said, poking around the countryside. State authority was dissolving. In many parts of the island, he said, it had effectively ceased to exist. Even in the region around the capital there were reports of Fokonolona village assemblies beginning to carry out executions. This was one of the many concerns forgotten almost as soon as I actually arrived in Madagascar. In the capital, there was quite obviously a functioning government. Almost every educated person seemed to work for it. When I moved to Ayavanimamo, a town about an hour to the west, things did not seem particularly different. Certainly, people talked about the government all the time. Everybody acted as if there was one. There was an administrative structure, offices where people typed up documents, registered things, kept track of births and deaths and the number of people's cattle. One even had to get permission to carry out the most important rituals. The government ran schools, held national exams, there were gendarmes, a prison, an airfield with military jets. It was only after I had been in Ayavanimamo for some time, and even more, in retrospect, after I'd left, that I began to wonder whether what he told me might actually have been true. Perhaps it was simply my own bias, the fact that I had always lived under an efficient and omnipresent government, that made me read the cues the wrong way. Perhaps there really wasn't a state in Betafo at all, perhaps not even in Ayavanimamo, or anyway, not one that behaves in any way like what I or other Westerners have come to assume a state is supposed to behave. Before I explain what I mean by this, though, perhaps it would help to set the scene. Ayavanimamo and Betafo. I arrived in Madagascar on June 16, 1989. For the first 6 months, I lived in Antananarivo, the capital, studying the language and doing archival research. The National Archives in Antananarivo are a remarkable resource. In their collection are thousands of documents from the 19th century Kingdom of Madagascar, most from the highland province of Imarina, which surrounded the capital. Almost all of it was in Malagasy. I went through hundreds of folders, carefully copying out everything concerned with the district of Eastern Imamo, the part of Imarina in which I intended to work. Eastern Imamo seemed, at the time, to have been a rather sleepy place, a rural hinterland far from the tumultuous political struggles of the capital, but at the same time insulated from the unstable fringes of Imarina, half-empty territories full of raiding bandits, industrial projects, and periodic revolts. It was a place where not much ever happened and, thus, the perfect field on which to study the slow-moving processes of social and cultural change I was interested in. Once I felt I had a minimal command of Malagasy, I set out for Ayavanimamo, the major town of the region. It was not at all difficult to get there. Ayavanimamo is only an hour from the capital by car. Before long I had established myself in town, and had begun making regular trips to the surrounding countryside, gathering oral histories, keeping an eye out for a likely place to do more detailed research. Ayavanimamo is a town of some 10,000 people that clusters around a stretch of the main highway leading west from the capital. In the 1960s and 1970s, it had been the home of the national airport, which sat in a broad valley to the south of town, but though the airport brought money and employment, it never seemed to become an integral part of the town's economy. It was largely a thing grafted on. The road from the airport did not pass through Ayavanimamo itself. There wasn't even a place for travelers to spend the night there. In 1975, the airport was replaced by another, nearer the capital. The old airport was given to the military, which rarely, however, had the funds to use it. By 1990, all that remained to show that foreigners had once passed through here was the battered plywood shell of an empty restaurant, standing where the airport road merges with the highway just on the outskirts of town. The current town centers on a taxi station, a wide asphalt expanse flanked by two great churches, Catholic and Protestant. At most hours, it was crowded with vans and station wagons filling up with passengers and bags and crates and heading off the capital, or further west down the highway. On the southern edge of the taxi stand is a wide-spreading Amontana tree, a very ancient sycamore that is considered the symbolic center of the town, the mark that it was once the place of kings. To its north is a marketplace with food stands and red-tiled arcades, which every Friday fills to overflowing with rural people and vendors under white umbrellas. The town itself clings to the road, the only place there is electricity. Its houses are mostly 2 or 3 stories, with graceful pillars supporting verandas around the second floor, and high-pitched roofs of tin or tile. Ayavanimamo is the capital of an administrative district of the same name. It contains several government offices and 3 high schools, 1 state school, CEG, 1 Catholic lycée, and 1 Protestant one. There is a clinic and, on a high bluff somewhat to the west of town, a small prison. Together with a gendarme's barracks nearer the old airport, a post office, and a bank, these constitute the government presence. There was once a factory nearby, but it had been abandoned for years by the time I was there. No one I knew was quite sure what, if anything, had ever been produced there. The town's commercial economy fell almost completely outside the formal, taxed, regulated, sector. There was a pharmacy and 2 large general stores, but that was about it. Otherwise, the population conformed to the general rule for Malagasy towns: almost everybody grows food, everybody sells something. Streets were fringed with dozens of little booths and stores, all stocked with the same narrow range of products: soap, rum, candles, cooking oil, biscuits, soda, bread. Anyone who had a car was a member of the taxi collective. Anyone who had a VCR was a theater operator. Anyone who had a sewing machine was a manufacturer of clothing. The province of Imarina has always centered on the gigantic irrigated plains surrounding the national capital, Antananarivo, which have long had a very dense population and been the center of powerful kingdoms. In the 19th century, the Marina Kingdom conquered most of Madagascar. Since the French conquest of 1895, Antananarivo has remained the center of administration, and the surrounding territory remains the ancestral lands of most of Madagascar's administrators and educated elite. The territory that now makes up the district of Ayavanimamo was always somewhat marginal. It was late to be incorporated into the kingdom, and it was never more than weakly integrated into the networks of cash and patronage centered on the capital. So it remains. Now, as then, it is a political and economic margin, a place where not much ever happens. To the north of Ayavanimamo is a rolling country of endless red hills, some covered only with grass, others wooded with eucalyptus trees, stretches of tapia which look like dwarf oaks, and occasional stands of pine. The hills are cut by narrow twisting valleys, each carefully terraced for the cultivation of irrigated rice. Here and there rise granite mountains, supposed to have been the seats of ancient kings. In this back country, there are no paved roads. People walk, very few can afford bicycles. Goods are transported in ox carts, along mud paths that are, even in winter, too rutted for any but the toughest automobiles. With the start of the summer rains, they become impassable. It is largely because of the difficulties of communication that there is no large-scale commercial agriculture, despite the proximity of the capital. Farmers do end up carting a fair proportion of their crops to markets in town, and much of this ends up helping to feed the population of Antananarivo, but it's all piecemeal, individual cultivators selling to very small-scale merchants in an endless multitude of tiny transactions, almost as if people were intentionally trying to ensure that the meager profits to be had from buying and selling local products ended up divided between as many hands as possible. As I have said, my first work was on oral history. I started visiting villages, usually accompanied by one or two Malagasy friends from Evanimamo. I ended up fixing on the village of Betafo, in which to carry out my intensive field work, a community that fascinated me, in part, because it was divided almost evenly between Andriana, usually translated nobles, and the descendants of their former slaves. Betafo lies along the southern flank of a long mountainous ridge called Ombohydradimbi, most of it only a 30 to 40 minute walk from the center of Evanimamo. It is close enough that one can live in town and still cultivate one's fields in Betafo, as many people do, or have a house in both places and move freely back and forth between them. Most rural communities in Imarina have some economic specialization, which occupies people especially in winter. In one village, the men will all be butchers, in another the women all weave baskets, or make rope. Spaces in the marketplace in Evanimamo are mapped out as much by the origin of the vendors as by the goods they have for sale. The people of Betafo have been traditionally known as blacksmiths. Nowadays, roughly a third of its households still have a smithy out back. Of those who do not, a very large number are involved in supplying smiths with iron ingots, and selling the plows and shovels they produce in markets and fairs in other parts of Imarina. What had started as a local effort had, by the time I was there, expanded dramatically, since in most of the region to the west of the capital, Betafo was mainly known for selling plows. Despite the fact that no one in Betafo itself actually produced plows, they were all manufactured in other villages in the vicinity of Evanimamo, with iron supplied by speculators from Betafo. The intensification of commerce is one response to the economic crunch that has caused a dramatic fall in standards of living throughout Madagascar since the 1970s. It led to a great increase in side occupations, so that in any one household, one woman might be spending much of her time running a coffee stand in town, or weaving, another making fermented manioc to sell to vendors in the market, one man driving an ox cart part-time and spending several months a year selling pineapples in a different part of Imarina, while yet another might only drop by in the country occasionally, spending most of his days refilling disposable lighters near the taxi stand. In town. All this makes membership in a community like Betafo a bit hard to define. Not that I was trying to gather much in the way of statistics. In fact, one of the peculiar effects of my situation was that I had some fairly detailed bits of information about the demographics and property holdings of the inhabitants of Betafo in the 1840s and 1920s, culled from the archives. I never managed to get such statistical information for the time I was actually there. This fact is important. I think it reveals something quite profound, actually, about what sort of place I was actually in. While I was living in Evanimamo and working in Betafo, I spent a lot of time thinking about the political aspects of conducting research. Almost all anthropologists do. In my case, it was especially hard not to be a little self-conscious in a milieu where urbanites seemed to find a special joy in telling me how terrified country folk were of Vazaha, people of European stock, such as myself, and country folk, in telling me how terrified children were. For most Malagasy, the very word Vazaha evoked the threat of violence. Fortunately for me, it also had as its primary meaning Frenchman, and, as I endlessly had to explain, I did not even speak French. Speaking only in Malagasy took a bit of the edge off things. But even more crucial, conducting research itself had associations. On the one hand, Imarina is a highly literate society. No one had any problem understanding what I meant if I said I was an American student carrying out research for his doctorate in anthropology. Nor did anyone seem to doubt that this was a legitimate, even an admirable thing to be doing. But techniques of knowledge were very closely identified with techniques of rule, and I quickly got the impression that there were certain sorts of inquiry people were much more comfortable with than others. Perhaps I was overly sensitive, but as soon as I got the feeling I was moving onto territory someone didn't want me delving into, I desisted. I would rather people talk to me about the things they wanted to talk about. As a result, I know more about the distribution of property in Betafo in 1925 or even 1880 than I do for the time I was there. Property surveys were the sort of the thing governments would carry out, backed by the threat of force, in order to aid in the forcible extraction of labor or taxes. This meant that there were extensive records in the archives. It also meant it was exactly what people wanted to be sure I wasn't ultimately up to. Even the act of systematically going from door to door surveying household size would have been, well, nothing would have been more guaranteed to get people's backs up. Lack of hard numbers seemed a minor price to pay. The very existence of the state. Let me return, then, to the initial question of the state. Was there a government in Ayavanimamo and the surrounding countryside? On one level, the answer was perfectly obvious. Of course there was. There were government personnel, government offices, and at least in town, government-run schools, banks, and hospitals. Almost all economic transactions, even if they were generally off the books, were carried out using government-issued Malagasy currency. The territory as a whole was claimed under the sovereign authority of a Malagasy state that was recognized by all other states in the world, and no one, in this territory, was openly contesting that state's sovereign authority. Certainly, there was nobody else claiming to represent a different state or claiming to represent a political alternative. There were no insurrectionary communities, no guerrilla movements, no political organizations pursuing dual power strategies. From a different perspective, though, the situation looked quite different. Because the Malagasy state, in this region at least, and this was a region quite close to its center of power in the capital, was either uninterested in, or incapable of, carrying out many of what we consider to be a state's most elementary, definitional functions. The key issue in most Western definitions of the state is its power to coerce. States employ force, a euphemistic term for the threat of violence to enforce the law. The classic definition here is Weber's: a compulsory political association with continuous organization will be called a state if and insofar as its administrative staff successfully upholds a claim to the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force in the enforcement of its order, 1968 I. 54. But Weber's definition was itself really just a matter of repeating the conventional jural wisdom of his day. In fact, he seems to have been drawing directly on the work of an earlier German legal theorist named Rudolf von Ehering, who in 1877 had defined the state this way. The state is the only competent as well as the sole owner of social coercive force. The right to coerce forms the absolute monopoly of the state. Every association that wishes to realize its claims upon its members by means of mechanical coercion is dependent upon the cooperation of the state, and the state has in its power to fix the conditions under which it will grant such aid, cited in Turner and Factor 1994, 103-104. A definition like this is mainly a way to focus the mind. It is not of that much use for determining whether or not any particular organization is a state, since for that, everything depends on whether or not one feels a would-be state has been successful in claiming its monopoly. Nonetheless, these definitions do capture the implicit common sense behind modern Western institutions of government, one in no way foreign to the Malagasy state, which was organized very much on this same model under the French colonial regime, and whose current form is based largely on colonial institutions. And most Malagasy, I think, would have agreed that the ability to apply force in this way was, essentially, what made a state what it was. This made it all the more striking that, in most of the Malagasy countryside, the state had become almost completely unwilling to do so. Far from maintaining an absolute monopoly of the right to coerce, or to authorize others to do so, the state simply did not exercise what was ostensibly its primary function there at all. In the capital, there were police. Around Ayavanimamo, the closest thing to a police force was a unit of gendarmes who had a barracks somewhat to the west of town. Mainly, they patrolled the highway. Occasionally, I was told, they would fight bandits further west, but they did not like to travel off the paved roads, over the rutted dirt tracks that led into the countryside where almost everyone actually lived. In the countryside, gendarmes would never show up unless someone had been murdered. Even then, it would usually require something drastic like a large number of witnesses appearing at their doorstep demanding they take action, and, usually, having already rounded up the culprit, themselves before they would actually come and take anyone away. Even in town, they did not act much like police. In Ayavanimamo I heard a lot about a bully named Henry, a large and powerfully built man, perhaps insane, some said he was just pretending, who had terrorized its inhabitants for years. Henry used to help himself to merchandise at the local shops, daring anyone to stop him. He was a particular danger to the town's young women, who lived in constant fear of sexual assault. After much discussion, the young men of the town finally decided to join together and kill him. This took some time to arrange because, in fact, there was an informal tradition in that part of the highlands that if one wishes to lynch someone, one has to get their parents' permission first. Normally this is just an effective way to reinforce parental authority, a kind of ultimate sanction or, a way of allowing someone's mother or father to inform them that it's really time one should be getting out of town. But in this case, after many vain efforts to apprise his son of the seriousness of the matter, Henry's father threw up his hands and allowed things to take their course. The next time he provoked a fight, a crowd immediately appeared armed with knives and agricultural implements. As it turned out, they didn't quite succeed in killing him. Badly wounded, Henry managed to take refuge in the Catholic Church and demanded sanctuary, claiming persecution due to mental illness. There, no one was willing to follow him. The Italian priest hid him in the back of a van and smuggled him out to an insane asylum. He was soon discharged. He beat the other patients, but didn't dare show his face again in Ayavanimamo for many years to come. The first time I heard the story I was mainly interested in the details of parental permission. Only later did it occur to me that this event took place in a town with an actual police station. How could Henry have managed to terrorize the town for years without anything being done about him? Why hadn't the gendarmes done anything? I asked. Haven't you seen Henry? People would reply. He's enormous. But the gendarmes had guns. Yes, but even so. Events like this were in every way exceptional. The most significant thing about violence around Ayavanimamo was that there was very little of it. Murders were shocking, isolated events, there were very few Henrys. Nonetheless, rural assemblies had to develop all sorts of creative strategies to overcome the reluctance of the forces of order to enforce the laws. Towards the end of my stay, there was a Focano Lona meeting in Betafo, a village assembly to deal with an instance of violence. A man named Benja, notorious for his fiery temper, had a quarrel with his sister over some mutual business arrangement, and, the story went, had beaten her to within an inch of her life. Actually, stories varied considerably about how badly she was really beaten, but the matter was considered a very serious affair requiring immediate attention. After much deliberation, the Focano Lona ordered Benja to write an undated letter confessing to having murdered his sister, and then, brought the confession down to be lodged at the local gendarme station in town. That way, if his sister was ever to be found the victim of foul play, he would already have confessed and could simply be delivered to the authorities. The message was that his sister's safety and well-being were to be his personal responsibility from then on. In this case, the state was being used as a kind of ghost image of authority, a principle but not a threat, since if his sister was found dead, the Focano Lona themselves would have to be the ones to arrest him and carry him down to the gendarme's office. The papers would merely make it much more likely that he would then have to spend some time in jail. In other cases, the state authorities were bypassed entirely. The 1980s, for example, began to see the revival of collective ordeals. In a case of theft, for instance, in Betafo, after someone had made off with the entire contents of a rice storage pit belonging to a prominent elder, elders would gather a whole community together, and each would drink from a specially prepared bowl or eat a piece of a specially prepared liver, and call on their ancestors to strike them down if they were guilty. The next person who died a sudden death was thus presumed to be a victim of ancestral vengeance. 2 such collective ordeals had been held in Betafo alone in the decade before I came there. There were even rumors, further out in the countryside, of the revival of actual poison ordeals. Everywhere, one began to hear about invisible powers enforcing justice, buried charms, standing stones, ancient places of sacrifice newly charged with the power to detect and punish evildoers. Almost anyone of any wealth or political prominence started to begin hinting that they might have access to dangerous magical powers, hail or lightning charms, vindictive ghosts, access to the protection of ancient kings. Anyone who intended to amass or maintain a great deal of wealth had almost by definition to be able to at least create the suspicion in others' minds that they might have access to dangerous hidden powers of some sort or another. But it was a very delicate game, since anyone who boasted openly of such powers was assumed almost by definition not to really have them, and anyone who employed dangerous magic against their fellow villagers was by definition a witch. I even heard rumors of wealthy men deep in the countryside who so infuriated their neighbors by dark hints of magical powers that those neighbors eventually sought counter-medicine, disguised themselves as bandits, and attacked and ransacked their possessions. The state as guarantor of property relations. Theories of social class almost always assume that a key role of the state, perhaps its most important role, is to underpin property relations. For a Marxist, certainly, this is a state's primary reason for being. Contractual, market relations can only exist because their basic ground, the basic rules of the game, are enshrined in law. Those laws in turn are effective only insofar as everyone knows they will be backed up in the last instance by clubs and guns and prisons. And, of course, if the ultimate guarantor of property relations is state violence, then the same is true of social classes as well. But, in the countryside around Evanimamo, the state simply did not play this role. I cannot imagine a situation under which it would dispatch armed men to uphold one person's right to exclude another from their land, let alone to enforce a contract or investigate a robbery. This, too, was something whose full significance dawned on me only afterwards, because everyone acted as if the government did play a crucial role in such matters. The government kept track of who owned each piece of land. Whenever someone died, the division of their fields and other property was meticulously recorded at the appropriate offices. Registering property, along with births and deaths, was one of the main things such offices did. There were all sorts of laws concerning land, and no one openly contested them, just as when talking in the abstract, they always spoke as if they felt land registration did give an accurate picture of who had ultimate rights to what. In practice, however, legal principles were usually only one, relatively minor, consideration. If there was a dispute, legalities had to be weighed against a welter of traditional principles, which usually provided more than one possible solution to any given problem, the intentions of former owners, and not least, by people's broader sense of justice, the feeling, for instance, that no accepted member of the community should be completely deprived of the means of making a living. Certainly no one would think of taking the matter to court except in a few rare cases where one of the disputants was an outsider. Even then, the court served mainly as a neutral mediator. Everyone knew no police or any other armed official would enforce a court decision. Point 1. In Evanimamo, in fact, there was one man with a gendarme's uniform who would occasionally rent himself out to moneylenders or merchants to intimidate people into paying debts or surrendering collateral. An acquaintance of mine from Betafo was terrified one day when he showed up in the company of a notorious loan shark, even after his neighbors explained to him that the man could hardly be a real policeman, because, even if you could find an officer willing to trudge out into the country on such a trivial matter, lending money at interest was against the law for private individuals, and a real gendarme would have had just as much cause to arrest his creditor as he. This struck me as a particularly telling case, because it underlined just how little the forces of order cared about economic affairs. Normally, there is nothing more guaranteed to infuriate police than the knowledge that someone is going around impersonating an officer. Doing so strikes at the very essence of their authority. If this particular impostor got away with it as he apparently did, it appeared to be because he confined his activities to a domain in which the gendarmes had no interest. After all, the gendarmes never did anything to protect shopkeepers from Henry, either, and that was in town. The counterfeit officer seems to have confined his activities almost exclusively to the countryside. There are various ways one might choose to assess this situation. One would be to conclude that people of rural Imarina, or in Madagascar in general, had a different conception of the state than Marxists and Weberians are used to. Maybe the protection of property is simply not one of the functions anyone expects a government to fulfill. To the extent people seem to say otherwise, they might just be paying lip service to alien principles imposed by the French colonial regime. But, in fact, the pre-colonial Marina state was veritably obsessed with protecting property. King Andrianampuanamirana, its founder, emphasized this role constantly in his speeches. Larson 2000, 192. Law codes, beginning with his own, always made the regulation of inheritance, rules about buying and renting, and the like, one of their most important areas of concern. Even the registration of lands predates the colonial period. Records began to be kept in 1878, 17 years before the French invasion. On the other hand, existing evidence gives us no reason to believe that people then paid much more attention to this elaborate legal structure than they do today, although neither is there any record of anyone openly challenging it. Legal systems have always been accepted in principle, and appealed to only very selectively in practice. Mostly, people go about their business much as they had done before. It is this phenomenon, I think, which gives the best hint as to what's really going on. Let me make a broad generalization. Confronted with someone bent on imposing unwanted authority, a typical Malagasy response will be to agree heartily with whatever demands that person makes, and then, as soon as they are gone, to try to go on living one's life as if the incident had never happened. One might even say this was the archetypically Malagasy way of dealing with authority. One's first line of defense is simply to deny that the event in question, a government official coming to count cattle and announce the required tax payments, or negotiate the requisitioning of laborers to replant trees or build a road, ever occurred. Admittedly, it is hardly a strategy limited to Madagascar. Something along these lines is often considered a typically peasant strategy. It is an obvious course to take when one is in no way economically dependent on those trying to tell one what to do. But there are many other routes to take, all sorts of possible combinations of confrontation, negotiation, subversion, acquiescence. In Madagascar, where there is often a strong distaste for open confrontation in daily life in general, the preferred approach has always been to do whatever it takes to make the annoying outsider happy until he goes away, then, insist that he had never been there to begin with, or if that doesn't work, to simply ignore whatever one has agreed with and see what the consequences might be. It even takes on a cosmological dimension. Malagasy myths on the origins of death claim that life itself was won from God in a deal that humans never really intended to keep, hence, it is said, God kills us. Here is one, drawn early in the century from the Batsimisarika of the East Coast. There are endless variations, most obviously tongue-in-cheek, with the creator often bearing an uncanny resemblance to the sort of passing colonial official who would periodically show up in villages, with armed retainers, demanding the payment of taxes. Once upon a time, a Vazimba Aboriginal couple were the only two occupants of the earth. They were sad because they had no children, so one day they found some clay and gave it human form. They made two figures, one a little boy, the other a little girl. The woman blew in their noses to animate them, but she wasn't able to give them life. Then, one day, she happened to meet a god who was traveling on the earth. The woman asked him to give life to the two statues and promised him, if he succeeded, 2 cows and a sum of money. So he did so. When the children grew up, the parents married them to one another. Then the god returned to claim his payment. "We have no money," the parents said, "because we're old, but in 12 years our children will pay you." "Because you have tricked me," replied the god, "I will kill you." And he did. After 12 years the god returned to again ask the children for his payment. "You've killed our parents," said the couple, "so the money we've gathered up to pay you has all been spent. We have to ask you for 10 more years to acquit our debt." 10 years later, the god returned and the couple had 3 children but no money. "I will kill you," said the god, "you and your descendants, whether you be old or young." Since that day, humans have been mortal, and when one quits life, Malagasy people say, they are taken by the god that made them. Renal 1910-3, 17-18, my translation from the French. The mythological point is, to say the least, suggestive. One might well argue that this whole attitude is ultimately one with the logic of sacrifice, which at least in Madagascar is often explicitly phrased as a way of fobbing off the divine powers with a portion of what is rightfully theirs, so as to win the rest for living people. The life of the animal, it is often said, goes to God, hence, implicitly, we get to keep our own. Consider, then, the curious fact that all over Madagascar, sacrificial rituals, or their functional equivalents, such as the Famedi Hana, reburial, rituals of Imarina always seem to require government permits. The fact that this permit has been received, that the paperwork has been properly done, is often made much of during the ceremony itself. Here is a fragment of a Batsimisarika speech, spoken over the body of a sacrificial ox. "For this ox is not the kind of ox that lazes in its pen or shits anywhere on entering the village. Its body is here with us, but its life is with you, the government. You, the government, are like a great beast lying on its back, he who turns it over sees its huge jaws, so we, comrades, cannot turn that beast over. It is this official permit that is the knife that dares to cut its hide, the axe that dares to break its bones, which comes from you who hold political authority." Ali 1984, 59-60. Not only is the state figured simultaneously as a potential force of violence and its victim, the act of acquiring a permit becomes equated with the act of sacrifice itself. The main point I am trying to make here is about autonomy. Filling out forms, registering land, even paying taxes, might be considered the equivalents of sacrifice, little ritualized actions of propitiation by which one wins the autonomy to continue with one's life. This theme of autonomy crops up in any number of other studies of colonial and post-colonial Madagascar, notably, those of Gerald Altheby, 1969, 2000, about these same Batsimisarika, and Gillian Feely Harnick, 1982, 1984, 1991, on the Sokolava of the Northwest Coast. But in these authors it takes on a sort of added twist, since both suggest that, in Madagascar, the most common way to achieve autonomy is by creating a false image of domination. The logic seems to be this: a community of equals can only be created by common subordination to some overarching force. Typically, it is conceived as arbitrary and potentially violent in much the same way as the traditional Malagasy god. But it can also be equally far from everyday human concerns. One of the most dramatic responses to colonial rule, among both peoples, was the massive diffusion of spirit possession. In every community, women began to be possessed by the souls of ancient kings, whose will was considered, at least in theory, to have all the authority it would have, had they been alive. By relegating ultimate social authority to entranced women speaking with the voices of dead kings, the power to constitute communities is displaced to a zone where French officials and police would have no way to openly confront it. In either case, there was the same kind of move: one manages to create a space for free action, in which to live one's life out of the grip of power, only by creating the image of absolute domination, but one which is ultimately only that, an image, a phantasm, completely manipulable by those it ostensibly subjects. To put the matter crudely, one might say that the people I knew were engaged in a kind of scam. Their image of government had, at least since the colonial period, been one of something essentially alien, predatory, coercive. The principal emotion it inspired was fear. Under the French, the government apparatus was primarily an engine for extracting money and forced labor from its subjects. It provided relatively little in way of social benefits for the rural population. Certainly, from the point of view of the rural population it didn't. Insofar as it did concern itself with its subjects' daily needs, it was with the conscious intention of creating new ones, of transforming their desires so as to create a more deeply rooted dependence. Nor did matters change much after independence in 1960, since the first Malagasy regime made very few changes in its policy or mode of operation. For the vast majority of the population, the common sense attitude was that the state was something to be propitiated, then avoided, insofar as it was in any way possible to do so. It was only after the revolution of 1972 that things really began to change. An anti-colonial revolt in its origins, the 1972 events introduced a succession of state capitalist, military-based regimes from 1975 until 1991, dominated by the figure of President Didier Ratsirika. Ratsirika found his political inspiration in Kim Il-sung of North Korea. In theory, his regime was dedicated to a very centralized version of socialist development and mobilization. From the beginning, though, he was uninterested in what he considered a stagnant, traditional peasant sector with little revolutionary potential. In agriculture as in industry, his government concentrated its efforts on a series of colossal development schemes, often heroic in scale, involving massive investment, funded by foreign loans. Loans were easy enough to get in the 1970s. By 1981, the government was insolvent. Ever since, Malagasy economic history has mainly been the story of negotiations with the IMF. There is no room here to enter into details on the effects of IMF-ordered austerity plans. Suffice it to say their immediate result was a catastrophic fall in living standards, across the board. Hardest hit were the civil service and other government employees, who made up the bulk of the middle class, but aside from a narrow elite surrounding the president himself, who stole liberally, pauperization has been well nigh universal. Madagascar is now one of the poorest countries on earth. For Ratsirika's peasant sector, rural areas not producing key commodities, this whole period was marked by the gradual withdrawal of the state. The most onerous taxes from the French period, the head tax, cattle tax, house tax, intended to force farmers to sell their products and thus to goad them into the cash economy, were abolished immediately after the revolution. Ratsirika's regime first ignored rural administration. After 1981, it increasingly became the object of triage. The state, its resources ever more limited as budgets were endlessly slashed, was reduced to administering and providing minimal social services to those towns and territories its rulers found economically important, mainly, those which generated some kind of foreign exchange. Places like Eyavanimamo, where almost all production and distribution was carried out outside the formal sector anyway, were of no interest to them. Indeed, it is hard to imagine anything that could happen there short of the area becoming the base for armed guerrillas, hardly a possibility that would seriously threaten the interests of the men who really ran the country. Point 2. Resources for rural areas dried up. By the time I was in Eyavanimamo, the only sector of administration that was receiving any significant funding was the education system. Even here the sums were paltry. The main government role was to post the teachers, who were sometimes paid, at least in part, by parents' associations, provide curricula, and administer the tests. The latter, particularly the baccalaureate examination, were of particular concern to the center because they were the gateway into the formal, state sector. Those who passed their baccalaureate were obliged to undergo several weeks of military training and then carry out a year's national service, though as I pointed out this mainly consisted of lounging around in meaningless make-work jobs. But national service was, I think, important. It was a way of marking passage into a domain where effective authority really did exist, where orders had to be obeyed. For those not ensconced in the educational system, the government provided nothing, but it also had almost no immediate power over their lives. 3. Still, even in the countryside, government offices continued to exist. The typewriters were often crumbling, functionaries were often reduced to buying their own paper, since they could no longer requisition any, but people dutifully continued to fill out forms, requesting permission before uprooting trees or exhuming the dead, reporting births and deaths, and registering the number of their cattle. They must have realized that, had they refused, nothing would have happened. So, why did they play along? One might, I suppose, call it inertia, sheer force of habit. People were still running the same scam, propitiating the state without having noticed its huge jaws were toothless. Certainly, memories of colonial violence were still vivid. I was told many times of the early days of mass executions, or of how terrified rural people used to be when they had to enter a government office, of the endless pressure of taxation. But I think the real answer is more subtle. Memories of violence were mainly important because they defined what people imagined a state to be about. I found little notion that the state, for all its socialist pretensions, existed to provide services. At least, no one much complained about the lack of them. People seemed to accept that a government was essentially an arbitrary, predatory, coercive power. But the one theme of official ideology everyone did seem to take seriously was the idea of Malagasy unity. In the Highlands, at least, people saw themselves as Malagasy, they hardly ever referred to themselves as Marina. Malagasy unity was a constant theme in rhetoric. It was the real meaning, I think, of the Malagasy flags that inevitably accompanied any major ritual, whose official meaning was to mark that the forms had been filled out, the event approved. It seems to me that it was the very emptiness of the state which made it acceptable as a unifying force. When it was powerful, the state in Imarina was essentially seen as something French. This remained true even in the early years of independence. The 1972 revolution was first and foremost an effort to achieve genuine independence, to make the state truly Malagasy. For the Highland population, I would say, this effort was largely successful, if only because, at the same time, the state was stripped of almost all effective power. In other words, the government became something along the same lines as the ancient kings discussed by Altheby and Fili Harnack, absolute, arbitrary powers that constitute those they subjugate as a community by virtue of their common subjugation, while at the same time, extremely convenient powers to be ruled by, because, in any immediate practical sense, they do not exist. Provisional Autonomous Zone. In contemporary anarchist circles it has become common to talk of the TAZ, or Temporary Autonomous Zones, Bay 1991. The idea is that, while there may no longer be any place on earth entirely uncolonized by state and capital, power is not completely monolithic. There are always temporary cracks and fissures, ephemeral spaces in which self-organized communities can and do continually emerge like eruptions, covered uprisings. Free spaces flicker into existence and then pass away. If nothing else, they provide constant testimony to the fact that alternatives are still conceivable, that human possibilities are never fixed. In rural Imarina, it might be better to talk about a provisional autonomous zone, rather than a temporary one, in part, to emphasize that it does not stand quite so defiantly outside power as the image of a TAZ implies, but also, because there is no reason to necessarily assume its independence is all that temporary. Betafo, even to a large extent Evanimamo, stood outside the direct control of the state apparatus, even if the people who live there passed back and forth between them and zones, such as the capital, which are very much under the domination of the state. Their autonomy was tentative, uncertain. It might be largely swept away the moment a new infusion of guns and money restores the apparatus, but then again, it might not. Some might consider the current situation scandalous. Myself, I consider it a remarkable accomplishment. After all, austerity plans have been imposed on nations all over the world. Few governments have reacted by abandoning the bulk of the population to govern themselves, nor would many populations have been so well prepared to do so. Why were they able to do so? I would guess there are various reasons. One is the maintenance of active traditions of self-governance, and what would, if it were observed in, say, European or Latin American social movements, undoubtedly be called a culture of direct democracy. The art of coming to decisions by consensus was something everyone simply learned as part of growing up. It was so much a part of everyday common sense that it was difficult, at first, for an outsider to even notice it. For instance, there was a general principle that no course of action that might have negative consequences on others should legitimately be carried out without those others' prior consent. The resultant meetings were called Fokanolona meetings, meaning, basically, everybody but. Despite the consistent misunderstanding of colonial ethnography, the Fokanolona was not a formal institution, but a flexible principle of deliberation by groups that could vary from 5 to 1,000, depending on the dimensions of the problem they were collectively trying to solve. Within those meetings, however, anyone, male or female, old or young, formally had equal right to speak. The only criteria was to be old enough to be able to formulate an intelligent opinion. For what's more, anyone engaged in an ongoing project had the power to engage in what would in contemporary consensus process be referred to as a block. One could simply declare, I am no longer in agreement with the general direction of things, and it would cause a general crisis until one's concerns had been publicly addressed. Suffice it to say, then, that even during the colonial period, when all political gatherings were technically illegal, ordinary people had maintained institutional structures and political habits that allowed them to govern their own affairs with minimal appeal to outside force. They had also managed to develop forms of resistance sufficiently subtle that, when the state was emptied of its substance, they were able to allow it to effectively collapse with minimal loss of face. I don't mean to romanticize the situation. What autonomy rural communities have has been won at the cost of grinding poverty. It is hard to enjoy one's freedom if one is in a constant scramble to have enough to eat. Institutions of rule, most obviously schools and Christian churches, still functioned, and in the same hierarchical way as ever, even if they did now largely lack the power to back up their efforts with the threat of physical force. There were certainly profound social inequalities within many of these rural communities, not to mention in town, both differences of wealth, perhaps minor by world standards, but nonetheless real, and even more, divisions between what were called white and black people, descendants of nobles or commoners in the ancient kingdom, and their former slaves. In order to understand what places like Betafo were like, then, one must first understand that it was a place that stood outside state power, then, that it did not stand entirely outside it. For all the efforts to maintain zones of autonomy, the reality of coercion has by now reshaped the terms by which people deal with each other. In certain ways, it has become embedded in the very structure of experience. In Imarina, just about everyone considers themselves a Christian. About 2/3 of the population is Protestant, 1/3 Catholic. Many regularly attend church. The government may no longer have the means to compel children to attend school, but attendance is still close to universal, at least on the primary level. At the same time, however, there is a certain ambivalence about both these institutions, particularly the schools. As I already remarked when speaking of the politics of research, the educational system in Imarina has always been seen as a tool of power, and always, too, identified with Vazaha. The present educational system took form under the French colonial regime. It is important to bear in mind that this was not a regime that could ever make the most remotest claim to being the expression of popular will. It was a regime imposed by conquest, maintained only by the constant threat of force. It is worth considering for a moment what maintaining a credible threat of force actually requires. It is not merely a matter of having an adequate number of men willing to use violence, not even a matter of arming and training them. Mostly, it is a matter of coordination. The crucial thing is to be able to ensure that a sufficient number of such violent men will always be able to show up, whenever and wherever there is an open challenge to one's authority, and that everyone knows that they will indeed do so. But this, in turn, requires a great deal. It requires an extensive cadre of trained functionaries capable of processing information, not to mention an infrastructure of roads, telephones, typewriters, barracks, repair shops, petroleum depots, and the staff to maintain them. Once built, such an infrastructure can and doubtless will serve other purposes as well. Roads built to transport soldiers will also end up carrying chickens to market and people to visit their ailing relatives. But, if it wasn't for the soldiers, the roads would never have been there, and at least in Madagascar, people seemed perfectly well aware of that. Most of the people who work in a state bureaucracy, pretty much any state bureaucracy, anywhere, are, on a day-to-day level, much more concerned with processing information than with breaking people's skulls. But the same is true of soldiers and police. Rather than see this fact as proof that violence plays a minor role in the operation of a state, it might be better to ask oneself how much these technologies of information are themselves part of the apparatus of violence, essential elements in ensuring that small handful of people willing and able to break skulls will always be able to show up at the right place at the right time. Surveillance, after all, is a technique of war, and Foucault's panopticon was a prison, with armed guards. Viewed from Madagascar, the essentially violent nature of the state is much harder to deny. This was not only because of its colonial history. It was also because most Malagasy, at least the ones I knew, were accustomed to different standards of perception. The best way to put it is that, unlike most Americans, they did not see anything particularly shameful about fear. This was one of the things it took me longest to get used to there, seeing grown men, for instance, gazing into the street and casually remarking, "Scary cars, I'm scared of those oxen." For someone brought up as I had been, it was very disconcerting. I may not come from a particularly macho background, by American standards, but I had been brought up to assume confessions of fear, at least fear of being physically harmed by others, were at least a little bit embarrassing. Most Malagasy seemed to find the subject pleasant and amusing. They took a veritable delight in telling me how afraid some people were of Vazaha, sometimes, even, how much they themselves were. That governments work largely through inspiring fear in their subjects was simply obvious to them. It seems to me that, insofar as Western social science has a tendency to downplay the importance of coercion, it is partly because of a hidden embarrassment. We find it shameful to admit the degree to which our own daily lives are framed by the fear of physical force. 5. Schools, anyway, are ultimately a part of this apparatus of violence. In Malagasy, one does not speak of education as conveying facts and information so much as skills. The word used, fahazana, means skills, know-how, practical knowledge. The kind of fahazana one acquires at school, however, was seen as an essentially foreign one, a fahazana vazaha, opposed, as such, to Malagasy forms of know-how. The techniques taught in school were seen as, essentially, techniques of rule. In part this is because the school system was itself part of the infrastructure of violence. It was designed primarily to train functionaries, secondarily, technicians. The style of teaching was entirely authoritarian, with a heavy emphasis on rote memorization, and the skills that were taught with the expectation they were to be employed in offices, workshops, or classrooms organized around certain forms of social relation, what might be referred to as relations of command. The assumption was always that some people would be giving orders, others were there to obey. In other words, not only was the system designed to produce the competences required to maintain an infrastructure of violence, it was premised on social relations completely unlike those current in other aspects of daily life, ones that could only be maintained by a constant threat of physical harm. The ambivalence towards research and book learning, then, was based on a perfectly sensible appreciation of the situation. Everyone considered knowledge in itself a valuable, even a pleasant, thing. Everyone recognized that the skills one learned in school opened spheres of experience that would not otherwise be available, to types of information and networks of communication that span the globe. But these skills were also techniques of repression. By training people in certain methods of organization and not others, how to keep lists and inventories, how to conduct a meeting, the system ensured that no matter what their purposes, any large-scale network they put together capable of coordinating anything, whether it be an historical preservation society, or a revolutionary party, will almost inevitably end up operating somewhat like a coercive bureaucracy. Certainly, one can, and many did, try to rework these devices to operate in a more consensual, democratic manner. It can be done, but it is extremely difficult, and the tendency, the drift, is for any system created by people trained in these competencies, no matter how revolutionary their intentions, to end up looking at least a little like the French colonial regime. Hardly surprising then that most people wrote these techniques off as inherently foreign, and tried as much as they could to isolate them from Malagasy contexts. But, at the same time, there was another, perhaps more subtle effect of the existence of these hierarchical institutions. They allowed people to make clear distinctions between everything that was gassy Malagasy and everything that was considered Vazaha, alien, authoritarian, repressive, French. They guaranteed that everyone had at least some experience of the latter, that zone where the state was the only competent as well as the sole owner of social coercive force, even if it was simply a matter of being forced to stand in uncomfortable lines as a child, jump at orders in gym class, and dutifully copy and memorize boring and apparently pointless lessons. The experience of state-like discipline became a way of constantly reminding oneself what was, in contrast, considered Malagasy the habits of consensus decision-making, for example, the reluctance to give orders to fellow adults, the general suspicion of anything that smacked of confrontation or even charismatic leadership, compare Block 1971. It is fairly clear that many of these traits had not always been considered quintessentially Malagasy, much though I suspect that Malagasy had, from the very beginning of their settlement of the island, always tended to define themselves against foreigners of some kind or another. 6 In this way, paradoxically enough, the provisional nature of local autonomy actually becomes, in a sense, self-sustaining. We all live in a larger world of gross inequalities of wealth and power. Malagasy rice farmers and blacksmiths and seamstresses and video operators were all well aware of that. But precisely through such constant reminders, people managed, to a large degree, to insulate themselves as well. A final question. I doubt that the hinterland of Ayavanimamo is an isolated case. As Henry Wright had pointed out to me, similar things were happening all over Madagascar. In fact, probably they had been for much longer and in more profound ways in many other parts of the island, since Ayavanimamo was, after all, with its military airport and gendarmes and prison, an hour away from the capital, one of the last places one would expect the state authority to disappear. In Madagascar itself, state authority appears to have ebbed and flowed, sometimes asserting itself, sometimes retreating, in the intervening years, but in much of the country, particularly areas that, like Ayavanimamo, do not contain vanilla plantations, bauxite mines, or nature preserves, the situation has remained essentially unchanged. One wonders if there might not be hundreds, even thousands, of similar communities in other parts of the world, communities that have withdrawn from or drifted away from the effective control of national governments and become to all intents and purposes self-governing, but whose members are still performing the external form and tokens of obeisance in order to disguise that fact. It is a question we might well ponder when reading the contemporary literature on failed states and particular, the crisis of state authority in Africa. As James Ferguson has recently noted, 2006, in many parts of Africa, about the only significant meaning of state sovereignty left is international recognition of a government's legal right to represent its citizens in international arenas, and particularly, to guarantee contracts concerning access to resources within its territory, for those from other states. Few even pretend to maintain a monopoly of violence in the manner described by Rudolf von Ehering or Max Weber. The withdrawal of resources, the abandonment of any sense that the government can or would even wish to provide equally for the basic needs of all its citizens, has had devastating effects on health, education, and livelihood. But at the same time, even IMF-imposed austerity plans have been known to have their curious unintended side effects. It is, in fact, something of an irony that it is only when anarchy, in the sense of the breakdown of state power, results in chaos, violence, and destruction, as in the case of, say, Somalia in the 1990s, or many parts of southern and central Africa today, that non-Africans are likely to hear about it. What I observed in Madagascar suggests that for every such case, there might well be dozens, even hundreds that outsiders simply do not know about, precisely because local people managed to make the transition peacefully. Like Malagasy villagers, they avoided confrontation, ensured that state representatives never had to feel publicly humiliated or to lose face, but at the same time, made it as difficult as possible for them to govern, and easy as possible to simply play along with the facade. Neither is this strategy, or the existence of newly autonomous communities, likely to be limited to Africa. There are many parts of the world in Southeast Asia, Oceania, most notably, but even, say, parts of Latin America where the presence of the state has always been a somewhat sporadic phenomenon. Its visits have, perhaps, always borne less resemblance to the forms of constant monitoring and surveillance we are familiar with in both totalitarian states or industrial democracies, and more the occasional, if often disastrous, appearance of a vindictive Malagasy god. So, often, with the world system as a whole. Such gods can rarely be eliminated entirely, any more than the monsoons or earthquakes that they are often seen to resemble. But their visitations can be rendered equally occasional. Of course, the institutional structure did remain, there were schools, banks, hospitals. They ensured that the state form, as Mario Tronti for instance calls it, was always present. Everyone had some idea what it was like to live inside institutions that were premised on coercion, even if for the most part these were ghostly shadows of real state institutions, since the actual violence had been stripped away. Or perhaps one should be more precise here. The violence was still there. It had simply retreated. There were certainly still police in the city, or anywhere where there was, say, a bauxite mine, or other resource that generated significant foreign exchange. Even more, the global allocation of resources, what medicines and equipment actually appeared in the local hospital, for example, was maintained by the systematic threat of violence to enforce property arrangements. In a place like Evanimamo, however, one could only deal with its distant effects, and strange, hollow institutions that largely served to remind local people of precisely how they were not supposed to ordinarily behave. Endnotes. One might contrast the situation here with what obtains in, say, much of rural Brazil, where the situation is quite the opposite, since police, effectively, are only interested in enforcing property rights, and can be expected to ignore mere cases of murder unless, that is, the victim is a member of the property-owning elite. The gendarmes' occasional zeal in pursuing bandits probably did have something to do with the perception that they were the only organized, armed group that had the capacity to form the nucleus of a rebellion, unlikely though that might have been. There had been times, mainly in the 19th century, when bandits actually had turned into rebels. But I suspect the concern was rooted in deeper understandings about what a state was all about. Under the Marina Kingdom, bandits, referred to in official documents simply as Fahavalo, the enemy, were, along with witches, the archetypal anti-state, that which legitimate royal authority defined itself against. The connection with witches also helps explain the otherwise puzzling fact that, much though they were unconcerned with Henry's depredations, Evanimomo's gendarmes did leap into action to arrest and interrogate a teenage girl suspected of being behind an outbreak of ambalavalana, or possession by evil ghosts, which affected a whole dormful of students at the state high school in 1979. 3 medical services, for instance, were in theory provided free, but had been effectively privatized by corruption, which, in turn, became universal once government salaries declined to next to nothing. For as Jacques Des, 1975, 54-57, notes in a generally excellent summary, though in the end, he reproduces colonial assumptions by concluding that the Focano Lona was invented by the late 18th century King Andriana Mirana. On the underlying ethos of consensus decision-making, see Andrea Mangiato, 1957. 5. In Europe or North America, this is more true of men than women. In Madagascar it was, if anything, the other way around. 6 contemporary archaeologists now believe that significant human settlement in Madagascar was surprisingly late, perhaps from the 8th century CE, and at first seemed to have consisted of heterogeneous populations probably of very different origins, Austronesian, African, and perhaps others. During this early period there was even a small Islamic city, Mahilaka, almost certainly Swahili-speaking, engaged in lively trade with East Africa and the Arabian Peninsula. Early Malagasy thus had experience of states and world religions from the very beginning, and the moment of synthesis, when contemporary Malagasy culture appears to have born, seems to have occurred around the time of the height or perhaps even downfall of Mahilaka. After this, however, it proved surprisingly persistent throughout the island and capable of resisting frequent Islamic attempts to convert and incorporate the island's population. I strongly suspect that insofar as Malagasy culture emerged as a coherent entity, it was in conscious contrast to everything that was considered Silamo-Swahili, Islamic, just as it is maintained in conscious contrast to everything that is Vazaha today. 6. Dancing with Corpses Reconsidered, an interpretation of Famady Hana, in Ayavanimamo, Madagascar. In September of 1990, I was talking with a woman named Irina about something an ancestor of hers had done some 60 years before. Like all of the Andriana or nobles of Baidafo, a community to the north of the town of Ayavanimamo, in Imarina, Madagascar, she was descended from a certain Andrianum Balalona, whose body, together with that of his wife and daughter and those of 3 of his retainers, was buried in a large white tomb in the center of the village of Baidafo, a 5-minute walk across the rice fields from her house. This particular ancestor, she was telling me, has long had the custom of appearing to his descendants in dreams to announce when the occupants of the tomb felt cold, and needed to have a Famady Hana performed, that is, to be taken out and wrapped in new silk shrouds. When this happened in 1931, his descendants quickly got together and organized the ritual, but, in their hurry perhaps, forgot to exhume the bodies of his 3 retainers, who were buried at the foot of the tomb somewhat apart from the rest. The afternoon after they'd finished, she said, the town suddenly caught fire and burned to the ground. And the next morning he came once more to the person, the one who had originally had the dream, and said, "If you don't wrap us all, next time I'll kill you outright." So they got the tombs ready again and rewrapped them one. This story is a good place to begin an essay about the Marina practice of Famady Hana, if for no other reason because it shows how high the stakes involved can be. Admittedly, this was the worst disaster of its kind I heard about. Irina was doubtless justified in concluding that her ancestor was unusually arrogant and cruel. But stories like this were in no way unusual. Rural communities in Imarina were, I found, largely organized around the memory of ancestors whose presence in the lives of their descendants made itself felt largely in terms of the constraint and violence they were capable of inflicting on them. The dangers surrounding Famady Hana, and these were said to be great, really only marked them as the culminating moment in an ongoing relationship between memory and violence that was implicit in the organization of everyday life, but was here played out over the actual bodies of the ancestral dead. The theme of ancestral violence was not one that everyone in Baidafo was entirely comfortable with. Older men usually did their best to avoid speaking about such matters at all, at least with me, and instead echoed the themes of formal rhetoric, where ancestors were represented as the benevolent guardians of the moral unity of the community of their descendants. Several people besides Irina told me much the same story about the fire of 1931 as she did. The few older men I asked denied anything of the sort had ever happened. Point 2. Generally speaking, points of view like Irina's have not found their way into the ethnographic literature on Madagascar. There are exceptions, cf. Study 1995, so, in part, this essay is meant to fill a gap. More importantly, it's meant to address the question of why such radically different perspectives should exist within the same community to begin with. Some background. The classic interpretation of Famady Hana is that of Maurice Bloch, 1971-1982, who has argued that, through such rituals, participants create the image of a timeless, idealized ancestral order identified with death and the past, one explicitly set apart from life, fertility, and the mundane contingencies of everyday existence. Most people's fundamental sense of social identity, he says, is based on membership in descent groups that are still identified with territories from which their families have long since moved away. Hence, groups which no longer exist on the level of daily life have to be reconstituted in death, by reassembling and reordering the bodies of the dead. My intention in this essay is not so much to take issue with this argument, but to take off from a different point Bloch made in his early writings on Famedihana, that these are rituals more than anything else about the connection between memory and violence, 1971, 168-169. Bloch's analysis is based on fieldwork in a part of Imarina that had experienced unusually high levels of outmigration. It also reflects an ongoing theoretical interest in questions of ideology, particularly in how a ritual acts legitimate relations of authority. My own fieldwork was in an area where local descent groups still provided the basic framework of local politics, and I am more interested in immediate questions of action. Just what are the dead supposed to do to the living? Just what do the living do to the dead? Let me begin, however, by explaining precisely what Famedihana are, and what they are like. A century ago, the word Famedihana was used to refer any ritual which involved transferring a body from one place of burial to another. 3 According to contemporary accounts, Calat 1908, 272-3, Cousins 1963 1876, 79-81, Hiley 1891, there were several reasons why this might be done. In dedicating a new tomb, for instance, it was, as it still is, the custom to remove the bodies of one's immediate ancestors from wherever they had been buried and place them in positions of honor within it. Famedihana might also be held to return the body of someone who had been buried temporarily in some other part of the country. Finally, if for some reason it was considered dangerous or inauspicious to open a person's ancestral tomb at the time they happened to die, that person would often be buried in a shallow grave at the tomb's foot, and left there for months or even years, until such time as the astrologer determined it was safe to let them enter. Transferring such bodies was also considered a form of Famedihana. Now, it had long been the Marina custom to wrap dead bodies before burial in one or more lambamina, mantles made of colorfully dyed Malagasy silk. It had also been a common practice, when tombs were opened during funerals or Famedihana, to replace the worn-out lamba of those ancestors already in the tomb with new ones. At some point around the end of the 19th century, doing so sometimes became an end in itself, and people began to perform Famedihana simply for the purpose of renewing their ancestors' shrouds. 4 And, it would seem, this aspect became more and more important as time went on, to the point that, while the older forms are certainly still practiced, everyone I talked to between 1989 and 1991 from the region of Ayavanimamo and, for that matter, elsewhere took it for granted that the rewrapping of ancestral bodies was what Famedihana were basically about. Usually, I was told this should be done once every 6 or 7 years. The exact number is often said to vary from tomb to tomb. Often, also, Famedihana are said to be held because some ancestor demanded it, appeared like Andrianambalalona appearing in a dream or vision to complain of being cold. The overwhelming majority of Famedihana about which I have information fell into one of two categories. The first were return Famedihana, Bloch's phrase, 1971, 146, their sponsors almost always families no longer living in the region who still periodically disinterred their dead for reburial there. When they did so, they would almost always take advantage of the occasion to rewrap other ancestors in the same tomb. While some return Famedihana were quite elaborate, the most celebrated and important Famedihana of any given year were almost always of the second kind, dedicated to one particular ancestor who, dead usually some 5 to 10 years, had never been the object of a Famedihana before. 4 or 5 different tombs might be opened at a Famedihana of this kind, since it was considered important to honor, as well, each of the ancestors' own immediate ascendants, mother, father's mother, mother's father, and so on, and often these more distant ancestors were buried in different tombs. But the focus was always on the final tomb, from which the ancestor around whom the ceremony was organized was always the very last to emerge. A capsule description. No matter what sort of Famadihana, or how many tombs were involved, the sequence of events at each tomb was always more or less the same. It's fairly easy, then, to construct a generic description. What follows is an outline of this basic sequence of events, roughly modeled on the sort of accounts participants would give me when speaking of such things in the abstract, but mainly drawing on my own observations from the 8 or 9 Famadihana I attended between June 1989 and January 1990, all in the region of Ayavanimamo and all but 2 in Beta.6. Most of what I say could be a description of any one of these. Having decided to hold a Famadihana, the sponsors would first consult an astrologer to find the appropriate date and time for the opening of the tombs. Next, they had to inform the local government offices. An old colonial law stipulates that no tomb can be opened without the names of the ancestors to be exhumed being registered and a tax paid for each tomb to be opened. During the 2 or 3 months which usually intervene before the ceremony, everyone affiliated with the tomb had to be informed, and money raised to pay for the feast, musicians, and the lambamina themselves. In Ayavanimamo some families weave their own lambamina, which are very expensive. If so, work had to begin at least a month or 2 in advance. The night before the tomb was to be opened, the sponsor and a few companions mounted the tomb and call out the names of the ancestors to be rewrapped, asking them all to return if they happen to have strayed. This stage is always important in accounts of Famadihana, but it's conducted largely outside the public gaze by a few close kin. The Famadihana proper began the next day with a procession from the sponsor's hometown or village to the tomb. Between the Zanadrazana, the children of the ancestors, and their guests, there were usually at least several hundred people in attendance, dressed in what's called Malagasy style. This, in effect, means that rural people wore their best attire short of formal Sunday clothes, while city people dressed down in something approximating rural dress. This is important because any such gathering will necessarily involve a certain amount of tension between the members of a group who still live on the ancestral lands, called the Valalampiandri Fazana or crickets minding the tombs, and the Zanika Ampilazana or children spread out, who are only really connected with their place of origin through their tombs. The emphasis is self-consciously egalitarian, and often whole households will make a point of all wearing shirts and dresses made from the same cloth. 7. The astrologer always led the procession, often accompanied by people carrying photographs of the most important ancestors, and always by a man carrying the Malagasy flag, whose presence confirmed the ceremony's legal authorization. There were always musicians, and usually women carrying rolled-up papyrus mats close behind. On arrival, the flag was planted on the roof of the tomb, and men took shovels and began removing the earth that covered its buried stone door. Only the Valalampiandri Fazana have the right to dig open the doorway, and, if the sponsor was a Zanika Ampilazina, there was often a squabble here, the diggers demanding rum before they'd work. Once the digging began, the atmosphere was festive and informal, though with a certain feeling of anticipation. There was music, and some people danced, others carried shovels and other tools back and forth, took breaks from work, and returned. Once the door was fully uncovered, some of the diggers splashed it with rum and began to move it aside, as others readied candles or lamps, and then began to descend the stairs leading to the inner vault. As they disappeared inside, the females in Adrazana, their numbers sometimes augmented by some young men or boys, arranged themselves in rows, sitting with legs extended on level ground near the tomb. Usually the men splashed a bit of rum over each of the bodies in the tomb and made a brief invocation asking for its blessing before rolling it from its place onto a papyrus mat. Once they had, 3 or 4 of them would carry it up the stairs and, as they emerged, shout out the ancestor's name as the crowd whooped and shouted its enthusiasm. The music picked up at this point. Often other men would join in to help carry the body around the tomb 3 times, and their abrupt stops and starts would lead to its being twisted and crushed inside the mats. 8. After being taken around the tomb 3 times, The ancestors were placed on the laps of the women, who were arranged in hierarchical order from east to west or north to south, and the next phase of the Famadihana began. Men and women produced bottles, some full of honey and rum, others cow fat or, occasionally, cologne. There were plastic bags full of honeycombs or pastel-colored Malagasy candies, pieces of ginger, and coins. Some moved from body to body, pouring rum and honey over each, others handed the bottles to the seated women, often after taking a sip or swig themselves. Sometimes, a woman would produce a stick of tobacco, put half in her mouth, and the rest inside the tatters of a dead husband's lamba. Others broke off pieces of honeycomb to place inside the folds of cloth around where the ancestor's head or chest would be. The same was done with the coins, ginger, and pieces of candy. I've been told that some people leave small bottles of rum in the wrappings during one Famadihana and drink them during the next, and often I heard about people who take dust from inside the wrappings and smear it on their faces or gums as tooth medicine, though I must say I never saw it done myself, or take a handful of beads from the ancient cloth to preserve for the same reason. This sequence of giving, taking, and sharing was always referred to as a Fangata Anatsadrino or request for the blessing of the ancestors, though Famadihana as a whole could also be spoken of in this same way. The gifts were called Fangataka, tokens of request, and participants occasionally called out to the ancestors, beseeching them to give their blessing. It was also always a moment of great emotional intensity. Women, particularly if they had the remains of a close relative on their lap, clearly found what they are doing frightening, sad, and disturbing. Many appeared in something close to a state of shock, barely managing to hold back tears, and in every Famadihana I myself attended at least one such woman did break down and cry. Others quickly crowded around to do their best to reassure, comfort, or distract her, always reminding her that this is an act of celebration, not of mourning. Next, men divided into teams around each ancestor to begin the actual wrapping. The old lamba were never removed but left in place, nor were the bodies allowed to touch the ground. In fact, the initial stages are done while the body was still on the women's laps, since it was very important to ensure that at no time will an ancestor touch the earth. Generally, they were rolled first into white sheets, and then one by one into the thicker and more durable lamba. There were almost always at least 2 layers of cloth all told, mainly silk lambamina for the more important ancestors, polyester for the rest. While women looked on and often gave advice, the actual process of wrapping the bodies, and then tying the resulting bundle together with cords or strips of cloth, there should ideally be 7 of these, was always performed by men who spared no efforts to roll and bind the ancestral bundles as tightly as they could. This being done, the music picks up once again in volume and tempo, and the final, joyous part of the ceremony begins. Mixed groups of men and women carry the bodies, once again carried in their mats, one by one around the tomb, this time stopping and starting and dancing even more vigorously and even violently than they had in the beginning, with all sorts of roughhouse, shouting, whoops, and cries, people generally throwing themselves about in a sort of delirious abandon. 9 The Razana are once more twisted and crunched about a great deal over the course of the dancing, which may last around 15 minutes. Until finally being returned to their places inside. With this, the business is basically finished. If there are more tombs to be opened, a procession will form behind the astrologer once again. If this was the last, the sponsor and some local elders or politicians will mount the head of the tomb to make brief formal speeches summarizing the day's events and their significance, and thanking everyone who came. After this the crowd begins to drift off, and a group of men take shovels and begin to pile back the dirt removed from the door to the vault. In theory, it should be the oldest man among the locals in Adrazana who removes the first shovelful of earth from the doorway at the beginning of the ceremony. The first returned at the end should, I was told, be done by a young man whose father and mother are both still living. Later still, often around nightfall when everyone else has long since left, the astrologer and a few assistants will come back to the door of the tomb to make a fanadipasana or lock to the tomb by burying a few magical objects in or around the doorway. These, if placed correctly, should ensure that the ghosts of those turned over remain in the tomb and cannot emerge again to trouble the living. 10. Descent groups. Marina society is divided up into a number of cognatic descent groups, which in the literature are usually referred to as Foucault. 11 Bloch calls them demes because they tend towards endogamy and are closely identified with ancestral territories. About a third of them claim andryana, or noble rank, the rest are hova or commoner demes. There's also a significant portion of the population made up of people descended from 19th century slaves. These Mainti, or black people, are not organized into demes and don't usually intermarry with the Fatsi or whites, though in other respects they share the same social organization. Each deme has its history, usually beginning with an account of the origins of its founding ancestor, how he came to the territory on which his descendants now reside, how by his various movements he defined its boundaries, created its villages, named various prominent aspects of its landscape, and so on. In most cases, the stories go on to how he subdivided the territory by giving each of his children, or sometimes, each of his wives, their own village or territory, that of the eldest furthest to the east, with the others ranging westward in order of seniority, cf. Kondo 1960, 199-203, Rasamimana and Razafindra Zaka 1957-1909, 9-13, etc. If most people could tell you from which of these branches they consider themselves to descend, it's not because they could trace any genealogical link to the founder. Genealogical memory was extremely shallow. I met very few people who could remember further back than to their grandparents' generation or, at any rate, to people they personally remembered from their childhood. Nor are deme divisions in most cases any longer identified with clearly bounded territories, if they ever really were. What's significant is not where one lives, but the location and history of one's tomb. Marina villages are surrounded by tombs. Usually there's literally no place one can stand outside without being inside of one. Ancient tombs, by now little more than grassy mounds of earth, sit next to whitewashed stone and cement ones topped with wreaths and stone crosses, and now and then, if there's a particularly wealthy family in the neighborhood, brightly painted palatial structures on wide platforms, their doorways shielded by metal lattice gates. Whatever their size though, their granite solidity is meant to contrast with houses, which are never built of stone but usually of mud brick. Clearly, tombs were meant to be symbols of permanence, constant reminders of the enduring presence of the ancestors. They are also organized into a hierarchy, and it's this hierarchy of tombs which forms the real physical framework of the deme, and provides the terms of reference by which people can place themselves within it. Most people I knew had only the haziest idea of their deme's history, but anyone could point out their own tomb, and explain how it fits in. Andryanambalalona, for example, was as I've mentioned buried with his wife and daughter in an impressive stone tomb to the east of the village of Betafo. 12 In the western part of the same village were 4 tombs, each said to hold the bodies one of his 5 eldest sons, and half an hour's walk further to the west was a 5th, that of his youngest son who had had a falling out with his seniors and moved away. 13 Each of the deme's divisions were said to descend from one of these brothers whose relative rank is remembered even if their names have long since been forgotten. And, while only a handful of the present-day inhabitants actually expected to be buried in one of these ancient tombs, each new tomb that was created was linked to one of them by the affiliation of its founder. In other words, what really knits a deme together is not a human genealogy but a genealogy of tombs. Older tombs are seen as generating younger ones, and the organization as a whole inscribes a pattern of historical memory in the landscape, in a form that makes it seem indelible and permanent. Playing with corpses. This is not to say that this framework is any sense really permanent and unchanging. In fact, it is continually being transformed and redefined through human action. New tombs are constantly being built, old ones emptied and abandoned. Bodies are transferred back and forth, they are broken apart and combined with one another. And in a purely practical sense, it's this which Famadihana can be said to do. Whatever their outer appearance, Marina tombs are always much the same inside. The doorway always faces west, the door itself is a huge buried slab of stone. Moving it aside, one descends a stair to enter a single large chamber from whose northern, western, and southern walls emerge stone beds, farafara, or shelves, set one above the other. Typically there are 3 shelves on each wall, making 9 in all, but people are rarely willing to place bodies on the bottom shelves, so that in most tombs the number available is, effectively, 6. In principle, everyone who has the right to be buried in a given tomb is descended from a single individual, who is referred to as the Razambay or great ancestor of that tomb. The Razambay's body is always placed either on the highest shelf to the north, or the highest to the east, usually together with his, or her, eldest child. Each of the other children is allotted a different shelf on which they become, as it were, minor Razambay, and on which only their descendants have the right to be buried. 14 Sometimes, individual shelves are further subdivided along the same lines. Shelves and spaces on the shelves thus become a form of property. I have even heard of a case of a man in extreme financial trouble who tried to sell his space in a prestigious tomb, though I'm not sure anyone would have dared to buy it from him, and eventually his relatives talked him out of the idea. In practice, however, it's not only lineal descendants who have access, one can draw on a variety of other connections, marriage, fosterage, blood brotherhood, and so forth, so that most men and almost all women have a fair degree of choice over what tomb they intend to be buried in. 15 However, it was often stressed to me that each tomb has its own regulations concerning who can and cannot be buried in it, and on which shelves. In one, children linked through women are not allowed on the upper shelves. In another, only actual descendants of the Razambay are allowed in, not their husbands or wives. These regulations can take many forms, but they are always negative in their phrasing. In fact, they are usually referred to as the tomb's feti or taboos, and not distinguished from taboos against, for instance, wearing clothes with buttons that apply inside some tombs, or against the giving of tobacco or participation of slaves during Famedi Hana in others. The first few times I actually went inside one of these tombs, I was surprised by how few bodies they seemed to contain. Even in very ancient tombs, only 2 or 3 of the shelves might hold bodies, and, even when there were more, there were frequently only 3 or 4 bodies lying on any given one of them, remarkably few, considering some of these tombs had been in continual use for over 100 years. There were, I found, a number of reasons for this. For one thing, new tombs are constantly being built. On completing a new tomb, it's customary to take at least one ancestor from one's former tomb, typically the founder's grandfather or great-grandfather, to be the new Razambay. If one can get all the owner's permission, a whole shelf's worth of ancestors might be cleared out, and divided up among those of the new tomb. 16 And since the division of shelves in the old one is considered to have been fixed by ancestral decree, which makes people very reluctant to rearrange the bodies, whole walls of shelves may end up lying empty as a result. For the same reason, demographic vagaries can lead to empty or nearly empty shelves as some branches die out without their space being reportioned. A more important reason, however, is that the number of bodies is kept limited by the habit of consolidating them. Here the reader should understand that these bodies, the Malagasy term razana which is used to refer to them, actually means at the same time both ancestor and corpse are not really bodies at all in any sense suggested by the English word. 17 Certainly they didn't look anything like human bodies. Mainly they looked like wrapped bundles of red earth. On death, corpses are always wrapped in one or more lambamina cloth made of a material that, like the polyester now sometimes used to substitute for it, is valued for its hardness and durability before being placed in the tomb. New razana have to be left there, undisturbed, for several years until they are considered to be dry, by which time little but dust and bones are likely to remain. During a Famedi Hana the bodies are usually subjected to a great deal or rough handling, they're danced with, pulled and tugged at, wrapped and bound with extreme force, and then danced with again in an even more tumultuous manner before being returned to their shelves. After 20 years and several Famedi Hana, they have been quite literally pulverized, even the skeletons have largely crumbled away, and there's very little left to serve as a reminder that the thing had once had human form. 18 People say they've turned into dust, Vovoka, and in fact it's basically impossible to tell what was once body from what was once cloth, both having turned the same brick red color which, incidentally, is the same as that of the lateritic Malagasy soil. Bodies can only be combined after their first Famadihana, that is to say, after they have been already largely reduced to dust. It's a relatively simple matter to rewrap two such bodies in the same cloth. In fact, if one doesn't, ancestors, unless they're famous ancestors, regularly rewrapped in large numbers of shrouds, tend to become thinner and thinner as time goes on, until in the end they look like mere tubes of cloth that bulge in the middle, the whole bundle the thickness, say, of a person's arm or leg. On the other hand, Razana I Combinana, or combined ancestors, which for all anyone knows may be made up of the remains of a dozen different individuals, along with all of their old lamba, can often attain a very large size, 2 or 3 times that of a living human being. The most frequent practice was to wrap children in one lamba together with their parents, and husbands together with their wives. I was frequently told that 2 siblings could never be combined. Apart from this, it's difficult to generalize, since, as in so many things, different families and tombs have different customs, but almost always, the ancestors combined together are those on the verge of being forgotten, that is, contemporaries of the parents or grandparents of the tomb's oldest living descendants. Usually, children who died at an early age are the first to be so treated. These are incorporated in their parents. Next, adults who died childless, or anyway who no longer have living descendants, and thus no one to provide them with lambamina during future Famadihana. 19 These are incorporated with ancestors that do. The names of such minor Razana are for the most part quickly forgotten. The same is usually true of wives wrapped together with their husbands, or the occasional husband buried in his wife's family tomb who's been combined with her. But in the end, unless the tomb's owners make a point of marking certain Razana with written labels or keep family notebooks, which few do, all but 2 or 3 of the most famous older names will inevitably pass from memory. Most older tombs end up containing at least one and often several large bundles referred to only as a Razambe I Combinana, or combined great ancestors, since none of the current owners have the slightest idea what the name of any of its component ancestors might be. Since none of these Razambe, named or nameless, can ever be removed to another tomb, no tomb, however old, can ever be entirely stripped of bodies. But, as some of the branches of descendants die out and others build new tombs and remove their own immediate ancestors, many tombs reach the point where they are no longer used for burial. 20 Most such tombs will still be opened now and then during elaborate Famadihana, and 1 or 2 bodies rewrapped. But, at least in my experience, this is usually the occasion of a good deal of confusion, as the Zanadrazana inspect the half-dozen or so ancestral bundles left in the tomb, trying to identify their own. And even these connections are not remembered forever. Hillsides are dotted everywhere with the remains of ancient tombs, which often look like nothing more than low mounds with a few work stones here and there visible through the grass, whose remaining occupants have long since been forgotten. In fact, it might well be that the most prestigious ancient tombs, which are seen as key nodes in the hierarchical framework of the deme, are really just the oldest ones that have managed to avoid being forgotten. The whole process of pulverizing and then consolidating bodies in Famadihana can be seen as the concrete or tangible aspect of a process of genealogical amnesia. The bodies of the ancestors are gradually dissolved away at the same time as their identities are gradually forgotten. In the end, both are destined to be absorbed into that of some more famous Razambe. Something of this sort occurs wherever genealogies are important, but, in the Marina case, the whole issue of remembering and forgetting is much more of a tangible problem than it usually tends to be, if only because ancestors are much more tangible objects. If relations with ancestors have to be worked out in so absolutely material a medium, the process of forgetting itself has to be made an active one, rather than something that just happens. Similarly, while ancestral names played an important role in Famadihana, they were called out from the tomb the night before, called out again as the bodies emerge, and usually, listed a fourth time in the speeches which close the ceremony. Next to no one made the slightest effort to preserve these names permanently in writing. Point 21 There's no reason they couldn't be. Marina society is a highly literate one. Famedi Hana are referred to as memorials, Fahat Sharavona, for the dead, but one of their central ironies is that what they actually accomplish is to make descendants actively complicit in forgetting them. Cursing and taboo. Outside of purely ritual contexts like Famedi Hana, however, the main way that ancestors manifest themselves in the lives of their descendants is through the imposition of fedi or taboos which, unlike the practices surrounding tombs, have a constant and immediate impact on people's practical affairs. A great deal has already been written about Malagasy fedi, Standing 1883, Van Gennep 1904, Rood 1960, Lambeck 1992, but rather than review the literature, I'll limit myself to a few critical points. The first is that the logic of fedi is not really the same as, say, that of Polynesian taboo. Fedi are not a mark of the sacred or, for that matter, usually of pollution. They are not about the state of persons or things at all so much as about actions which one cannot do. A fedi takes the form of a simple statement, do not do X, it is fedi to do Y. It's the action, not the object or actor which is tabooed. 22 To be able to impose such a restriction on others is one of the most basic ways of demonstrating authority over them. To share such a restriction with others is one of the most basic ways of demonstrating solidarity. Point 23. There are various sorts of fedi. Some are rules of conduct that apply to anyone, or to anyone in a given situation. Example, it is fedi for a pregnant woman to sit in a doorway. Others apply only to people using or being protected by certain forms of magic. Others are imposed by some ancestor and shared by all of his or her descendants. It's with the latter sort that I'm concerned right now. The older men who were considered the ultimate authorities on matters of local history and custom almost always described these restrictions to me in moralistic terms. They were the means whereby ancestors maintained the harmony and integrity of the deme. The examples they choose were almost always the same: fedi against stealing from one's kindred, against selling deme land to outsiders, or against intermarrying with inferior groups, especially the descendants of slaves. Though always attributed to the local ancestors, the list stayed pretty much the same from group to group. But there were other taboos that really did set one deme apart from another. Usually there were certain other demes or divisions of demes of equal status into which its members could not marry, always, a range of animals and plants which they couldn't raise, or grow, or eat. Point 24 Tombs often had, as I've mentioned, their own sets of fedi, usually attributed to their respective Razambe, and even living parents had the power to curse their descendants never to eat pork, or own white cattle with black markings, or whatever else, thereby creating a taboo. Many demes had stories about how their most important fedi had originally come about. People were in fact much more likely to know these than the more formal deme histories, if only because they were usually much more entertaining as stories. Many were explicitly comic and clearly meant to poke fun at their ancestral protagonists. A Betafo ancestor, for instance, was supposed to have so gorged himself on pork and garlic that he burst apart and died, whereupon his survivors imposed a taboo on their descendants to prevent them from doing the same. The ancestor of the neighboring Andriomasoandro similarly stuffed himself with the caterpillars he discovered crawling out of trees during a brush fire, but, in some versions, he came to his senses before it was too late and, realizing what a stupid thing he'd been doing, cursed his descendants never to eat caterpillars again. Point 25. One might argue that the absurdity is meant to underline the perceived arbitrariness of so many ancestral restrictions. But these were not the only genre of stories concerning fedi. There was another which tended to be even more universally known, and for the most immediate practical reasons. These concerned the consequences of their transgression. The consequences were, with few exceptions, devastating. A rich Andriana who married a woman descended from slaves suddenly lost everything he had. Now he is a pauper. Someone grew garlic where he shouldn't have, his crops were destroyed by hail. Someone else tried to remove a body from a tomb in violation of its regulations, he was blasted by lightning and died. There's no one, young or old, male or female, who could not easily recount a dozen such stories or more. They play an important role in local politics, since there was always a great deal of subtle maneuvering around who can convince others to accept their version of the local taboos. Moreover, it's almost exclusively these stories that described how the Hasana or invisible power of the ancestors actually manifested itself to living people, or, to put this another way, how ancestors continued to act and to play a direct role in their descendants' daily lives. What's surprising is that, when they did, it was almost always by attacking them, in fact, by actions which would, had they been carried out by a living person, be instantly condemned as the most reprehensible kind of witchcraft. No one would openly suggest that ancestors were anything like witches. As I've mentioned, elders in particular tended to picture them as the benevolent guarantors of the unity and moral integrity of the group. On the other hand, many of these old men grew distinctly uncomfortable whenever anything touching on the question of ancestral retribution was brought up, just as they would if any mention was made of witchcraft. Within a community, it seems it's mainly women who pass these stories on. And most of the women I spoke to didn't hesitate to express their own opinions about the ancestors' behavior. In fact, the word that came up most often in talking about them, maziaka, means savage, violent, or cruel. 26 Part of the older men's reluctance to talk about ancestral violence probably had to do with the fact that they were very close to being ancestors themselves, and simply as figures of authority, tended to identify with their position. They themselves wielded the power of ozona, or cursing, over their own children. And, insofar as it could be used as a weapon to punish offspring who had proved utterly resistant to advice or admonition, it was the ultimate bastion of parental authority. I only heard of 2 or 3 instances involving people I knew where someone really was cursed, but the possibility of doing so was always being alluded to. By all accounts, such curses always took a negative form: you will never have any children, you will never find prosperity in your life, or you will never enter the family tomb. In other words, whatever the content of a curse, or the means of its enforcement, it never took the form of a direct assault, example inflicting a disease on someone, or causing them to lose all the wealth they did have, but, instead, specified something the victim will never be able to do. One might say that, while the stories of distant ancestors separate the imposition of restrictions and punishment for their transgression, here the two are merged in a single gesture. 27 But this only underlines what I think is a general principle, that the power to impose restrictions is ultimately continuous with the violence through which those restrictions are enforced. An initial synthesis. One reason that Marina ancestors were felt to be a constraint on the actions of their descendants is that the ultimate aspiration, at least of any man, was to become a prominent ancestor himself. To do so, however, he must manage both to overshadow the memory of his own ancestors, and constrain his children, particularly his sons, from either moving away, or overshadowing him in turn. Ancestors, while they were still alive, were simply people who were born, had children, built tombs, and died. This is something which emerges very clearly in Dim histories, in which ancestors were never represented as having had powers of action and creativity different from those available to people now. 28 Even when magical powers enter into these stories, and they only rarely do, they are never magical powers one couldn't come by in the present day, if one had the skill or was willing to pay for them. This is very different than a situation in which social divisions are said to have been instituted by, say, divine beings or totemic animals in the mythological past. People still have children and build tombs, and in principle, there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to become famous Razambe themselves, even, and I met plenty of people willing to entertain this possibility, a Razambe on the order of the founder of a Dim. This obviously opens up at least the possibility of a rivalry between the living and the dead, since, from any individual point of view, the only reason one can't achieve such a status is because someone else already has. One might even see the stories about the origins of Fadi as being statements about the essence of this relationship, because our ancestor took this action, example 8 caterpillars, therefore we, his descendants, are never allowed to take that action again. At any rate, the fact that the presence of the ancestors is generally felt through a series of constraints on human action becomes much easier to understand. In this light, consider the kinship relations which dominate people's daily lives. Madagascar has been one of those places anthropologists have found troubling in the past owing to the lack of structure or rules. Wilson 1977, 1991. Many authors have stressed the degree to which even links of descent are seen as created rather than received, achieved rather than ascribed is Southall's usage 1971, 1986, and underlined the importance of links like fosterage, adoption, blood brotherhood, or other sorts of friendship in creating links between people. Vogel 1982, Kotick 1986, Feely Harnick 1991, etc. In Imarina, for instance, property and rights of group membership are conveyed as easily through men and through women, marital residence is flexible and marriage easy to dissolve. Most people have a very wide range of options about how and with whom to live their lives. At the same time, tremendous emphasis is placed on parental authority and the role of elders, of which ozona is only the highest form. In other words, people's freedom of action is not seen to be much limited or constrained by explicit rules, but very much seen to be constrained by other people, especially those who stand over them in positions of authority. As a result, the social groups which, unlike those organized around tombs, do provide a context for people's daily affairs and are the stuff of local politics are, in most cases, very much the result of some one ambitious man or woman's personal project. A politics of movement. Not everyone's personal project was the same, but there was, I found, a clear idea of what constituted a truly successful career, at least for males, the contours of which can already be made out in folk tales written down over a century ago, cf. Dolly 1984 1878. The story is always roughly this: the hero leaves home as a teenager or young man to seek his fortune. He succeeds, becoming rich in money, cattle, or slaves. At this point he may return home again, or he might also establish himself somewhere new, but in either case he will acquire land, marry, and sire numerous progeny. His ultimate aim, however, is not simply this, but, first, to build himself a large and impressive tomb, and second, to prevent his own children from acting as he did. That is to say, he has to provide them with enough land and wealth that at least the larger part of them, along with their own descendants, will be content to stay, to keep up the tomb in which he will be remembered as Rezambe. It was certainly exceptional for someone to achieve the rank of Rezambe of an entire deme, but by no means inconceivable. 29 And the deme histories themselves almost always describe the founders as people who had abandoned their ancestral territories in the east to find themselves a better living, Mitati Ravinahitra, which is exactly the same phrase used to describe what young men do today when they go off to the city, or to Tsaro-Anamandati, a former frontier region 70 or 80 kilometers to the west, which is still considered a kind of land of opportunity, abounding in cattle and cheap land, in the hopes of striking it rich. Generational politics, then, comes down largely to a politics of movement, with fathers striving to keep their descendants from leaving, and sons at least dreaming of being able to break away. I've already remarked that, in present-day Imarina, much though a kinship group like a deme is identified with a certain Tanindrazana, or ancestral territory, most of its members are likely to live elsewhere. People have been following the same pattern, migrating but keeping their links with the Tanindrazana for well over a century, and it's fair to say that the majority of the owners of any given tomb in, say, Betafo no longer live there. Many reside in the capital, which is only an hour away by van, but there are people living in almost every part of Madagascar as teachers, officials, traders, and the like. In addition, little colonies of people from the Ayavanimamo area are scattered throughout Tsaro-Anamandati. Since almost all of the men, and a fair number of the women, spend a good deal of their time away from their villages engaged in petty commerce of one sort or another, or otherwise looking for money, even those who have relatively little education have access to a larger world. What this means in the end is that it's only the wealthiest or most successful farmers who have the means to keep any large proportion of their children around them. The less fortunate see them disappear one by one. Daughters marry away, sons may well do the same, or they may follow their mothers, be adopted by wealthier relatives, or simply head out west or to the capital intending to stay only long enough to make a little money, really never to return. The result, when combined with that of demographic vagaries, can be quite dramatic. In the space of 1 or 2 generations whole villages can disappear, once large and prosperous families can be left with no living descendants in the area at all. On the other hand, the most successful can not only keep most or all of their own sons and even daughters at home, but attach to him, or occasionally her, self a whole range of dependents or semi-dependents, poorer brothers or sisters and their children. Affines, endogamous marriage is often used to cement such ties, kin through adoption or blood brotherhood, the occasional unrelated servant such as a cattle herd, and so on. To do so required land, and it is largely to keep their children and dependents around them that most parents divide the lion's share of their rice fields among their inheritors around the time the latter get married, keeping only a modest portion for themselves. Local families and their tombs. It was these groups, named after and organized around one prominent individual, again following Block 1971, 81-86, I'll call them local families, that provided the real framework for everyday existence. 30 At any given time, a community was basically seen as an agglomeration of such local families, which often held together under a nominal head for a decade or more after the original founder had died. The largest quarter of Betafo, for instance, was made up of 3 of them, in only one of which was the founder still alive. Between them, they accounted for 15 of the quarter's 20 households. The remaining 5 households were all, in some sense, marginal or fragmentary. Most were composed of a single elderly man or woman living with an unmarried adult child, or else, with a small number of younger children or grandchildren. Such families were typically quite poor, and made no particular claim to a public voice. Local families had a strong tendency to become small social universes unto themselves, working their fields cooperatively even after the patrimony had already been divided, fostering each other's children, sharing meals freely, and generally allowing people and things to circulate in a far more intimate manner than they would with other neighbors, who were always potential sorcerers. Often, their founders would break away from larger settlements entirely and build little hamlets of their own on a stretch of hillside overlooking their paddy fields. While different members would have different options, most of the members of any local family would normally expect to be buried in its founder's tomb. Often, this was one he himself had created; if not, it was usually because he had already succeeded in establishing himself as the exclusive effective owner of one of the most famous ancient tombs with whose raison d'être he might ultimately, in the eyes of the neighborhood, be substantially confused. 31. Now, in either case, this might seem to contradict the notion that the head of the family aspired to be remembered after his death as a local raison d'être, since in founding a new tomb he would have had to bring in the body of one of his own ancestors to be its raison d'être, and in the case of the ancient tomb, one is often dealing with an ancestor so famous, one of the children of the deme's founder for instance, that the identity of the owner could hardly help but be overshadowed. But, in practice, there are a number of different ways things could work themselves out. Even a raison d'être can be forgotten, or can end up absorbed into some more famous successor, with whom he is often physically merged. I frequently discovered, on inspection of old documents, that the ancestor generally assumed to be the raison d'être of some tomb was in fact not its oldest ancestor at all, but rather the man who built it. There was a complex politics going on here, one whose very existence was never openly admitted. Everyone spoke of the need to remember and honor their parents after they were dead, but they also knew that the ultimate fame of a father almost necessarily meant the eventual oblivion of his sons, and vice versa. At the same time, much of the daily authority living people had, in their own communities, was derived from that of a more venerable ancestor, most often, in fact, a father who was no longer alive. It's true that in any community there were some people who really didn't seem to be promoting their own immortality so much as seeking it vicariously through others. But this, according to my own experience, was a strategy mainly adopted by prominent women, and rarely, if ever, by men. Many widows promoted the prestige and memory of a late husband, as daughters often would for their fathers, as raisambé of a tomb, thinking little of their own name and reputation in comparison. But women had a very different position in the politics of local families than men, and the relation between fathers and daughters was not at all like the difficult and contradictory relation between fathers and sons. It was, in fact, held to be a particularly close one. I often heard people explain preferences for cousin marriage or other forms of endogamy, for instance, as the result of paternal sentimentality. Fathers just weren't willing to see their daughters move away. A woman who has moved always knows that her father would be happy, if he were at all able, to welcome her back should she wish to leave her current husband, all the more so if she has children to bring with her, who will add to the number of his local descendants. To most women, then, a father's house was a potential refuge, and this was doubtless one factor contributing to the universal assertion that girls naturally form their closest emotional attachments with their fathers, just as boys always tend to remain primarily loyal to their mothers, in childhood as well as later on in life. 32. The adults are all dead. When I first arrived in Avanimamo in 1990, I began making the rounds of nearby villages to gather local histories. That each deme should have a history worthy of being told was taken for granted by everyone I talked to. Often, however, it was very difficult to find any one person considered worthy of telling it. Recounting oral histories at least to outsiders was felt to be the role of the Re Amandreni, or elders of the community, but next to no one, whatever their age, would be so presumptuous as to lay claim to the status themselves. So, if I asked a small group of people if there was anyone who might be able to tell me something about local history, the usual response was to start naming people that were dead. Well, you could talk to Ngai Breoalai, except he died 6 years ago. Then there was Ramato Rousseau, but she died just last summer. In the end, someone would usually come up with the name of a living person, but only after repeating the same stock phrases: the grown ups here are all dead, all that's left are we children who've succeeded them. 33. This was, I think, more than just a colorful figure of speech. In many ways, the course of a man or woman's life really is defined in such a way that no one was considered to be unequivocally an adult until they are quite well along in years. It is reflected, for one thing, by the age categories people used to refer to one another in common speech. While there were a great number of terms for infants and children, there were next to none which formally discriminated between the stages of life that come afterwards. If speaking about someone in a more or less respectful fashion, one normally used titles which were to some extent based on age. A young married woman, for instance, may be referred to as a madama, one in her 40s or 50s as a Ramato, an elder as Ramato B. Men, however, have only a much less systematic and less formal set of titles. 34 If speaking of someone younger than oneself, even if it be a 50-year-old discussing a 40-year-old, or, if speaking in informal or slightly disparaging terms of someone of about one's own age, one generally employed terms that would best be translated into English as that kid, that boy, or that girl: Zaza, Ankizi, Ankizili, Bandi, Bayakli, Ankizavavi, Sipa, Akala, Akalakli, Idala, etc. Anyone whose parents were still alive was talked about in such terms constantly, and there was a general feeling that one had not really reached full social maturity until one was at least a grandparent. Considering that the position of Re Amandreni is even more exalted, it should hardly be surprising that there were very few of them around. The simple fact was that anyone fortunate enough to attain such eminence was not likely to enjoy it very long. What's more, one effect of the organization described above was to eliminate the vast majority even of the old people in a given community from consideration as elders. The heads of fragmentary families, like the dependent elders within local families, might have been respected for their age, but were never really considered proper Rei Amandreni whatever their years. Women could in principle be elders, but in practice they were almost never considered so. Other men were disqualified by questions of character. Of the roughly 118 people who lived in Baitafo, for instance, there was, in the end, only one man who everyone agreed could be considered an elder, and this was hardly unusual. If anything, Baitafo was slightly unusual for having one elder whose status was absolutely uncontested. On the other hand, anyone who did reach the status attained a social significance so great that it lingered on for many years after they died. Their names were always cropping up in conversation. Time after time, I would note people speaking of Rakato's field or Rabi's house, only later to find out that the Rakato or Rabi in question had been dead for over a decade. Often, it turned out that the groups these men had founded still existed, perhaps headed now by the man's widow, or an elder son of less intrinsic authority. As I've mentioned, a large share of the local families that exist in any community were of this sort. Often, the final division of rights in land and houses among its members had not yet been made. In other cases, the local family had largely broken up, only a few former members were still scattered about the area, and the speaker either was not quite sure who owned the land now, or considered the owner insignificant. It's hard to escape the conclusion that the people I talked to about gathering oral histories were really not too far off the mark. The socially determined life course was so protracted it outruns most biological lifespans entirely, and as a result, the Rei Amandreni of most Marina communities were largely made up of people who were dead. Gender and the politics of memory. Now, I mentioned at the beginning of the essay that the most prominent Famadihana of any year were generally dedicated to a single person who had died some 4 or 5 years before. In my experience, this person was always the head of a local family whose memory still dominated the lives of his descendants in the way I've been describing. During the winter of 1990, there were 4 Famadihana in Baitafo, 2 return Famadihana sponsored by people from Thiroanamandidi, and 2 dedicated to important elders. The first was dedicated to a remarkably successful man. A local official under the colonial regime, he had managed to keep all 13 of his children from leaving his village of Ambarib. The Famadihana, sponsored by his elder sons in conjunction with his widow, involved 4 tombs and perhaps 1,000 celebrants. The second Famadihana, sponsored by the widow and 7 surviving children of a man named Rakatandrazaka, also involved 4 tombs and almost as many participants. It might be useful to go into this example in some more detail to get some idea of what a famous Famadihana might actually involve. Rakatandrazaka had died in 1982 at the age of 66, 2 years after having finished a tomb of his own. He also had managed to keep almost all of his descendants around him. The first tomb to be opened was really not a tomb at all, but a grave containing a single nameless skeleton. The occupant was presumed to be a man killed by the poison ordeal in pre-colonial times and, for that reason, denied entrance to his family tomb as a witch. He had, however, appeared in a dream to Rakatandrazaka's eldest son many years before and had ever since been included in the family's Famadihana. The second tomb was that of Rakatandrazaka's father. Rakatandrazaka had, in fact, removed his father's body from it when he dedicated his own tomb in 1980, but 4 of his father's ancestors remained there. They were rewrapped, and some unrelated people took advantage of the occasion to move in 2 bodies that had been buried in temporary graves nearby. The third was his mother's tomb. Here, there were a large number of bodies to be wrapped, most of them not directly related to his mother at all, but the ancestors of a rich but childless woman who had passed on her land to him on condition that he take care of them. The final tomb was Rakatandrazaka's own, where all of the 5 Razana were taken out, the honoree himself, again, the last of all. Even at the first and most ancient tombs, there was always a certain feeling of fear and anxiety as the ancestors first emerged, a certain air of triumph and rejoicing as they were returned. But the bodies themselves no longer revealed even the suggestion of a human form, and were not considered particularly pitiful or frightening. nor were they the bodies of people any of the participants had actually known. In fact, the vast majority knew nothing about them, not even their names. By the time the last tomb had been opened, and the final ancestor was about to emerge, on the other hand, the tension had built up to the point where many of the Zanadrazana clearly found it almost unbearable. Some of the young men carrying out the bodies appeared despite the rum they'd been drinking all day to build up their courage, so overwhelmed by what they were doing that their faces were those of people in physical pain, as they forced themselves to carry out their parts in the ritual. Others seemed to have fallen into an almost trance-like state, stumblingly oblivious to what was going on around them. When the final ancestor did emerge, immediately to be surrounded by a press of descendants who flooded him with rum and other offerings, the emotional pitch reached a climax. Few were the women who didn't at least choke back sobs when the ancestors were first placed on their laps, and one or two would always dramatically break down and cry. As the process of giving gifts and wrapping the ancestors continued, people gradually regained their composure and, by the end, more or less everyone took part in a mood of celebration. But, after the ceremony, women always tended to remark on who had cried, particularly if they had. "It's because you still remember the person so vividly," I was told on several occasions, always in more or less the same words, "and then you see just how little is still left." I once asked one of these women why, if Famadihana were supposed to be such a happy occasion, there was always someone who burst into tears. She looked at me a bit quizzically, and, observing that these were often people who had often just had their father's corpse placed across their laps, asked, "Well, how would you feel?" Not wanting to give anyone the idea that we foreigners were lacking in normal human sentiments, I hurriedly assured her that just about anyone in the world would probably have much the same reaction, were they to find themselves in a similar situation. Only later did it occur to me that I could have added that that is precisely the reason the rest of us never put people's dead fathers on their laps in the first place. If they do in Imarina, it can only be because the memory of the living individual, or at least of some of them, remains so powerful and so persuasive a presence in the minds of their descendants that only a confrontation as dramatic as this can really bring home to them the fact that he's dead. That Famadihana are largely concerned with transforming the memories of the living is a point that's already been made by Maurice Bloch, 1971, 168-169. This, he adds, makes them quite different from the secondary burials made famous by Robert Hertz, 1907, which are primarily concerned with freeing the souls of the dead person from its lingering existence halfway between this world and the next. But, in a way, the two are not so very different. Here too the dead could be said linger on in a kind of suspended half-life in the memories of their contemporaries. In the ritual, it was women's memories that were most prominently brought into play, while the ancestors who are the real emotional focus of the ritual were almost always male. 35 This was quite in keeping with the emotional bonds that were felt to and often clearly did exist between fathers and daughters, as also between mothers and sons. In fact, these attachments colored both women's and men's attitudes towards ancestors more generally. One older woman from Betafo told me, for instance, that if she dreamed of her mother, it was always to warn of ill news, while if some particularly fortunate event was about to occur, her grandfather would appear instead. The same pattern, female ancestors boding ill, and males boding well, appeared constantly in accounts of women's dreams. In one of the more dramatic ones I heard, a woman said to have been neglecting her children saw her mother's sisters appear to her inside the tomb to say that, if she didn't change her ways, they would soon be taking her to join them. On the other hand, Rakatandrazaka's daughter Irina, the woman who had broken down in tears over his body during the Famadihana described above, later told me that her father regularly appeared in her dreams as a kind of guardian spirit, protecting her from danger and giving her advice. This latter was unusual. While astrologers or magicians almost always claimed to have some ancestral advisor who appeared to them in dreams or visions, it was rarely said to be their own ancestor, and, even in those few cases where it was, never someone they had known personally. Irina was not an astrologer or magician of any sort, but she had been very close to her father while he was alive. Her father's favorite child, and only daughter, she had never married or left the village in which she was born, and had 7 children, all by different men, that her father had helped her take care of. And, while I know a good deal less about men's dreams than about women's, since men were less inclined to tell me about such things, my impression is that the terms were typically reversed. Fathers appeared mainly to chide their sons when they'd been quarreling with each other or had otherwise strayed. This was certainly true of Rakatandra Zaka. Anyway, Irina told me that aside from being her personal guardian, her father had also made a deathbed promise to his 6 sons that he would continue, even after his death, to counsel and admonish them when there was a quarrel in the family. A remarkable feature of dreams about people recently dead was the way that images of real living people become mixed up with images of death. This was true whatever the reason for their appearance. Frequently, as in the following dream, one reported to me by Irina, they appeared in or near their tombs, or the images recounted particularly when they were chiding the living shifted back and forth between those of living human beings and those of frightening corpses. I dreamed that I saw my father in 1989, this was when he was already dead, to the north of Ambodivona. There were some trees and we were talking among them, and I asked myself, is this daddy here, not yet dead? Then, give me your blessing, I said, because I wasn't well. So we were talking, when he said, you shouldn't do such things, Irina, and, right there, he plunged back into being dead and bound. Later, I went up to the village where my older brother was, and he too just took off out of the village, and plunged into death like that. It was, like, disgusting and frightening. 36. On first seeing her father, she wonders whether he isn't really alive. She asks for his blessing, but then he suddenly chides her, and turns into a corpse. The image changes from that of a living person to an ancestor, bound head and foot by the ropes used to fasten on his shrouds. What happens in Irina's dream? She confronts a vivid memory of an ancestor, asks for his blessing, and then suddenly sees him transformed into a dead, bound corpse. Is just what happens to women in Famadihana, except that in Famadihana, of course, it's living men who bring about the confrontation by calling out the names of the dead, and thus evoking memories of living persons, before placing those persons' decomposed bodies on the women's laps. 37. The memories evoked by names are tied to physical objects which, as I've already described, are then gradually dissolved at the same time as the names themselves are gradually forgotten. The process as a whole can be thought of as one of effacing the individual identities of the dead, or, of all but the very small number who are or will become a tomb's Rezambe. I've already described this process as a kind of active form of genealogical amnesia, in which the living begin to combine the remains of ancestors about to pass from memory with others whose names thought more likely to endure. But few endure for long. In examining the names that were actually called out during Famadihana at particular tombs, I found that, aside from 1 or 2 Rezambe, almost all of them were those of people who had died within the last 10 or 15 years. In other words, most names continued to be memorialized only so long as memories of the bearers themselves were likely to remain vivid in the minds of any number of the living, or, perhaps more to the point, as long as the social relations to which those memories relate still have some reality in people's daily lives. Names like that of Rakatandra Zaka, however, remain enormously important, so much so that local society can be said to be largely organized around them. Local families continued to be referred to by the names of their founders as long as they hold together, and, as I've said, these same names were regularly invoked when talking about the ownership of houses, rice fields, and tombs long after their bearers had died. The expression most often used to refer to ancestors on one's father's side literally means name of the father, Anarandre. It was also used to refer to what might be called ancestral property, houses, tombs, and rice fields passed on through the male line, as was Anarandreni, or name of the mother for the female line. A number of scholars have remarked on the oddness of this expression, since Malagasy society does not use patronymics or, for that matter, matronymics of any kind. Razafint Salama 1981, Gunir 1982, 237 and 2. Why then should the most important elements of one's inheritance be identified with one of the few aspects of a father or mother's social identity that was not inherited? It seems to me that, by using this expression, one underlines the fact that such property does not entirely belong to the person holding it. Sometimes, this is quite literally true. If a group of brothers and sisters postpone the formal division of their parents' property, land and houses can remain for years legally registered in the dead ancestor's name. In fact, I was told that one reason why children might decide to hold a Famadihana in honor of the founder of their local family was to ask for their blessing or tsadrano before dividing up such a joint estate. Even when descendants do hold legal title, possession is not without its obligations, because if one holds a rice field inherited from a given ancestor, then one is responsible for providing lambamina and otherwise contributing to the expenses whenever that ancestor is involved in Famadihana, an obligation which endures as long as does the memory of the ancestor. 38 But, here again, the logic of the ritual leads back to the theme of the dissolution of identity. Several people told me that the reason why it was necessary to combine Razana together was to keep such expenses down. I certainly never heard anyone put it to me quite this way, but one might think of Famadihana as a process of transferring ancestral names from an attachment to property to an attachment to stones. Standing stones have always been the archetypal form of memorial in Malagasy culture. 39 In a sense, tombs were themselves memorial stones. In former times they were always crowned by a stela which was said to stand directly over the head of the Razambe, then called the Tampan New York Fazana or owner of the tomb Julie 1896, and which received any sacrifices offered to him. In contemporary tombs, the stelae have become crosses, but the implication and positioning remain the same. The stone, in effect, represents the tombs as a whole, and both are ultimately to be identified with a single ancestor, whose name in turn would be attached only to it, and not to any property shared by living people. Famadihana as reversal. The difference between men's and women's attitudes, at any rate, would explain the very different roles they're given in the ritual, particularly at the critical moment when the confrontation between ancestral bodies and human memories takes place. Women carry ancestors on their laps. The expression used for this is mayempapho, which literally means to nurse a child sitting on one's lap, and the candy, honey, trifling sums of money, and so on are just the sort of thing one gives as treats to small children. Even the fact that the Zanadrazana clothe the ancestors, and carry them rolled like infants in a blanket like lamba, could be seen in a way treating them like children which, assuming the ancestors are here being thought of as symbolically male, reverses the relation between fathers and daughters, turning it into a relationship between mothers and sons. 40. The men's part, on the other hand, is to carry the ancestors, to wrap them, to bind them, and to lead the dancing with which they are returned to the tomb at the end of the ceremony. In effect, what this means is that it's the male role to destroy them, since it's the combination these actions, none of which are carried out at all gingerly, which result in the dry body being broken apart and turned to dust. One woman told me this was the reason it was men who have to bind the ancestors. The binding has to be done with such outrageous, Mahasaravana, force that only men are strong enough to do it. The word usually used for wrapping the ancestors, Mamano Razana, sounds suspiciously like the phrase for attacking or killing them. 41 The word Famadihana itself, for that matter, can also mean both reversal and betrayal. Admittedly, I never heard any participant remark on the parallel. But it could certainly be argued that the male role in the ceremonies involves a reversal of roles which goes even beyond that of the living attacking the dead. What is being inflicted on the ancestors is precisely what the ancestors inflict on the living, a form of constraint continuous with a form of violence. This is perfectly summed up in the act of binding the bodies. Each cord is yanked so forcefully that the very bones are crushed. There's also a particular emphasis on the politics of movement. Just as any father or grandfather would strive to keep his male descendants from moving away, so the process of the Famadihana is largely one of containing the dead ancestors in space. After being called to return from their wanderings to the tomb, at the start of the ritual, they're removed, bound tightly with ropes, and locked back into the tomb with magic charms. Ancestral blessings. I have been arguing so far that rural society in Imerino was largely organized around the identities of a handful of prominent elders who had succeeded in assembling descendants around them, or at least in keeping them from moving away. The memory of such elders tends to retain enormous social force long after they themselves have died, so much so that to overcome it requires a ritual of profound trauma and violence, in which the relation between ancestors and descendants is turned completely on its head. By transforming their dead ancestors into children, the living can turn back on them the very forms of constraint and violence that constitute ancestral authority and, in doing so, set off a process by which the memory of the ancestors themselves will be largely effaced. This is not an interpretation a participant would be likely to offer, or even to agree with. When discussing Famadihana in the abstract, almost everyone tended to avoid references to violence, and instead lay great stress on the tsidrino, or blessing that ancestors convey to their